identification, or recognition vis-a-vis other selves or collectivities. In this way the self is disengaged from all collective process, es, or struggle, s, and becomes embedded in an interminable drift. Its relationship with the other is one of future promise, and entails continual dislocation and disintegration. The subject as self is disempowered by the process of its effacement, but empowered by its relationship with the other, which is based on an asymmetrical demand for a response to the call of the other. By interchanging its position as the other, and by bestowing on the other the power of its own constitution, the subject as I allows itself to step outside the very process that enables it to emerge as a writing or speaking subject. In other words, the self is never in control, and unable either to present or represent itself. All modalities of presentation or representation are disconnected from any notion of an original or inaugural subject, action, constitution, process of differentiation or recognition. The Derridian subject is allowed no individual or collective project, s, through which it might act as an engaged agent and point of reference. The engagement of the subject as self in Derrida's thinking does not extend beyond that notion of affirmation which is nevertheless prior to the emergence of subjectivity. Because this affirmation is the answer to the call of the other, it becomes disconnected from notions of agency and individual responsibility. What results is the dislocated, uncommitted, diffracted, disintegrated and disengaged quasi-self. Derrida sees this as a condition of freedom, since it dispenses with those ideas of the self and subjectivity which are based on self-referential presence. By stepping outside the categories that determined its constitution as identity, and by instituting a new relationship with absolute alterity, the subject delimits its own boundaries by allowing for a non-relational engagement with the absolute other. This other, in its pure exteriority and absolute immediacy, calls forth a radically redefined subject. The relationship of the subject with either other subjects or the world becomes unthinkable, therefore, from within Derrida's thought. By effacing the subject and making the other the determinant category of deconstruction, Derrida attempts to sidestep the entire problematic of the subject as identity. However radical this position may appear, it falls short of dealing comprehensively with the problematic of the subject, no matter how successfully it deconstructs those philosophies which construe the subject as sameness. So although Derrida emphasizes discontinuity, rupture, and irreducible alterity, he cannot deal satisfactorily in my opinion with the problem of modalities in self-formation and self-fashioning. In other words, he cannot account for the ethics of self-creation or the aesthetics of self-fashioning. The self which enters into an asymmetrical relationship with the other has no power to constitute either that other or itself. The process of othering is sidestepped by Derrida, because he removes both the self and the other from the problematic of being and the world. By making the self and the other anterior to these, he thus avoids solving the question of both the historical and power-laden relationship between self and other. For a thinker who has aimed to delimit the concepts of subject, self and other, he has constantly conceptualized the self and the other in a way that leaves little space for the problematic of recognition and misrecognition. Derrida also denies the self any power to transform and change. This is because he thinks of it as so totally effaced that what remains is entrusted to the other as absolute alterity. The other's ability, or inability, to transform itself or any other structures is never thematist, for Derrida treats the other as a quasi-transcendental category whose powers are interrogative and injunctive rather than transformative. These powers result in the embedding of a hidden and unelucidated ethico-moral dimension in all forms of delimited subjectivity. Subjectivity and the self are overdetermined by the other, and the other underpins not only the radical project of delimiting the freedom of the self, but also the transcending of the metaphysics of being as presence. The other is able to do what it is entrusted to do, however, only because it both consumes and subjugates the subject. Neither the call of the other nor the presubjectivist responsibility of answering it can be instituted without thematizing the question who answers this call, how, and within what philosophical, historical, and socio-cultural parameters it takes place. One cannot ignore both the modalities of the call and the answer, and the positions of the caller and the answerer. Even if one wanted to remove both the other and the self from the repressive and limiting aspects of subjectivist thinking, the problematic of subjectivity and the issue of intersubjectivity would still remain. In displacing these problematics by not making them subject to the demands of the co-present subject, one still needs to resolve satisfactorily the issue of how subjects, textual or empirical, relate to one another in the world. The call of the other must be answered, according to Derrida, prior to the formation of subjectivity as a self, and also before the other is constituted as other. What is not made clear is how this vertically constructed call emerges, and whether it ought to occupy the place of a more horizontally conceived ethics of intersubjectivity based on reciprocity. The other, the deconstruction of the fraternal other and the original valley of the other. Derrida's preoccupation with the other is evident from his early writings and has remained a constant theme of his thought, which aims to break radically with the concept of subjectivity based on identity and to institute a new kind of thinking based on the other. Because Western logocentrism constructs otherness and the other as derivative of self-identity and sameness, the relation of the self to the other is based on the reduction of the other to the same. In other words, the other is absorbed into identitarian ontology through either negation, elevation, or reconciliation. This is a result of transcendentalism's claim that the cogito has primacy, and constructs being in terms of presence. In contrast, Derrida, seeking a concept of the other which escapes Western metaphysics' demand for presence, deconstructs the categories of subjectivity, self, and I based on identity. His notion of the other aims to articulate a new and post-subjectivist thinking embedded in his concept of writing. As early as Writing and Difference, Derrida articulated a program that has been executed only in the works of the 80s and the 90s. The double inscription of the other is present here in the deconstructive gesture which aims at an immanent critique of the fraternal other and the transcendent descent into the original valley of the other. As Derrida himself puts it in Force and Signification. Writing is the outlet as the descent of meaning outside itself within itself, metaphor for others aimed at other here and now, metaphor as the possibility of others here and now, metaphor as metaphysics in which being must hide itself if the other is to appear. Excavation within the other toward the other in which the same seeks its vein and the true gold of its phenomenon. Submission in which the same can always lose itself. But the same is nothing, is not, it, self before taking the risk of losing itself. For the fraternal other is not the first in the piece of what is called intersubjectivity, but in the work and the peril of interrogation, the other is not certain within the piece of the response in which two affirmations espouse each other, but is called up in the night by the excavating work of interrogation. Writing is the moment of this original valley of the other within being. The moment of depth as decay. Incidence and insistence of inscription. The double inscription of the other occurs, therefore, when writing becomes the adventure of interrogation rather than the piece of reconciliation. Writing is the outlet that opens the space for the possibility of reaching the other in an interminable search whose telos is not a return to the same and the affirmation of self-identity. The other is not the fraternal other, constituted through intersubjectivity, but the other as interrogation, as injunction, as questioning. Thus, the relationship between self and other is asymmetrical and outside the category of response. In Derrida's later work, notions such as the cinder, gift, and specter denote a shift in his construction of the other. The other becomes that generative force which both produces and effaces, that is, the function of writing is transferred to the category of the other. The other becomes one of those non-synonymous substitutions that represent a radical break with the metaphysics of subjectivity. In the process, I have already argued, Derrida writes off the subject in favor of a more radical concept of the other, which is supposedly free of the problems associated with the metaphysical subject. Such a project raises four questions that will guide my discussion of Derrida's concept of the other. First, does the other represent a radical and desirable abandonment and overcoming of the metaphysical subject? Second, is the thought of the other as radical as Derrida claims? Third, can the question of the subject and the self be subsumed under the category of the other, and what are the implications of such a determination of the subject and the self? Fourth, does Derrida's thought sidestep the problematic of the subject in its search for a radically new thinking based on the thought of the other? Derrida's thinking of the other has been shaped decisively by his encounter with Levinas, which ultimately led him to reject Levinas's subjectivism. The work of Ricoeur, Taylor, and other thinkers again provides an alternative problematization of the question of the other and its relationship to the subject. My argument is that Derrida's attempt to outbid Levinas on the other, and to further desubjectivize the subject is untenable. I contend that the subsumption of the question of the subject and the self within the category of the other poses serious problems, because it abandons, above all else, even modest claims concerning the relative autonomy of the subject. Consequently, the subject becomes a subjectum to the other. In the process of instituting a thought based on the other, Derrida writes off not only the traditional metaphysical concept of the subject, as I argued in the previous chapter, but even the possibility of constructing a post-metaphysical subject. The Derridean other becomes a non-relational concept that is constructed in terms of a calling, a promise, etc. It runs the risk of gesturing only to itself, and being unable to enter into any interactive, generative relation with either self or other. Moreover, if the other is constructed in terms of a call, one is left with the questions: to whom is the call made, if not to a subject? Who answers the call of the other if not a subject, even if we have to construct this subject anew? Can the other be beyond considerations of context, and beyond questions of recognition, misrecognition, and the demands of a non-phenomenological concept of intersubjectivity? I would further argue that the concept of the other in Derrida is quasi-messianic and becomes more messianic in the last phase of his work. It depends on a vertical construction of the other in relation to the subject and the self. Even though the concept of the other claims to be post-metaphysical, therefore, it is not post-metaphysical enough. It is post-metaphysical only in relation to the deconstruction of the subject. What comes out of the ruins of the subject, however, is a concept of the other that cannot disentangle itself from these ruins, except in a gesture of the prophetic logos, and that points to a future promise which, because it is always a venir, never arrives. Although such thinking delimits the scope of the metaphysics of subjectivity, and frees the self from the stifling confines of the same, it fails to give the subject and the self a new validity. I argue that we need also a horizontal rather than vertical conception of the other and its relationship to the subject. A horizontal concept of the other would not subsume the subject and the self, but instead reinscribes the self within a relatively transparent, interactive, and communicative concept of both self and other. The other needs to be contextualized, and engage not only with itself as a generative force sui generis, but also become part of a concept closely linked with the issue of reflexivity and recognition. An unreflexive answer to the call of the other could be as solipsistic as the Husserlian voice without a soul. The problematic of the other and the thought of Levinas. The linchpin of Derrida's concept of the other is the notion of an irreducible alterity that needs to be thought beyond the thought of being as presence. Derrida's analysis of being as presence, however, depends on a double reduction. First, Derrida takes from Heidegger's History of Western Metaphysics the concept that the subject is what determines being, and that this is axiomatic. Second, Derrida's construction of the other depends on a reading of alterity within Western metaphysics that is determined through the concept of identity as the same. This leads Derrida to ignore the question of reflexivity. Whenever reflexivity becomes a concern, it is constructed as an abyssal structure that denies identity through endless refraction. Thus, by showing how irreducible alterity has been ontologized within identity, Derrida is able to rethink the other. He does so through readings of Plato, Descartes, Condillac, Rousseau, Kant, Freud, Hegel, Nietzsche, Husserl, and Heidegger. These involve rethinking the other beyond the binary opposition of the same versus the other, wherein the other is inevitably the derived concept. The attempt to conceptualize the other beyond the Cartesian cogito, the Hegelian negation, the phenomenological philosophy of consciousness and Heideggerian ontology involves returning to a something that is both within and beyond the West, namely Hebraic thought as reinterpreted most notably by Levinas. Levinas was raised intellectually in that phenomenological tradition which he was the first to make known in the vastly different French intellectual culture of the mid-20th century. Although Levinas moved quickly from Husserl to Heidegger, he was from the very beginning a critical Heideggerian. For Levinas, the bracketing of everything leads back to that which is neither inwardness nor exteriority, to the impersonal, anonymous, yet inextinguishable consummation of being, the there is or ilya, Levinas. In a specification of the there is, obviously picked up on by Derrida in Spectres of Marx, Levinas suggests that spectres, ghosts, sorceresses are not only a tribute Shakespeare pays to his time. They allow him to move constantly towards this limit between being and nothingness where being insinuates itself even in nothingness, Levinas. More pertinently, Levinas refers to a presence of absence, the there is beyond contradiction. Levinas. Before existence there is existence itself. Before beings there is the question of being itself, die Seinsfrage, and being is the impersonal and anonymous it or es that something gives or gived. This being is indeterminate because it is yet to be determined being. This way of positing the question of being is also Derrida's. Levinas then asks how hypostasis is possible. How can this anonymous being be suspended, so that something, a substantive, emerges? How, in brief, do beings or existence emerge from being? The answer to this question in Western philosophy begins usually with a reference either to the first substance or the most primordial being, namely, the subject or the relationship that exists between an I and itself. But because Levinas does not believe that the I perdures unchanged through those instants called time, he thus breaks out of the Western idea of the I as an unchanging self-identity immune to time. Levinas rejects the idea that the other of the I is merely an alter ego. Consequently, he argues that Heidegger's concept of Miteinander-Sein really depends on the self-sufficient ego rather than on actual contact with otherness. For Levinas, the key relationship is the unmediated one between an I and a you, and here Levinas relies on the work of the Jewish philosopher Martin Buber. The basis of this relation is not symmetry but asymmetry which Levinas sees as constituted by eros. Intersubjectivity, Levinas writes, is not simply the application of the category of multiplicity to the domain of the mind. It is brought about by eros, where in the proximity of another the distance is wholly maintained, a distance whose pathos is made up of this proximity and this duality of beings, Levinas. Symmetry and reciprocity are the domains of a fraternalism that denies the Father. If this theme is certainly Derridian, the notion of intersubjectivity is self-evidently not. Nevertheless, Levinas sees asymmetry along the lines of a father and son relationship, which provides the model with which to criticize both exchange and the fungibility of things. As he puts it, asymmetrical intersubjectivity is the locus of the transcendence in which the subject, while preserving its subject, has the possibility of not inevitably returning to itself, the possibility of being fecund and, to anticipate what we shall examine later, having a son, Levinas, smiley face. The patriarchal nature of the Jewish inheritance is as clear here, returning to oneself as non-identical return is given through the Son. As it will be in his later and more famous Totality and Infinity, where woman is lovingly depicted in her kitchen, Levinas. Derrida's relationship both to Levinas and the Jewish tradition as a whole is one of critical appropriation, in which the phallocratic dimension is rejected. The task for a post-phallocratic agenda, therefore, is to appropriate the philosophical core while throwing away the patriarchal shell. In other words, Derrida wants to radicalize Levinas's thinking by leaving subjectivism behind and rethinking anew the absolute other. Derrida's encounter with the thought of Levinas demonstrates both the breaks within Derrida's thought and his departure from Levinas. The development of Derrida's thought on the other. Derrida claims that within Western metaphysics the movement of the cogito towards the other is constructed either as the externalization of the other or its absorption into and reduction to the same. The injunctive and constitutive power of the other is thus lost or ontologist. Derrida seeks to restore it and use it against such foundationalist concepts of Western metaphysics as subject, same, identity, and being. The Derridian other is closely bound with what Heidegger calls the forgetting of being, which Derrida counterpoises with his notions of trace, promise, avowal, repetition, and with what he terms the origin heterogeneous. Although Derrida's preoccupation with the other and his radicalization of its problematic are still interlinked with his earlier concept of writing and the idea of erasure or effacement, the later work gives this perspective an ethico-political dimension that was previously missing or underplayed. If the early work is under the spell of Nietzsche, the later work is under the spell of Levinas. Derrida's thought on the other can be divided broadly into two periods. The first period includes his writings up to Truth in Painting. These works are dominated by the question of whether it is possible to open a relationship with the other through the deconstruction of the metaphysical concept of the subject. This early period is characterized by an emphasis on the concept of writing, supplement, and the trace. The second period is marked by an attempt to articulate the construction of the other in philosophical, political, cultural, ethical, and socio-economic terms. It includes two important texts that one can term autobiographical, the Postcard and Circumcision. They can be seen as instantiating a new form of writing that encapsulates Derrida's concerns with writing and its relationship to the self and the other. These works all emphasize that writing comes from the other, is for the other, and belongs to the other. As such, it does not privilege the autobiographical I. If the characteristic concern of the first period is to show the fate of irreducible alterity within the thought of Western metaphysics, Derrida's principal aim in the second period is to establish a new kind of thinking based on the other as a radical alternative to the metaphysics of presence. This Derridian other takes the structure of the gift, such that the relationship of the other to both the subject and the self is based on non-mutuality and non-reciprocity. Asymmetry becomes the determining factor of the relationship of self and other. The other becomes a transcendental other which is constructed in terms of an a priori in relation to the concrete and generalist other and the subject. Early texts which deal most directly with the question of the other are Speech and Phenomena, of Grammatology, Violence, and Metaphysics, an essay on the thought of Western metaphysics, and Limited Inc. Among the later works, the most important are, Of Spirit, Given Time, The Time of the King, Psyche, Invention of the Other, Who Comes After the Subject, The Other Heading, Reflections on Today's Europe, Spectres of Marx, The Gift of Death, The Ear of the Other, Memoirs of the Blind, Aporias, On the Name, various essays in Points, Faith, and Knowledge, on Cosmopolitanism and Forgiveness, on Touching, Jean-Luc Nancy, The Animal That Therefore I Am, and Copy, Archive, Signature. Although these texts are by no means the only ones that deal with the concept of the other, they reveal a progressive deepening of Derrida's conception of the other and his shift from a deconstructive to a more direct treatment of it. This development is signaled by an insistence on the question of responsibility, which seems to situate the concept partly outside the idea of a general text. It is signaled also by Derrida's attempt to subsume the question of the subject and the self under the category of the other, while at the same time attempting to free them from their construction through the category of the same. From the deconstruction of identity to the concept of the other. In Derrida's early texts, the question of the other is raised through the linguistically grounded deconstruction of the dichotomy same/other, whereas in the later texts it involves a more ethical critique of the question of identity and the concept of being. In Writing and Difference, Derrida argues that the relationship of other to the same cannot be absolutely exterior to the same without ceasing to be other, and that the same is a totality closed in upon itself, an identity playing with itself, having only the appearance of alterity. This early formulation signals Derrida's position that because the other is constitutive of both identity and difference, it can be neither reduced to the same nor the totally other. The other, therefore, is a non-relational concept, since it exists outside any reciprocal relationship either of identity or difference. It generates both without any moment of identity or restance. This formulation also signals the abandonment of any relationalist ethics, such as virtue ethics, interactive ethics, or communicative ethics. Speech and Phenomena argues that both Husserlian phenomenology and Heideggerian ontology fail to think the absolute other without reducing absolute alterity to the same. Derrida appropriates some of their philosophical radicalism even while aiming ultimately at a radical departure from both. According to Derrida, phenomenology takes noemata to be the objective correlate of the intentional acts, noesis, of the subject. In Husserl, the other can be neither absolutely other nor radically foreign to my world. As the objective correlate of my intention, alterity is reduced to egoity, insofar as it is my conscious production. Husserlian phenomenology contains a subjective a priori in which meaning is bestowed by an ego. Phenomenology avoids the neutral or absolute logic of Hegelianism only through a more radical bracketing of alterity. The other, according to Derrida, can be neither a totality nor a category within Husserlian egoity. Subjectivity, totality, and infinity are categories which do not belong to the thinking of the other. Almost all of Derrida's concepts in his early work, I have argued, are connected with effacement, erasure, and disappearance and are effects of proto-writing and textuality. This is what Derrida calls the general text. His reading in Truth in Painting of Kant's use of the term paragon establishes it as part of textuality, and what opens the space of the other. For Derrida, the paragon stands out se detach both from the ergon, the work, and from the milieu, it stands out first of all like a figure on a ground. But it does not stand out in the same way as the work. The latter also stands out against a ground. But the paragonal frame stands out against two grounds fons, but with respect to each of those two grounds, it merges into the other. With respect to the work which can serve as a ground for it, it merges into the wall, and then, gradually, into the general text, tp. Derrida goes on to argue that the paragon disappears, buries itself, effaces itself, melts away at the moment it deploys its greatest energy, tp. The paragon, then, has no form, since its property is disappearance. But it has energy which it deploys. Its effects cannot be defined either topologically or causally, nor can they be pinned down to a source, milieu, or ground in order to be explained or exhausted. The paragon is a deconstructive category that opens the space of the other. Such categories are part of the question of the other but do not constitute it. In other words, the other is a post-deconstructive category, beyond the deconstructive categories and beyond the specific deconstruct ions Derrida effects on texts. Of grammatology is preoccupied with the question of the other and its relationship to the concept of the trace, which is another term Derrida uses to denote certain properties and operations of writing. At this stage, the concept of writing and the other are linked inextricably, and the trace becomes the concept which associates writing with irreducible alterity. The trace marks the point of relationship with the other. It cannot be defined as being present, because its movement is occulted, it produces itself as self-occultation. The other announces and presents itself in the dissimulation of itself which antecedes notions of being as presence. Moreover, no structure of the entity can escape it. Derrida becomes more specific when he argues that the general structure of the unmotivated trace connects the structure of the relationship with the other, the movement of temporalization, and language as writing. In other words, the connection between other and writing is such that language is subsumed under the general category of writing, and the trace is at once before and beyond language. Because the relationship between trace and other is dissimulatory, it cannot be incorporated within the problematic of presence. Finally, and most importantly, the notion of the other is derived from that of the trace, which in turn pertains to that of writing. At this stage, therefore, Derrida's construction of the other still depends on his deconstructive attitude to writing. Derrida's conception of the trace and its dissimulatory relationship with itself strongly parallels the idea of the self's relationship to itself. Within the matrix of the Derridean trace, the self can relate to itself through the other without ever instituting itself as identity or negative alterity. The same can be said for the concept of the other, which has not only a constitutive function, with regard to the formation of any concept of the subject or the self, but also an injunctive power. In Of Grammatology, Derrida states that Archie speech is writing because it is a law. A natural law. The beginning word is understood, in the intimacy of self-presence, as the voice of the other and as commandment self-presence, therefore, can be thought of only in terms of the voice of the other and as a commandment. Although Derrida eliminates the phone as a privileged category of consciousness, it re-emerges here as the voice of the other, and in his later texts will become the call of the other that is signaled already in Writing and Difference. Irene Harvey has argued in this connection that in Derrida's model the subject is necessarily a victim, because its actions are always inscribed by the other, indeed by otherness itself. Harvey. This is an interesting perspective that I will take up later. For the moment, I think that Harvey goes too far, and that the subject is not so much a victim as a casualty of the crossfire that issues from Derrida's overdrawn and overgeneralist critique of the fundamental categories of Western metaphysics. In his attempt to escape idealist and empiricist dilemmas concerning subjectivity, Derrida denies the subject any hypostasis, to use Levinas's term, while at the same time wanting to confer constitutive and injunctive powers on the other. By giving it such powers, and by denying self-referential presence to the self and the subject, Derrida sets both the self and the other in an interminable textual drift, which is conceived of initially in aesthetic rather than theological terms. The trace articulates its possibility in the entire field of the entity, which metaphysics has defined as the being present starting from the occulted movement of the trace. The trace must be thought before the entity. But the movement of the trace is necessarily occulted, it produces itself as self-occultation. When the other announces itself as such, it presents itself in the dissimulation of itself. This formulation is not theological. The presentation of the other as such, that is to say the dissimulation of its as such, has always already begun and no structure of the entity escapes it, og. The subject, however, even if conceived of as incorporating the trace of the other, needs a relation to itself that is not totally dominated by the injunctive power of the other, which is, of course, never co-present. In his later work Derrida conceives of temporality without a fixed mark, a present moment, a stigma. The other is not simply part of temporalization, but, as we shall see, radicalizes the idea of temporality itself. The other becomes an instance of messianic time and this positions the subject accordingly. Into the labyrinth, the other and the deconstruction of representation. In Of Grammatology and Writing and Difference, Derrida deals also with the construction of the other through its link with the concept of representation. Through various deconstructions he attempts to disassociate the other from the concept of representation. The result is a non-representational concept of the other, which establishes it as what he terms the unthinkable unity of light and night. The other means phenomenality as disappearance. The self's relationship to the other is one of respect for the other as what it is, other, wd. Both the externality and independence of the other vis-a-vis the subject are firmly established. The other cannot be mastered, controlled, modified, presented, represented, and altered by the subject. It cannot be made an object for either itself or a subject, and its phenomenality cannot be reduced to any form of egoity. Derrida further develops his thought on the other in Positions, where he distinguishes alderity from spacing. He argues that these concepts do not signify exactly the same thing, but are absolutely indissociable. Spacing designates nothing, nothing that is, no presence at a distance, it is the index of an irreducible exterior, and at the same time of a movement, a displacement that indicates an irreducible alderity, pos. This indicates how Derrida thinks of the other as irreducible exteriority rather than as the basis of an intersubjective relationship. In a letter to Jean-Louis he asserts that spacing is the impossibility for an identity to be closed on itself, on the inside of its proper interiority, or on its coincidence with itself. The irreducibility of spacing is the irreducibility of the other, pos. Because the link between spacing and alderity is irreducibility, identity becomes divorced from notions of interiority and self-identity. Derrida further argues that spacing designates not only interval, but a productive, genetic, practical movement, an operation, POS. This process is again marked by the other, and is ongoing. When considering how Derrida posits the question of the other, it is important to emphasize his insistence that the other is not a being, a determined being, existence, essence, etc. POS. The question of the other, therefore, cannot be posited within the philosophy of being, because, in the Heideggerian sense, it is a question of the being of beings. Derrida argues, if the alterity of the other is posed, that is, only posed, does it not amount to the same, for example in the form of the constituted object or of the informed product invested with meaning, etc. From this point of view, I would even say that the alterity of the other inscribes in this relationship that which in no case can be posed. Inscription, as I would define it in this respect, is not a simple position, it is rather that by means of which every position is of itself confounded, difference inscription, mark, text, and not only thesis or theme inscription of the thesis, POS. Since the question of the positing of the other is outside positionality, it does not belong to the proper character of beings. It is a question interlinked with textual operations such as dissemination and difference, and as such can be posited only by displacing the question of what constitutes irreducible alterity. This question is the Sainsfrage, what is being? For Heidegger, being is a gathering, whereas for Derrida it is a dispersal. This is why Derrida insists on the textual in his treatment of alterity. When lecturing on the idea of source in Valery, Derrida tackled directly the issue of the other in relation to the self. He argues that one cannot hear oneself speak because the source is always other, and that whatever hears itself, not itself hearing itself, always comes from elsewhere, from outside and afar. The lure of the I, of consciousness as hearing oneself speak would consist in dreaming of an operation of ideal and idealizing mastery, transforming heteroaffection into auto-affection, heteronomy into autonomy. Derrida wants to emphasize the surplus heterogeneity of alterity, MP, and heteronomy instead of autonomy. Heteronomy encompasses all aspects of the self and subjectivity in general. It becomes evident that Derrida ascribes to the self very little if anything at all. He treats it as a kind of receptacle for operations, for those things which are external to it but nevertheless, and paradoxically, become internal without the possibility of closure. Derrida wants a philosophy of heteronomy that would take into account the surplus heterogeneity of the other. In other words, he aims to go beyond the Hegelian conception of alterity. The Derridian subject possesses nothing and gives nothing. When I speak, to myself, without moving my tongue and lips, I believe that I hear myself, although the source is other, or I believe we are two, although everything is happening in me. Here Derrida fails to pluralize the concept of the self so that it can accommodate heteronomy without losing all claims to autonomy and identity. If heteronomy becomes the only characteristic of the self, then there is a danger that the self will become simply the Platonic kura, where all things go, in both the active and passive senses. The loss of the self is not simply a giving up of mastery, and a desire to turn all heteronomy to auto-affection, which is of course a radical critique of the metaphysical subject. It entails also a giving up of the self to an other which is both external and other than alterity. This position, which Derrida maintains and develops in his later work, is based on the reduction of the self within a philosophy of identity which constructs identity within the category of the same. In this context, Ricoeur distinguishes between positing the self as identity and positing it as other, Ricoeur. This radical formulation of alterity within the problematic of identity makes the other both internal and external to the construction of the self, but without subsuming the self under the category of the other. In dissemination, Derrida places the question of irreducible alterity within the problematic of writing, and opens up the question of morality and knowledge that is not discoverable in ourselves by ourselves, d. This signals Derrida's attempt to anchor the problematic of self knowledge within a quasi-transcendental framework, but without grounding it within a metaphysics of subjectivity. The pharmakon, as a term which denotes the other, is seen here as that which keeps itself forever in reserve even though it has no fundamental profundity nor ultimate locality. We will watch it infinitely promise itself and endlessly vanish through concealed doorways that shine like mirrors and open onto a labyrinth. D. The metaphor of the labyrinth appears frequently in Derrida, including the end of speech and phenomena. It is significant here because it connects the other not only with promise and reflection but also with a critique of the mirror model of reflection. Reflection, for Derrida, never repeats or gives an image of identity, but rather withholds what cannot be presented or represented. The promise of the other is always held in reserve as the unrepresentable. The opening to the other opens onto the labyrinth or, in Derrida's other writings, onto the abyss of infinite displacements and substitutions, tp. Within this schema, interpretation cannot restore the full and true meaning to a narrative, since there is always the endless carrying off into a labyrinth of doubles without originals, of facsimiles without an authentic and indivisible letter, of forgeries without something being forged. The concept of the other and its relation to repetition. Derrida's concept of the other is connected also to the structure of repetition. Dissemination distinguishes two types of repetition embedded in Derrida's concept of the double as a condition of both the possibility and impossibility of the appearance of being present in its truth. He argues that the being present, in its truth, in the presence of its identity and in the identity of its presence, is doubled, as soon as it appears, as soon as it presents itself. It appears, in its essence, as the possibility of its own most proper non-truth, of its pseudo-truth reflected in an icon, the phantasm, or the simulacrum. What is not what is, identical and identical to itself, unique, unless it adds to itself the possibility of being repeated as such. And its identity is hollowed out by that addition, withdraws itself in the supplement that presents it, d. Repetition destroys presence and identity as such. It is grounded in what Derrida calls the graphics of supplementarity, which supplies another unit which comes to relieve it, being enough the same and enough other so that it can replace by addition, d. Otherness, it appears, is not completely divorced from considerations of identity. But identity is always inscribed within repetition as the moment of non-truth, of non-resolution. Withdrawal, addition, and substitution, which splinter identity as plenitude, adequation, and reflection, become the condition of the non-appearance of alterity. This non-appearance of the other is an attempt by Derrida to construct the other as a non-phenomenon that escapes mastery and knowledge. Repetition, moreover, is constructed not as repetition of the same but as the very movement of non-truth, the presence of what is gets lost, disperses itself, multiplies itself through mimes, icons, phantasms, simulacra, etc. Here, tautology is life going out of itself beyond return. Death rehearsal, d. The other is constructed as unreserved spending, as irreducible excess. Instead of identity we have dispersal, multiplication, phantasms and simulacra that defy the repetition of the same. In this way, Derrida interjects the concept of death. Later in the same text he introduces the concept of cendra in order to conceive of the other outside the philosophies of life and within a philosophy of the trace of the other. The fact that the concept of cendra reappears in Derrida's later works substantiates my claim that continuities, albeit with inflections, are discernible between his early and later writings. It is important to point out, however, that Derrida argues also that the two types of repetition, repetition as the same, and repetition as supplement, can neither be separated from one another nor conceived of as separate. Derrida, therefore, inadvertently recognizes the impossibility of thinking repetition without any reference to identity, even though he is reluctant to give identity a constitutive function with regard to alterity. Derrida's reference to reflection as leading not to recognition but to an abyssal effect eliminates the possibility of knowing or controlling reflection as representation. There is always dispersal within the origin rather than unity. The concept of repetition is also tackled in the postcard in relation to Freud, and especially in regard to the pleasure principle and the play of disappearance and return. Derrida argues against that classical concept of repetition which constructs it as something secondary and therefore derivative in repeating a prior original. He argues on behalf of a new logic of repetition, which is other, and non-classical. Repetition is original, he writes, it induces, through an unlimited propagation of itself, a general deconstruction, not only of an entire classical ontology of repetition, along with all the distinctions, but also of the entire psychic construction of everything supporting the drives and their representatives, cp. Repetition brings about deconstruction, and dissolves any relational structure which depends on a calculable and recognized double that repeats the original. There is not only difference in repetition, but also an inability to master that aspect of it which Derrida calls the double bind. Conceptualized in this way, repetition allows for no connection between a psychic drive, no representation that can repeat itself as a return to a previous state, and whose effects can be calculated or known. Another important text concerning Derrida's thought on the other is Limited Inc. Here the other is defined as the impossibility of adéquation between saying and meaning. It is grounded in the graphics of iterability, which inscribes alteration irreducibly in repetition, or in identification, li. Iterability, however, is not simply repetition. Iterability as repeatability also ensures that the full presence of a singularity thus repeated comports in itself the reference to something else, thus rending the full presence that it nevertheless announces, li. Iterability puts into question that notion of intentionality as primordial self-presence which endows objects with a meaning which merely repeat their origin. Derrida writes, what does intention properly mean as the particular or original work, mise en oeuvre, of iterability? I admit this enigma grows increasingly obscure for me. My frequenting of philosophies and phenomenologies of intentionality, beginning with that of Husserl, has only caused my uncertainty to increase, as well as my distrust of this word or this figure. I hardly dare to say concept, li. In the truth in painting, the other is the untranslatable or the unbroachability of meaning. It is what remains outside the structure of reproduction and restitution as adéquation. In this work, Derrida moves away from textual analysis, and deconstructs pictorial media, institutions, and their discourses in a more autobiographical style. He posits the question of otherness in terms of paragon and remark, which are closely related to his concept of supplement. The paragon is that which reason fails to satisfy, that is, a moral need which depends on grace, mystery, and miracles, tp. Being both within and outside the work, it provides its unity as well as its delimitation. His analysis of the Colossus and Kant's Sublime introduces the other as that which is between presentable and unpresentable, and which allows the passage from the one to the other as much as the irreducibility of the one to the other, tp. Using his concept of cartouche, Derrida attempts to eliminate the question of property, topography, paradigm, and genealogy from the question of otherness. The idea of the cartouche, implying, no, more narrative, no, more truth, tp, can be inscribed either within or outside the work. Derrida emphasizes the order of the phantasmatics of a contingent remaining, beyond hierarchy and beyond fantasy, tp. This remainder is without example. However one multiplies il amonteur. Chuanabo, Vraimentbo approaches, assaults, attacks, however much one multiplies movements of appropriation, seduces the thing, tames it, domesticates it, tires it with one's advances, it remains, as remainder, really beautiful Vraimentbo, indifferent, cut off from the world, from production as from reproduction, tp. The concept of cartouche, therefore, resists classification, framing, typification or exhaustive description. The remainder, as another concept designating alterity, is cut off from the world. This is an important aspect of Derrida's notion of alterity. Paradoxically, it is transcendental without being metaphysical. What becomes important in Derrida is not the hypokaimenon, the being underneath, either as subjectum or as the Heideggerian ground, but as the under of the underneath which opens onto the abyss. The notions of the abyss, offering, gift, and ghost are all connected to the Heideggerian es gibt. For Derrida, it gives in the abyss, it gives the abyss. There is, es gibt, the abyss. Now it seems to me that the origin can also be read as an essay on the gift, Schenkung, on the offering, tp. It is at this point that Derrida determines the object through his concept of the crypt, which dissolves the relation between subject and object, and introduces the notion of the other as a phantom, who is another, in himself as the ghost of an other, etc. Tp. The double of identity is here replaced by a chain of irreducible otherness which haunts both the subject and the object. The other is absolved from a relational structure within both subjectivism and objectivism, and its ground becomes the groundless abyss, or the labyrinth without Ariadne and her thread. The Minotaur is neither eliminated nor mastered by Derrida's thought. It represents the risk of the labyrinth without return, restitution, or appropriation. Unlike the mirror, which sustains the logic of reflection, the labyrinth denotes a logic of resonance. Derrida wants to propose a supplementary thread in order to introduce the problematic of the breakage of identification, lacuae labart. A non-relational concept of the other is also advocated in the postcard, where notions of lineage and sequential and chronological order are overturned in an attempt to invert relations in general, whereas identity has been conceived of as a relational concept. Derrida's irreducible otherness negates all relations which can be reduced to binary oppositions that establish a hierarchy, an order, a chronology, a lineage, an example, an origin, a destination, an arrival, an authentication, an inheritance, a relay between sender, writer, receiver, addressor and addressee, and a connection between filiation and authority. Against the concept that writing encapsulated irreducible alterity, the postcard argues that the post and envoy naively overturns everything and allegorises the catastrophic unknown of the order. Thus history and writing, in their archival forms, are posts. Their topology is that of passage and relay within a system of other posts. They are stoppages of circulation. Their chronotope is governed by the moment or the effect of what Derrida calls restance. Once again, the other is that interminably repeated supplementation which allows for no completion and framing. In the postcard, Derrida also spells out more emphatically the relationship between subjectivity and the other. The question of the relation of the self to itself becomes for Derrida a question of a relation to oneself as a relation to the other, the auto-affection of a fort, de which gives, takes, sends, and destines itself, distances and approaches itself by its own step. The others. Derrida signals here the connection between the other and psychoanalytic thought, which he sees as attempting to reduce or eliminate what he calls the anxiety of alterity, which cannot be resolved within its paradigm of mastery. The other cannot be incorporated into questions like who are we, how are we to know ourselves, how are we to act. These domains belong not to the subject but the other. The other does not eliminate the anxiety of no knowledge, of no meaning, since it delimits the horizon within which such questions can be asked. It defines the task of interpretation as an uncovering of that irreducibility of alterity which aims at a freedom that comes from the other. The irreducible heterogeneity of the other involves subjecting the self to the demands of the other. Questions of otherness replace the conscious, unconscious, and certain subject. One encounters the other outside a relational framework based on appropriation. As something which apparently negates all relations except that which refers to itself, the other becomes, like writing, a self-referential concept. But it is also unlike writing in being an all-encompassing concept. Appropriation and critique, Levinas and the early and late Derrida. Derrida's notion of the other has been critically shaped by his encounters with Levinas, the earliest of which dates from the 60s and forms the substance of his first long essay on Levinas's thought, called Violence and Metaphysics. Derrida's later work further emphasizes the non-subjectivist nature of the other. His second encounter with Levinas occurred in the 80s, and is documented in At This Very Moment in this work Here I Am. This signals a more radical break with Levinas which Derrida continues till the end. An examination of these two early texts will not only clarify the relationship of Derrida to Levinas, but also serve as an introduction to the question of the status of the concept of the other in Derrida's thought, which is the subject of the next chapter. The dialogue between Levinas's and Derrida's thought is both complex and ongoing, and marked by differences and similarities, see Bernasconi and Critchley. The most important difference is that Levinas, especially in his early work, is reluctant to abandon completely either subjectivity or the idea of God. Derrida's most significant engagement with Levinas begins with the latter's attempt to construct a concept of the other that goes beyond the problematic of totality, and which represents a radical shift away from both Hegelianism and Western philosophy in general. Reducing the problematic of totality to the same, Levinas counterpoises it with the concept of infinity as exteriority, expressed in his concept of the other as face. This is a representational concept, for it is constructed on the resemblance between man and God. It is this aspect that Derrida will convincingly reject by showing how Levinas's thought remains within subjectivism and, more generally, the Western metaphysics of presence. Derrida wants to transcend the concept of infinity, and to institute a philosophy of alterity which, through borrowing theological motifs, such as those of messianism, prophecy and future promise, will transform them in the context of a seemingly more secularist problematic. Although Derrida's thought has been interpreted as negative theology, he wants to avoid the problems associated with what he calls onto-theology, and denies any close association with negative theology, heart. In Levinas's theological thinking, on the other hand, the idea of God expresses the other as positive infinity. In other words, Levinas institutes a theology in place of, and by means of, ontology and phenomenology. In contrast, Derrida's thought is, as he puts it in a different context, messianism without religion. Messianic without messianism, or in a latter formulation messianicity without messianism, SMFK. As a thinker who breaks with the idea of being and co-presence, he institutes a kind of thought that incorporates both the future present and the past present. Neither totality nor infinity circumscribes his thinking, for they both negate their opposites. Derrida's thinking is tied to the idea of coming, of immanence, of that which is yet to come. The encounter with the other, therefore, is not within the problematic of ontology as traditionally conceived. Instead of connecting seeing to knowing, it gives itself over to anticipation, to the event, and to the blind gaze of the other. For Derrida, as with Levinas, the infinitely other is the invisible and the unforeseeable. All saying is addressed to that other which precedes all ontology. It is the ultimate relation in being. Derrida signals his intent to conceptualize what makes rationalism both possible and impossible when he argues that, by definition, if the other is the other, and all speech is for the other, no logos as absolute knowledge can comprehend dialogue and the trajectory toward the other. This incomprehensibility, this rupture of logos is not the beginning of irrationalism, but the wound or inspiration which opens speech and makes possible every logos or every rationalism. For Derrida, the other is what makes logos possible, even as a logos of the rational, knowing subject. The other is neither known nor spoken. Any reference to a verb that designates a subject ends up with the verb overflowing in its movement toward the other, what is called the speaking subject. If knowledge of the self comes through the other, then the speaking subject, the privileged entry point of phenomenology, is not simply questioned but eliminated. There is thus an asymmetrical relationship between the self, whether conceived of as an ego or as being there, and the other. Since the other becomes the interlocutor and addressee of both speech and writing, the conscious, intending, and self-positing subject is either eliminated or subsumed under the other. It is then a question of deciding whether this asymmetry between subject and other is a radical departure from the problems of subjectivity, or rather an attempt to avoid and oversimplify the problem of identity. This notion of asymmetry also leads to critique that idea of intersubjectivity which he sees as integral to the Western tradition. Even in its most radically Heideggerian formulation, the Western idea of being conceives of the encounter with the other as occurring within the structure of Mitsein, that is, within a structure characterized by reciprocity, exchange of equivalents, the conjunction of co-present subjects, and so forth. Derrida replaces this conception with the idea of encountering the other within a structure that has no reciprocity, and no exchange of equivalents which a subject articulates or acts upon, whether consciously or otherwise, within a pre-given ethical framework. Although Derrida develops this framework out of a critical appropriation of Levinas' thought, important strands of the Judaic tradition are behind it. The encounter with the other in Derrida, therefore, has the structure of the gift, which contains the notion of debt without return. It is an unconditional response to the call of the other. In Habermas's theory of discourse ethics, the symmetrical structure of the relations between discursive partners, or, more simply, the absence of power in them, makes possible pure reciprocity, defined as the free exchangeability of speaking and listening positions. Habermas. Within political theory as a whole, justice is always rather than intergenerational, and is therefore a question of and for co-present subjects. The encounter with the other as an asymmetrical encounter, an encounter where credits and debits are not meant to balance, has no place in the Western tradition as anchored by a notion of justice that is intragenerational. Derrida's position within this debate is unique. For whereas Levinas remains more wedded to the Judaic tradition and Habermas to the Western one, Derrida asks, are we Greeks? Are we Jews? But who, we? The ambivalence of the questions begs no final answers. In Levinas, however, the ethical relation to the other underpins his thought and subverts the ontology of presence of Greek philosophy as well as the idealizing subjectivity of ontology, which reduces everything to itself, Levinas and Carney. What Levinas is trying to open up is an ethical or biblical perspective that transcends the Greek language of intelligibility, as a theme of justice and concern for the other as a theme of love and desire, which carries us beyond the infinite being of the world as presence. Levinas and Carney. What is beyond the metaphysics of violence? In his essay on violence and metaphysics, Derrida examines Levinas' concept of the other, as encapsulated in the concept of the face, as well as his radical departure from Heideggerian notions of subjectivity, Dasein, and intersubjectivity, Mitsein. Derrida argues that in Heidegger the subject loses its specificity within a collective representation. The subject is no longer an I, but an us, the other is on his/her side, but not facing him/her. The relation between subject and other is designated as with, mit. Levinas, contrary to Heidegger, aims at a face-to-face encounter with the other, and without an intermediary or communion, it is at once absolute distance and absolute communion. Levinas, Derrida argues, conceives of the encounter with the other not in terms of contact but in terms of a separation that interrupts all totalities. This being together as separation precedes or exceeds society, collectivity, and community, Derrida writes. Levinas calls it religion. It opens ethics asserting the radical function of the other. Levinas institutes the concept of ethical responsibility based on the notion of the other. Derrida maintains these ideas, arguing that there can be no ethical transcendence without the other, and that an ethical relationship to the other is a precondition for the emergence of ethics. Both Levinas and Derrida, therefore, think of the other as that which opens up ethics. Each conceives the ethical relation to the other as taking the form of an interrogation characterized by exteriority and asymmetry. Derrida argues, however, that Levinas remains within Husserlian thought, because by retaining the concept of intentionality he fails to radicalize the phenomenological instant. As a result, Levinas conceives of the other as the existent. In other words, Levinas's thought remains within the metaphysics of being and consequently within the metaphysics of subjectivity. For Derrida, on the other hand, absolute alterity makes possible the conception of time beyond the phenomenological instant, and opens up a conception of history in which neither future nor past is reduced to the present instant. Derrida argues that the absolute alterity of each instant, without which there would be no time, cannot be produced, constituted, within the identity of the subject or the existent, because it comes into time through the other without the other, which exists in a framework outside reciprocity. Neither the subject nor the existent could have a history or an identity. By placing the relationship with the other beyond history, Levinas introduces a theological dimension. Derrida, however, argues that history begins with the relationship to the other, which enables the conception of difference and alterity within identity. The ego cannot engender alterity within itself without encountering the other. In other words, the asymmetry between the ego and the other is grounded differently in Derrida's thought as compared to Levinas, and this difference is founded in part, as we shall see, on their different readings of Husserl. The other determines how the ego relates not only to the other but also to itself. There is no self-relation without the eruption of the totally other. Derrida deals also with the idea of the other in Heidegger and its relation to Levinas's thought. Because Heidegger affirms the priority of being over the existent, the neutral thought of being neutralizes the other as being. Levinas attempts to overcome the Heideggerian notion of totality which, through its notions of infinity and face, neutralizes the other as being. However, in a paradoxical manner, Derrida argues that this thought of infinity, what is called the thought of God, would permit one to affirm the priority of ontology over theology, and to affirm that the thought of being is presupposed by the thought of God. In Levinas, the other is infinity, and the face expresses a concept of infinity. Consequently, Levinas remains within both the metaphysics of presence and the Hegelian problematic of the other when he conceives of the infinitely other as positive infinity, which expels negativity from transcendence. Levinas's notion of the face, however, is also theological because it is conceived of in terms of the resemblance of man to God. Levinas asserts that it is only in God that speech, as presence, as the origin and horizon of writing, is realized without defect. In other words, speech is both the origin and horizon of writing, and God, the perfect being, is full speech. Writing is subjugated to speech as the privileged entry to presence and otherness, while negativity is expelled from the perfect speech of God. Both writing and speech thus relate to the other as face, behind which stands the certainty and perfection of God. The absolute other is God as positive infinity. In Levinas, the subject gains access to the meaning of the other on the basis of its face. And on the basis of an intentional modification of my ego, the other is conceivable as such to the extent that, as a subject, it is an ego like me, and as an object it is simultaneously less other, not absolutely other, and less the same than I. Consequently, Levinas fails to dissociate the subject, speech, self and I from language, thought and knowledge. Since the concept of face in Levinas is presence, ousia, wd, it is embedded within the thought of subjectivity, even if it tries either to articulate irreducible alterity outside the phenomenological problematic of the subject or to retain the glance of the other as commandment. In contrast, Derrida regards the encounter with the other as being outside representation, bearing no conceptual relation to the same. It cannot be encompassed by such linguistic concepts as infinity, experience, or living present. Unlike Levinas, Derrida interprets Plato's ta epikeina tes ousias as that which leads beyond being itself, and beyond the totality of the existent or the existenthood of the existent, the being existent of the existent, or beyond ontic history. For Derrida, the encounter with the other is connected to ethics, commandment, interrogation, and absolute, irreducible alterity, all of which are articulated through a critical dialogue with Levinas. But because it is based on asymmetry and non-reciprocity, this encounter is beyond both subjectivism and onto theology. In other words, it occurs at the limits of the categories of Western metaphysics. According to Derrida, Levinas chooses to remain within metaphysics because he wants to attain via the royal road of ethics, the supreme existent as other. And this existent is man, determined as face in his essence as man on the basis of his resemblance to God, W.D., Tat. Derrida's concept of the other is post-humanist, post-theological, and beyond the thought of being. Levinas, Husserl, and the alter ego. To categories Derrida's concept of the other as post-humanist may be misleading, however, insofar as it suggests a categorical rejection of such purportedly humanist categories as the ego. Yet this is far from being the case, as we shall see from a closer reading of those passages in Violence and Metaphysics which differentiate Derrida's from Levinas' approach to Husserl's theory of the other. Before proceeding with this analysis, however, a brief overview of Levinas' philosophy is necessary in order to locate the decisive shift in his thinking about subjectivity. Levinas' oeuvre can be divided into two phases, each corresponding to one of his two great works, Totality and Infinity, published in, and Otherwise Than Being or Beyond Essence, published in. Levinas identifies the notion of totality with both war and that Western metaphysical tradition which reduces the individual to the totality. Infinity, on the other hand, is identified with an eschatological vision without images that requires ethics as its optics. Eschatology is also defined as exteriority, and our relationship with it is through the face of the other. In this early work, however, there is still room for a defense of subjectivity. This is to be conducted not at the level of its purely egoist protestation against totality, nor in its anguish before death, but as founded in the idea of infinity, Levinas. Subjectivity is conceived of, therefore, as welcoming the other, as hospitality, in it the idea of infinity is consummated, Levinas. Derrida's early critique of Levinas' work focuses not only, as we have seen, on this idea of the other as face but also on this rejection of subjectivity as, in some senses, egoity. In Otherwise Than Being even this limited defense of subjectivity is abandoned. What is otherwise or beyond essence is no longer infinity apprehended through the face. Rather, it is the saying as opposed to the said, the eleity as opposed to the I-thou, or indeed any interpersonal or intersubjective relationship. Both the saying, as an anarchical origin, and the eleity, as the always absent or trace of the other, are suggestive of Derrida's concepts of difference and the trace. It should be remembered in this context that Otherwise was published originally in the same year as Glass, and postdates Derrida's early essay on Levinas by 10 years. It might be suggested, therefore, that Derrida's early critique of Levinas' humanist subjectivism had its effect. The responsibility for the other, writes Levinas, cannot have begun in my commitment, in my decision. The responsibility for the other is the locus in which is situated the null site of subjectivity, Levinas, smiley face. The subject becomes expiation, substitution, subjection, pure passivity, sensibility, or the hostage that occupies the null site of the breakup of the identity of man. The subject becomes pure exposure to the other. Derrida's early reading of Levinas, however, concentrates on totality and infinity. Derrida regards Levinas' reading of Husserl in this book as quite conventional, insofar as he suggests that by making the other, notably in the Cartesian meditations, the ego's phenomenon, constituted by analogical a presentation on the basis of belonging to the ego's own sphere, Husserl allegedly missed the infinite alterity of the other, reducing it to the same. To make the other an alter ego, Levinas says frequently, is to neutralize its absolute alterity. Derrida makes three observations on this interpretation. First, he argues that Husserl is seeking the alterity of the other, and does not reduce it by analogy with the ego. As Husserl puts it, other egos are not simple representations or objects represented within me, synthetic unities of a process of verification taking place within me, but precisely others, Husserl, quoted in Derrida, W.D. For Derrida, therefore, it is this appearance of the other as that which I can never be, this originary non-phenomenality, which is examined as the ego's intentional phenomenon. The intentionality which, in Husserl's thought, is aimed at the other is always mediated according to Derrida, who firmly rejects the idea of immediate access to the other on the grounds that such access would reduce the other to the same. Rather than seeing analogical representation as a problem, therefore, Derrida argues that it confirms and respects separation, the unsurpassable necessity of non-objective mediation. In this context, Derrida speaks of a double alterity or a double power of indefiniteness, the alterity of bodies and the alterity of the transcendent thing. The stranger, as an example of this double power, is infinitely other because by his essence no enrichment of his profile can give me the subjective face of his experience from his perspective, such as he has lived it. Never will this experience be given to me originally, like everything which is mere eigens, which is proper to me. This transcendence of the non-proper no longer is that of the entirety, always inaccessible on the basis of always partial attempts, transcendence of infinity, not of totality. Here Levinas falls into a trap. By eschewing the egological basis of our understanding of otherness, Derrida's position is Husserlian here, and by refusing the detour of mediation, in this respect Derrida is Hegelian, Levinas is left with no means of founding his own position. Derrida even conceives of such a foundation as an original act of transcendental violence, inescapable since there is no shelter from totality in infinity. Derrida's third argument is that, contrary to what Levinas suggests, Husserl never claims that the perception of the other can be given originaliter, and that this constitutes a dissymmetry between ego and alter that Levinas would find unacceptable. For Derrida, egoity and transcendence towards the other are mutually indispensable. In my ipseity I know myself to be other for the other, he writes. Without this, I, in general, egoity, unable to be the other's other, would never be the victim of violence. Ego and other, or, more precisely, ego and the transcendence toward the other, are, to Ruskin Hegelianism, dialectically related. This is why two seemingly antithetical statements can be equally and simultaneously true: the other is absolutely other if he is an ego, that is, in a certain way, if he is the same as I. Furthermore, the other as residential is simultaneously less other, not absolutely other, and less the same than I. Derrida grounds the seeming contradiction in the thought that the other cannot be absolutely exterior, to use Levinas' term, without losing its otherness. Instead of opposing infinity to totality, we should treat the relationship between the ego and the other, between identity and difference, as an economy or, more powerfully, as the transcendental origin of an irreducible violence. As Derrida argues that this transcendental origin, as the irreducible violence of the relation to the other, is at the same time non-violence, since it opens the relation to the other. It is an economy. And it is this economy which, by this opening, will permit access to the other to be determined, in ethical freedom, as moral violence or non-violence. Furthermore, any attempt to suspend this economy, which grounds the finitude of the ego, via the kind of eschatology envisioned by Levinas, would risk falling into the worst violence, which is an infinitist dogmatism in pre-Kantian style that cannot conceive of responsibility except as divine responsibility. Derrida's strategy in this text is therefore twofold: to use Husserl in order to critique Levinas' interpretation of Husserl, and to reread Husserl against Husserl. Derrida adopts Husserl's positioning of the ego as archifactuality or Tatsache, that is, the idea of the irreducibly ego essence of experience. While not wanting to fall into solipsism, Derrida sees both the alter ego and God as having meaning only in relation to an ego. Furthermore, while Derrida agrees with Husserl that egological life has as its irreducible and absolutely universal form the living present, he adds that only the alterity of past and future presents permits the absolute identity of the living present as the self-identity of non-self identity. Derrida, however, can argue this seeming contradiction and putative violation of the Husserlian thematic of presence only by invoking once again, as we have seen already in his interpretation of Husserl on time, unpublished against published works, and in this case the Cartesian Meditations. In the same way that the not now is constitutive of the now, War and peace, ego and alter, totality and infinity form a transcendental non-originary origin or generalist economy. It is not Husserl but Levinas who privileges the other. Similarly, the ego is privileged only as a result of Levinas' misinterpretation of Husserl. For Derrida, Husserl himself never falls into this error, at least not in his unpublished works. The gift of the other. The second significant encounter with Levinas did not take place until, when the essay entitled "At This Very Moment in This Work Here I Am" is written. It further elaborates Derrida's concept of the other while critiquing Levinas's subjectivism. The concept of the other is discussed here in relation to restitution, debt, gratitude, and trace. The concept of the other is linked to the structure of the gift and divorced from notions of restitution and debt. One gestures to the other, and answers the injunctive call of the other, within a relation of asymmetry. In other words, the self engages with the other on the basis that the other owes nothing and gives nothing that could be inscribed in the structure of the gift as either debt or restitution. Our engagement with the other is based on a positive affirmation of what Derrida calls the gift of the other, which, in not being part of the chain of restitutions, is beyond all restitution, dr., and thus escapes those relationships of exchange which are based on mutual, symmetrical reciprocity. Furthermore, Derrida argues that although the wholly other is incommensurably heterogeneous to the language of the present and the discourses of the same, it nevertheless always leaves a trace of it, dr. In this way, Derrida avoids ontologizing difference. He also avoids placing the differential structure of the other beyond any attempt to say or to mark its alterity within the economy of the same. Because the saying of the other cannot be contained in the said, there will always be in any text an excess of alterity or the unsaid. Language itself becomes open to the wholly other, and as a result every work and every writing dislocates both the subject and the signature. No operation belongs absolutely to a determined and determinable subjectivity that could be conceived of as an active agent in its production. The subject appears in the accusative case, and the link between the subject as he and the bearer of the name is other. What Derrida calls the other is a he which is not the subject, author, signer, proprietor of the work, but a he without authority before the name, and before any pronoun that would designate an identity. There is the other and its letting be, which allows both the past anterior and future anterior of the other to be irreducible. Derrida wants to emphasize that because his notion of the wholly other incorporates the always already past, in this way it will have drawn us toward an eschatology without philosophical theology, beyond it in any case, otherwise than it. By embedding his concept of the other in the past anterior, Derrida seeks to escape theology, and by embedding the other within the future anterior he wants to escape the problematic of both presence and ontology. His statement, "Here I am, I, come," constitutes a non-subjective response to the he, to the other. The I and the self occupy the space of the other by its very immanence. Presence is a property that both the self and the other lose in their constitution. What replaces presence, therefore, is the trace of the other. Derrida argues that the other as he will not have been, a, present, but he will have made a gift by not disappearing without leaving a trace. But leaving the trace is also to leave it, to abandon it, not to insist upon it in a sign. It is to efface it. In the concept of trace is inscribed in advance the retreat of effacement. The other is inscribed in the concept of trace as effacement, that is, the property of the other is not presence but its delimitation. The other appears by not appearing, and its gift is to leave a trace by not leaving it. In other words, Derrida wants a concept of the other which cannot be ontologist, historicist, or act as a lever of mastery and authority. As such it relies on effects, rather than marking and locating difference as a specific ontological category. The relationship with the other is based on the idea of a pre-originary differential structure, articulated through the concept of trace. Alterity and sexual difference. It is within this conception of alterity that the issue of sexual difference is raised. In both his second essay on Levinas and his interview with Christy MacDonald, Choreographies, Derrida makes it clear that his concept of difference can accommodate the issue of sexual difference, but only outside a subjectivist and ontological framework. He accuses Levinas of collapsing sexual difference into an economy of the same by making sexual difference as femininity secondary. For Derrida, difference is embedded in his concept of the other. His wholly other is at once beyond and anterior to sexual difference as inscribed in the opposition feminine/masculine. It must be emphasized here that Derrida seeks neither to neutralize nor supersede sexual difference, since that would align him with both the Hegelians and, to a certain extent, the Heideggerian sexual neutralization of Dasein. Derrida wants to avoid both the reductionism and the somewhat prescriptive positionality entailed by such oppositions as femininity/masculinity and homosexuality/heterosexuality/bisexuality, since what these represent remains undecidable, and concerns not only but also the line of cleavage between the two sexes. Once again Derrida uses the idea of the gift, as that which disturbs ontological categories, in order to conceptualize sexual difference outside of binary oppositions and beyond the dialectical categories of Western metaphysics. Both the structure and function of the gift make it difficult to define, say, femininity as part of the problematic of oppositional sexual difference. Furthermore, for Derrida, the ethical relationship to the other as other is independent of sexual difference but not asexual. In other words, since the wholly other is a concept neither marked nor determined by sexual difference, an ethical relationship with the other can take place in undetermined multiplicities of sexuality. Because Derrida, like Heidegger, wants the other to be sexually neutral but not devoid of sexuality, he avoids defining sexuality either biologically or anthropologically. Sexual difference is for him an effect rather than a determining factor. It is not anterior to the other as absolute alterity. On the contrary, the other makes possible both the polyvocity and irreducible multiplicity of sexual difference embedded in Derrida's concept of textuality. Textuality, insofar as it relates to sexual difference, is that which delimits such questions as the proper, property, and ownness. It is another instance of that asymmetrical relationship with the other which is not based on those traditional categories which inscribe sexual difference. In other words, the other represents not only a double asymmetry of sexual difference but also a relationship that, according to Derrida, goes beyond the grammar and spelling, shall we say, metaphorically, of sexuality. Derrida's earlier work on autobiography clarifies his position on sexual difference and its relation to the other. He argues there that the sex of the addressor awaits its determination by or from the other. It is the other who will perhaps decide who I am, man or woman. Nor is this decided once and for all. This idea that sexual identity is determined by the other has intimations of Sartre's theory of the determination of identity, in his example, Jewish identity, by the other. It has suffered understandably at the hands of critics for whom identity is also a personal and collective practice, Sartre. This position, which is consistent with Derrida's anti-humanism and anti-subjectivism, represents his reluctance to locate his thought within any logic of difference not derived from the absolute other. The title of the essay, Choreographies, also indicates Derrida's attempt to make the other independent of sexual difference. Like Matisse's painting of the dance, his dancers are asexual without being devoid of sexuality. Although they can be substituted and interchanged, they nevertheless joyously affirm the dance without ever escaping the circle of the absolute other. Just as Derrida seeks to break away from Levinas' theological notion of the other, which is based on an analogical relationship between man and God, so too he wants to conceive of the other outside the opposition feminine/masculine, SN. The relationship with the other is not determined by the sexual ascription of either the other or any determined subject, SN. Irigary's concern that women and men relate differently to the other, and that for the woman man is the other, is thus not addressed by Derrida. His other being structured like the gift, is non-gendered and has no connection with the problematic of mastery and authority. The Derridean gift is outside the circle of return, restitution, debt, gratitude, and reciprocity. Because the relation to the other is non-subjective, it escapes intersubjective ideas of reciprocity and exchange. What Derrida calls the wholly other has no contractual relationship to us, and thus escapes the demands of obligation and negotiation. Both the call of the other and the affirmative response to it take place before subjectivity is constituted. The idea of responding to the other is thus inscribed already in the other, which is charged with all the modes and forms of irreducible writing. The other, the gift, the politics and ethics of responsibility, and the other. The concept of the other as constructed by Derrida has implications for politics and associated ethical concepts. If altruity is the point from which to begin thinking politics, the idea that the polis and democracy embody the politics of presence and subjectivity needs to be deconstructed and thought anew from the perspective of the other. In the S. Derrida began to expound the implications of deconstruction for politics. These also came to the fore in his defense of Paul de Man in the late 80s, see bibliographical appendix. By linking deconstruction with anti-totalising and anti-totalitarian discourses of both the right and the left, Derrida attempts to associate deconstruction with ethico-political concerns. The politics that he argues for rests on a concept of responsibility which requires the experience of the undecidable as well as that irreducibility of the other. This means that before one answers and responds for oneself, one needs to do so to the other, about the other, for the other, not in his place as if in the place of another proper self, but for him. Derrida, therefore, places the other at the center of his political thought, and makes the subject answerable to the other and for the other. In Memoirs, Derrida also clarifies his notion that respect for the other is the first rule of any textual engagement with it and the basis of any ethico-political relation. To have respect for the other is to recognize the right to difference, in his relation to others but also in his relation to himself. This is to privilege the politics of difference above the politics of co-present and co-equal subjects. The politics of the other. In his essay entitled The Politics of Friendship, Derrida attacks the idea that reciprocity underpins the concept of friendship. He argues that it has given rise to a particular kind of politics and a specific concept of community and responsibility. Derrida has tackled the problematic of responsibility elsewhere, especially in his early text Dissemination, where he argues that the first effect of dissemination is to displace the dominance of the values of responsibility and individuality, d. At this stage, however, Derrida does not link this to a particular conception of politics. But in the early 80s he once again describes deconstruction as attempting to re-evaluate the indispensable notion of responsibility. Derrida incarnate, although he admits he has some difficulty in connecting deconstruction to existing political codes and programs, because they remain fundamentally within Western metaphysics. Seeking to connect deconstruction to a radical form of politics, Derrida injects the problematic of the other into the notions of responsibility, politics, and autonomy in order to radicalize them. His project, in sum, is to remove the residues of Western metaphysics from both the field of politics and the concept of freedom. His essay therefore constructs the other as the source of notions of response, responsibility, and freedom. Derrida argues that the other assigns us before the organized socius or any kind of natural or positive law arise, and engages us in that process of response which involves responsibility without freedom. In other words, the social and the political dimensions of selfhood are given over to the other, which nevertheless appears without seeming to do so. Consequently, such concepts as response, responsibility, and freedom become divorced from notions of autonomy and reflexivity. Freedom does not belong to us, but instead is given to us by the other, it is assigned to us by the other, from the other, before any hope of reappropriation permits us to assume this responsibility in the space of what could be called autonomy, pf. This assignation of responsibility by the other is a kind of political a priori, which predetermines conventional political concepts such as autonomy. Derrida also connects friendship to notions of promise, waiting and commitment. Deconstructing the idea that friendship is given in the present, he opens up the idea of responsibility to the future and the past. He removes the idea of being together, of co-presence, from ontological categories, especially those of the subject, and attributes the opening of the ontological space itself to something anterior to friendship, which again he connects to the idea of the trace. Friendship, as conceived of in the Greco-Roman philosophical tradition, valorizes reciprocity. By contrast, Derrida's idea of friendship is tied to his anti-subjectivism and his privileging of responsibility before the other. He therefore questions the association of response with responsibility. After examining the various modes of answering, he argues one answers for, or before, by answering first to. This last modality thus appears more original, more fundamental, and hence unconditional, pf. In order to institute this modality, or political a priori, Derrida makes the business of answering to the other encompassing both answering for an eself and answering before the other. One answers for oneself by answering to the other, and one answers before the other by answering to the other. In order to make this mode of answering fundamental, original, and anterior to all other modes, Derrida subsumes the question of response and responsibility under the category of the other. As usual, Derrida makes the I and the self variations of the same. By doing so he is led to argue that the oneself or myself supposes the unity, in other words the memory, of the one responding. This is often called the unity of the subject, but one can conceive such a synthesis of memory without necessarily having recourse to the concept of subject. Since this unity is never secured in itself as an empirical synthesis, the recognition of this identity is entrusted to the instance of the name, pf. Derrida here sidesteps the issues both of selfhood and recognition by arguing that they can be addressed only via the royal road of the other, whose memory is non-subjective. Derrida thus preserves the idea of the unity of memory, which enables at least a linguistic construction of oneself to emerge. Nevertheless, he still separates the whole issue from the concept of the subject by making the subject part of the problematic of the proper name. His idea of an anonymous memory untied from any particular subject remains, however, implausible. Derrida emphasizes that the response or answer to the other is more original for two reasons. First, one does not answer for oneself and in one's own name, one is not responsible except before devant the question, request, challenge, instance, or insistence of the other. Secondly, the proper name that structures the answering for oneself is in itself for the other, whether the other has chosen it, or whether because, in any case, it implies the other in the very act of naming, its origin, its finality, its use, pf. In other words, responding always presupposes the other in the relation to oneself, and this relationship is asymmetrical. Freedom is thus entrusted to the other, whose anteriority annuls the idea not only of autonomy but also of co-present and co-equal subjects. What we answer, to whom we answer, and in what modalities, all of these come from and are directed towards the other. As the source and destination of political, ethical, moral, and legal considerations, the other does not occupy any ontological space. In Derrida's schema, therefore, that ethical responsibility which we have to the other precedes our knowledge and recognition of it, and is independent of that notion of the self which grounds it in identity. The call of the other is both beyond recognition and intersubjective exchange. What requires us to answer to the other belongs to an ethics of injunction rather than an ethics of mutual recognition and respect. I take issue with Derrida's understanding of reciprocity, freedom/autonomy and recognition. For if we accept Derrida's notion that responsibility and politics are based on the other rather than reciprocity, then the structure of the other becomes problematic, because it is as self-referential as Derrida's concept of writing. As a non-concept, the other is beyond the subject and beyond being. The subject cannot act as a foundational principle of politics. If both the subject and the self are effects of the other, then the other becomes an all-powerful yet unknowable force, whose referent is nothing. The other begins to look as solipsistic as the Husserlian I which is transposed onto it. To negate the subject as an I, is to restrict the scope of subjectivity and its politics. I think that Derrida goes too far when he announces that the new thinking and the new politics are to be thought through the other not as mediating force but as an absolute heteronomy. The other thus allows us to take responsibility for responding to and answering the call. But these activities are impossible, because to respond to the other as subject is to eliminate the other's otherness and absolute externality. This leaves us with a self that responds and answers to the call of the other because it cannot fail to do otherwise. As Derrida puts it, all these furs make responsibility undeniable. There is some, one cannot deny it, one cannot / can only deny it on any put, k, Laudonniere precisely because it is impossible. This double non-logic of the other leaves little scope for the self to reflect upon an impossible possibility. In the final analysis, that regulatory mechanism which is entrusted to the other will always call for responsibility, even if the subject, as a self-reflecting and engaging agent, is no longer posse. Bellou. In a politics entrusted to the heteronomy of the other, however, the other will not merely guard but also determine ethico-political relations. By itself, the absent subject cannot solve either questions of power or processes of othering. For the other, as a quasi-transcendental structure, imposes its injunctive and interrogative power prior to the erection of political structures, and does so with an almost prophetic gesture. One cannot underestimate either the radicality of this gesture or the effect on a political concept of subjectivity when subjectivity itself is reduced to a sameness that denies alterity. The call and the asymmetrical relation between the self and the other. When interviewed by Richard Carney in Derrida argued that the rapport of self-identity is itself always a rapport of violence with the other, so that the notions of property, appropriation and self-presence, so central to logocentric metaphysics, are essentially dependent on an oppositional relation with otherness. In this sense, identity presupposes alterity, Derrida in Carney. Because Derrida, like Levinas, wants a non-violent, non-oppositional relation with the other, he is led to an ethical position of seeing the other as a notion beyond self-identity. By making alterity the foundational principle of identity, Derrida reverses the relation between them. Although he argues that the self should be conceived of as identified with, rather than opposed to, the other, he articulates this identification within a non-relational structure. Consequently, the other is conceived of not in terms of another I or a you, but in terms of a call. Answered in the affirmative, this call of the other determines the relation of the self to both itself and the other. This call of the other, and the affirmative answer to it, constitute the foundational principle of deconstruction. In associating deconstruction with affirmation, however, Derrida emphasizes that he does not mean that the deconstructing subject or self affirms. I mean that deconstruction is, in itself, a positive response to an alterity which necessarily calls, summons or motivates it. Deconstruction is, therefore, vocation, a response to a call. The other. As the other than self, the other that opposes self-identity, is not something that can be detected and disclosed within a philosophical space and with the aid of a philosophical lamp. The other precedes philosophy and necessarily invokes and provokes the subject before any genuine questioning can begin. It is in this rapport with the other that affirmation expresses itself. Derrida in Carney, smiley face. The other provokes and invokes the subject not so much to constitute itself, but in order to answer the call of the other. When the relation of the subject to itself is annulled, the relation of both the subject and the self to the other becomes a question that can be neither raised nor answered within conventional philosophical discourse. The issue of the lamp and light, as well as the sign, would subsequently preoccupy Derrida in the terrain of the theological. Who answers the call of the other becomes a vexing and unresolved question. Derrida does not consider the possibility of a reflective, as against an unreflective, answer to the call of the other. Neither the subject and the self nor their interrelation with the other is linked to the question of reflexivity. To whom is the call made? How does one answer it, and why? By making the answer to the call of the other conditional upon and prior to the emergence of the question of the subject, Derrida displaces rather than answers the question of subjectivity, which correspondingly is subsumed within the problematic of the other. The inness of the I does not relate to the other, for it effaces itself in the constitution of itself as I. Derrida thus avoids both the problem of narcissism and the cannibalization of the other simply by taking the subject out of the picture. When the self becomes subject to the demands of the other, what results can only be an ethics of submission. The absolute other increasingly resembles the absolute subject of Western metaphysics, and if so, then Derrida affects merely a transference of power rather than a radical break with the metaphysical residues of the logos. Both the self-transparency of the metaphysical subject and the transparency of the other are eliminated. But they are replaced only by a generalist other, which determines the subject's relation not only to itself but also to other subjects. If the subject as such must enter a process of reflection in order to know itself, then it must become an object to itself. The self, however, is not an object in the usual sense of the word. Reason, language, freedom, and imagination are proper to the subject, although Derrida would have us believe that all of them emanate from the other. The self can neither engage with nor answer the call of the other unless there is an instance of self-identity within non-identity. The self needs to be posited as other in order to emerge from its solipsism. The subject, in becoming an object to itself, divides itself, and by doing so becomes other. The question is whether this otherness is prior to and/or beyond the subject, or whether the subject is other and constitutes itself through the other. Derrida's position is that the other affects both the original dividing and the subsequent effacement of the self as self-identity. If so, then the whole question of self-reflexivity is eliminated, since the other becomes the locus of all processes, and is prior to all questions pertaining to the subject. In this theoretical schema, the subject cannot be written into Derrida's discourse except through the other. And only as an erased subject can it be written at all. The positing of the other as asymmetrical is seen most clearly when Derrida argues that it is beyond language and summons language, Derrida incarnate. Derrida's point in placing the other beyond language is to try to escape the connection between language and being. Instead of Heidegger's dictum that language is the house of being, Derrida institutes his own, namely, that because the other summons language, language speaks the other, Heidegger. This abstract, generalist, and non-linguistically constructed other aims at a nonviolent relationship with both the subject and the self. This is because the other dominates their relationship with it, and allows their emergence. In Derrida's schema, the total submission and dependence of the self on the other eliminates the possibility of violence. From narcissism to death. The possibility of self-reflection is dealt with in the context of the theory of narcissism. For Derrida, non-narcissism is in general but the economy of much welcoming hospitable narcissism, one that is much more open to the experience of the other as other. I believe that without a movement of narcissistic reappropriation, the relation to the other would be absolutely destroyed, it would be destroyed in advance. The relation to the other, even if it remains asymmetrical, open, without possible reappropriation, must trace a movement of reappropriation in the image of oneself for love to be possible. For example, love is narcissistic, po. Here Derrida admits that the problem of the relationship between self and other cannot be divorced from the question of self-relation and reappropriation. By conceiving of this only as the narcissistic component of love, Derrida fails to explore the concept of reflection in general and the way it operates in the myth of Narcissus. He thus fails to distinguish love of self from love of the other and their respective modalities. The story of Narcissus epitomizes not only auto-affection but also the myth of the moment when the image of the self qua object disappears. That is the moment of recognition, not only of oneself as other than the image, but also of the impossibility of achieving unity of the self both with the other and within love of self. Since what Narcissus longs for is nowhere, the object of his love eludes him forever. Being only a reflection, it has no substance, essence, or reality. Narcissus, falling in love with a double not recognized as such, sees that the image repeats him without repetition. The moment of discovery comes when Narcissus understands that he has fallen in love with himself. Recognizing that he cannot control the double, Narcissus arrives at self-knowledge through realizing the impossibility of uniting and possessing both himself and the other. What the myth of Narcissus expresses is this double impossibility, rather than the complete independence and asymmetry of the other in relation to the self. At this moment of self-understanding, Narcissus sheds tears which disturb the surface of the reflection and make the image of himself disappear. He thus recognizes the impossibility of fully possessing the object of desire or love except by a process of splitting of the self and self-identity. He cannot abandon a narcissistic love in which there is no other, distinct and separate from one's own self. Self and other merge in an impossible union of non-union. By becoming subjective, internalist and inward-looking, the self is unable to give the other independent existence. Moreover, the self is incapable of either positing itself as other or taking the place of another. Recognizing its own solitude, the self realizes that union with the other is impossible. Solitude, however, cannot be escaped through desire or love. The story of Narcissus shows how self relates to self through the mediation of reflection. Self-created, that reflection is other, insofar as the self is capable of positing itself as other. Not simply through the other, and dominated by it, but as part of a reflective process inseparable from the modalities of self-reflection. Moreover, the myth of Narcissus shows the limitations of modeling reflection on the mirror and fixity. In an interview with Didier Cohen, Derrida goes on to argue that there are little narcissisms, there are big narcissisms, and there is death in the end, which is the limit. Even in the experience, if there is one, of death, narcissism does not abdicate absolutely, po. By pluralizing narcissism, and speculating that death does not limit its possibilities, Derrida signals his willingness to accept a mode of self-relation that is not totally dominated or determined by the other. Having argued in the early 80s that deconstruction is not an enclosure in nothingness, but an openness towards the other, Derrida incarnate, Derrida now perceives this openness to the other as being moderated by an admission that love is narcissistic in character, and by the persistence of narcissism in the experience of death. This moderate position, however, is abandoned in his later work, especially in The Gift of Death, where theological overtones eliminate an earlier concern with the narcissistic moment of self-appropriation. The cinder as the remains of memory. In the mid-s, Derrida introduces cinder as an image for articulating a more advanced conception of the other. This represents a shift in emphasis rather than an abandonment of earlier conceptual models such as trace and writing. As Derrida himself explains, ashes or cinders are obviously traces. In general, the first figure of the trace one thinks of is that of the step, along a path, the step that leaves a footprint, a trace, or a vestige, but cinder renders better what I meant to say with the name of trace, namely, something that remains without remaining, which is neither present nor absent, which destroys itself, which is totally consumed, which is a remainder without remainder. That is, something that is not, po. By denoting merely a relation of what remains, the cinder is therefore unconnected to the question of being. The problematic to be is displaced by the question of to remain. Derrida argues that the cinder is not, this means that it testifies without testifying. It testifies to the disappearance of the witness, if one can say that. It testifies to the disappearance of memory. When I keep a text for memory, what remains there is apparently not cinders. Cinders is the destruction of memory itself. It is an absolutely radical forgetting, not only forgetting in the sense of the philosophy of consciousness, or a psychology of consciousness, it is even forgetting in the economy of the unconscious by repression. Repression is not forgetting. Repression keeps the memory. Cinders, however, is an absolute non-memory, so to speak. Thus, it communicates with that which in the gift, for example, does not even seek to get recognized or kept, does not even seek to be saved. Well, to say there are cinders is to say that in every trace, in every writing, and consequently in every experience, for me every experience is, in a certain way, an experience of trace and writing, In every experience there is this incineration, this experience of incineration which is experience itself, po. In being neither a recollection nor what is repressed, memory is neither a successful nor a failed act of subjective appropriation. It resides, rather, in the physical remains of an incineration. Derrida pursues this critique of memory and interiority in Of Spirit, where he deconstructs Heidegger's notion of spirit. In order to free it from subjectivist constraints, Derrida introduces the material concepts of fire, return, and promise. He suggests, for example, that memory is inscribed in a concept of spirit, which by keeping watch in returning and revenant, as a ghost will always do the rest. Through flame or ash, but as the entirely other, inevitably, os. Memory as the other is again that which appears as the physical remains of a conflagration, rather than what results from an interiorizing act of appropriation. The concept of the ghost will appear again in Spectres of Marx. From the ghosts of politics to the politics of ghosts. Derrida's long postponed deconstruction of Marxism, which was announced in Positions, is finally delivered in Spectres of Marx. Beginning with a consideration of time, it criticizes teleological accounts of history. And develops a concern with the question of justice. By figuring democracy in terms of the promise, it ironically proposes a new, virtual, international, and examines the notion of the spectral in Marx's own writings on history and ideology. It begins by playing on the phrase, "the time is out of joint," which Shakespeare's Hamlet utters after swearing to his father's ghost. Instead of offering a mundane political reading of this phrase, which would center on the circumstances of the late king's death and his brother's role in it, Derrida aims to show how the disarticulation of time is a precondition of justice itself. Neither the present moment nor a succession of temporal nows, Derrida's non-linear concept of time means that time is disarticulated or haunted, that is to say, burdened by debt and filled with promise. In this respect, justice is something we owe not only to the present generation, since this would generate merely a politics of friendship, but also to past generations, to whom we incur a debt, as does Hamlet to his father's ghost. Haunted by absences, time can therefore never be fully self-present. In Derrida's reading of Shakespeare's play, a problem which is peculiar to Hamlet is thus generalized as a quasi-ontological condition. Derrida uses this understanding of time to critique the then fashionable theses of Fukuyama on the end of history and the last man, Fukuyama. What haunts the S is the ghost of Marxism after the revolutionary year of. The question is how to exorcise it. Fukuyama's method is teleologically oriented. It is an amalgam of Hegel's notion of post-history and the struggle for recognition, the end of ideology as understood in the early 60s, and the idea that all ideologically significant conflict had come to an end. All that was left was the rather petty happiness of the last man. Fukuyama was forced to modify his thesis when post-history became more conflictual than had been anticipated and new ideological differences emerged. Fukuyama. Derrida's deconstructive force is directed against that teleological notion of history which Fukuyama borrows from Hegel. Ironically, Derrida's argument echoes Marx's comments on the Holy Alliance's hostility to revolutionaries inspired by the French Revolution. Fukuyama's new Holy Alliance, Derrida argues, is designed to exorcise the ghosts of the Russian Revolution in the context of a thesis concerning the end of history that Derrida describes as Christian eschatology. No shred of empirical history is allowed to spoil the happy ending, in which all the ghosts are exorcised and a happy neoliberalism reigns. The larger and less polemical question is what remains of Marxism, or, in Derrida's playful formulation, whither Marxism? What needs to be salvaged from the end of Marxism is an eschatological spirit which is not so much Christian as messianic. The notion of promise, a certain experience of the emancipatory promise, is irreducible to any deconstruction, SM. This notion of promise enables Derrida to conceive of justice as beyond the exchange of equivalents, and of democracy as something which is to come. It lies at the heart of what Derrida calls repeatedly a messianism without the messianic. Messianic promise inscribes otherness in the present, the otherness of a past and a future. This otherness links Derrida's newly politicist notions of the promise and responsibility, justice and democracy to his previous work as well as to the legacy of Marxism. Deconstruction is faithful to a certain spirit of Marxism because it inscribes the possibility of the reference to the other, and thus of radical alterity and heterogeneity, of differentiae, of technicity and of ideality in the very event of presence, in the presence of the present that it disjoins a priori, sm. Alterity thus disjoins time, and in a way that is first determined messianically rather than politically. This does not prevent Derrida, however, from making a political recommendation in the form of his proposal for a new international, designed to replace that one-sided version of globalization which neoliberalism proposes. Derrida calls it an alliance without institutions, because horizontal alliances of co-present citizens would violate that condition of disjuncture enacted by the deconstructive event. Such an alliance is directed also against the idea of co-present nationals, because Derrida aims to disjoin the state and the nation as they exist in modern Western politics. He proposes an extension of international law so that it can intervene in supranational processes, in the same way as human rights law has been extended within national processes in order to facilitate legal intervention, sm. pages. It is hard not to see New International as a kind of leftist version of the idea of a global civil society, see Falk. If so, then although the scheme may be utopian, it is less messianic than the original idea of the promise appears to indicate. In fact, the project of a legalization and democratization of world society is a lively topic in contemporary jurisprudence and political science, casses, held. From the death of the subject to the subject through death as promise. In Memoirs for Paul de Man, Derrida deals with the death of a specific other, namely his friend and colleague. He argues that if death comes to the other, and comes to us through the other, then the friend no longer exists except in us, between us. In himself, by himself, of himself, he is no more, nothing more. He lives only in us. But we are never ourselves, and between us, identical to us, a self is never in itself or identical to itself. This specular reflection never closes on itself. It does not appear before this possibility of mourning, before and outside the structure of allegory and prosopopoeia which constitutes in advance all being in us, in me, between us, or between ourselves. This relation to the other, therefore, rests not on a concept of the self as self-identity, but on a kind of mourning or endless reflection that never closes on itself. Death is not something that happens to a subject, but comes to us through the other. The death of the other as a concrete other subjectivity is not a given in Derrida's thought. Neither to speak of the other, nor to speak in or of the memory of self and other, is possible, because all speaking and writing are testamentary in nature, and open to endless future possibilities or comings. My friendship with Paul de Man, Derrida declares, would have allowed me to say all of this before his death. And everything that we inscribe in the living present of our relation to others already carries, always, the signature of Memoirs from Beyond the Grave. The other speaks to us, in us, for us, and of us, beyond the grave and the life of a given, determined subjectivity. The finitude of memory, like finitude in general, can merely take the form of the trace of the other in us, the other's irreducible precedence, in other words, simply the trace, which is always the trace of the other, the finitude of memory, and thus the approach or remembrance of the future. If there is a finitude of memory, it is because there is something of the other, and of memory as a memory of the other, which comes from the other and comes back to the other, mpm. Since this structure can never be totalized, the questions of memory and mourning are determined by the other. Consequently, there can be no true mourning, even if truth and lucidity always presuppose it, and, in truth, take place only as the truth of mourning. The truth of the mourning of the other, but of the other who always speaks in me before me, who signs in my place, the hypogram or epitaph being always of the other, and for the other. Which also means, in the place of the other. The notion that the subject is determined by the abyssal structure of the other leads Derrida to relinquish in advance notions of its autonomy, for if the subject is determined through either the other or its death, then autonomy gives way to the idea that the subject arises in response to the cinders that constitute the other. Furthermore, that the me or us, of which we speak, both arise and are delimited in this way, only through this experience of the other, and of the other as an other who can die, is this memory of the other deposited as me or us. Consequently, his terrible solitude, which is mine or ours at the death of the other, constitutes that relationship to self which we call me, us, between us, subjectivity, intersubjectivity and memory. This means that the possibility of death happens, so to speak, before these different instances, and makes them possible. Or, more precisely, the possibility of the death of the other as mine or ours informs any relation to the other and the finitude of memory. Memory is designated through the concept of a trace which is unconnected to presence, but constituted as such by traces of a past that has never been present, traces which themselves never occupy the form of presence and always remain, as it were, to come from the future, from the to come in order to engage with the to come. Derrida elaborates the idea of the ghost as that which, although future-oriented, cannot be cut off from a past which does not constitute a stage in the past as presently understood. Derrida argues that ghosts always pass quickly, with the infinite speed of a furtive apparition, in an instant without duration, presence without present of a present which, coming back, only haunts. The ghost, le revenant, the survivor, appears only by means of figure or fiction, but its appearance is not nothing, nor is it a mere semblance. The ghost that haunts is a concept of the other which again escapes the demand for presence. Appearance is replaced by semblance, and the phenomenal world is inhabited by the furtive figures of those ghosts, the survivors, which cannot be exorcised. The other always survives, and returns to disrupt any attempt to substitute to be for the question of to come. Beyond ontology and beyond phenomenality, the ghost always haunts. The connection between the other and promise encompasses language, because language is inscribed in the notion of promise. Derrida. Memory and promise are likewise connected, insofar as memory is promise, and the promise prohibits the gathering of being in presence, being even its condition. The condition of the possibility and impossibility of eschatology, the ironic allegory of messianism. Derrida here suggests replacing the certainty of logos with the ironic allegory of messianism. The point of associating irony and allegory with messianism is to give it that radical turn which eschatology denies. In the land of deconstruction, Derrida remarks, the prophets are not far away, see Derrida, in Carney. Why then does he valorize messianism? I think that Derrida, by connecting the other with the promise, attempts to oppose a presence-oriented logos with a prophetic messianism which is future-oriented. Unlike Heidegger, Derrida argues that being gives what cannot be given in a present, because it has the structure of the gift, which does not occur without the aporia of the promise. Thus, for Derrida there is no gift except on the aporetic condition that nothing is given that is present and that presents itself as such. The gift is only a promise and a promised memory. Here the future of mnemosyne promise is what pledges beyond death, beyond what we call, without knowing of what or of whom we speak, death. It involves, in reverse, the other, dead in us, from the first moment, even if no one is there to respond to the promise or speak for the promise. Consequently, because a promise has meaning and gravity only with the death of the other, mpm, it is made in the name of the other. The politics of responsibility. In the late Derrida attempted to take into account the issue of responsibility, which raises questions about the political and ethical implications of his thought. In his defense of Paul de Man, like the sound of the sea deep within a shell, Paul de Man's war, Derrida raises the issue of the relationship between responsibility, memory, and the other. The controversy surrounding Paul de Man and Derrida's reaction to it was fierce. See bibliographical appendix. In this essay he associates responsibility with responding to unforeseeable appeals. that is to appeals from / of the other that are addressed to us even before we decide on them. The other summons us before we decide to engage with it. Once again, the question of the promise is at the center of Derrida's thought. Memory of the past is marked as an experience of the promise. As a promise to and from the other, it is excessive, unconditional, and impossible. In other words, it promises more than it can keep. The irony here is that when Derrida, as a concrete subject, defends Paul de Man, as a concrete other, he takes up the call of the other, which he has to answer unconditionally within the impossibility of a promise. Derrida himself uses the affirmative yes when asked to respond to accusations leveled against Paul de Man. As a result, problems in his notion of the other are displayed. For in dealing with Paul de Man as concrete other, Derrida embarks on a contextual analysis of his wartime writings. By analyzing the historical and political specificity of the period, it aims to situate Paul de Man historically, politically, linguistically, culturally, and ideologically. Here Derrida's abstract and ontologist other fails to dispense with those worldly aspects which embed a given subjectivity in historical specificity. He tries to contextualize de Man within a wider family, professional, social and cultural milieu, in which literature is taken to be what represents that double edge or double bind which undoes de Man's discourse. Derrida uses this phrase to denote how each term of this division never comes to rest in a monadic identity. Derrida's analysis of de Man's writings attributes intention to their author, and places their narrative in context. Nevertheless, he sees context as a dangerous limit when it remains vague and silent instead of demarcating and framing a discourse, see, MPM, especially. Derrida, however, takes up the challenge to answer for de Man. In doing so, he talks about de Man's writings as reflecting the life of an agonizing and suffering intellectual. This is achieved, however, through indirection, since what makes the wartime articles part of de Man's oeuvre is the signature of de Man rather than the writings themselves. By certifying the authorship of those writings, the signature bears the seal of responsibility for them, even though Derrida concedes the possibility of editorial intervention. He attempts to dissociate the memory of Paul de Man from the concrete subject. In this way, the response he effects so radically does not fail to be one of responsibility, and this comes from the other rather than a subject. In this spirit, Derrida places his own, and indeed all, interpretation within the structure of the other, as that which goes and returns only to the other, without any possible reappropriation, for anyone, of his own voice or his own face. This makes responsibility impossible, since responsibility, if there is any, requires the experience of the undecidable as well as that irreducibility of the other, some of whose names are transference, prosopopea, allegory. There are many others. Before answering, responding for oneself, and for that purpose, in order to do so, one must respond, answer to the other, about the other, for the other, not in his place as if in the place of another proper self, but for him. My ellipsis here, my economical aphorism, is a thought for all these furs that make responsibility undeniable. There is some, one cannot deny it, one cannot / can only deny it on any put, k, latinere precisely because it is impossible. Derrida here denounces any connection between responsibility and the self by making the self answerable to the other, which remains free of any subjective willingness or unwillingness to respond. In emphasizing the ruptures and discontinuities in de Man's work, Derrida wants to avoid totalizing it in a way that makes altérité part of any textual function. He tries to formulate some rules about the relationship with and treatment of the other. His first rule is respect for the other, that is, for his right to difference, in his relation to others but also in his relation to himself. This means not only respect for the right to error but also respect for the right to a history, a transformation of oneself and one's thought that can never be totalized or reduced to something homogeneous, and those who practice this reduction give a very grave ethico-political example for the future. It is also respect of that which, in any text, remains heterogeneous and can even, as is the case here, explain itself on the subject of this open heterogeneity while helping us to understand it. We are also the heirs and guardians of this heterogeneous text, even if, precisely for this reason, we ought to maintain a differentiated, vigilant, and sometimes critical relation to it. His second rule is what he calls the regulating ideal, which is to avoid producing or reproducing the logic of totalitarian discourses. Here again Derrida associates deconstruction with absolute difference, and with that respect for it which heralds the politics of difference as against the politics of accusation. Derrida attacks totalitarian discourses because they involve accusation and anathema. By imputing homogeneity to those wartime texts, they accuse de Man peremptorily of crudely pro-fascist sympathies and anti-Semitic tendencies. Arguing on the contrary that de Man's discourse is constantly split, disjointed, engaged in incessant conflicts, mpm, Derrida represents de Man's texts as heterogeneous. Consequently, they are determined not by an ideological figuration that would totalize them, but by a concern for that independent domain of literature where the denunciation of literary texts on political grounds is forbidden. Derrida thus turns back upon de Man's critics the very accusation which they themselves are levelling against him, namely, that they are the ones engaged in a kind of totalizing political judgment that ignores both literary value and literary autonomy. If de Man can be shown to have resisted this option during the Second World War, then what light does this shed on those detractors of deconstruction who now link deconstruction with fascism and Nazism? Furthermore, as a Francophile from Flanders, de Man had literary preferences that made him as much a nationalist of French culture as a Flemish nationalist. And Flemish nationalism was already fissured, insofar as it was both anti-French and anti-German. Finally, Derrida shows how de Man reveals his support for the independence of literature by including in the canon certain figures which an explicitly political judgment had excluded. In arguing for their inclusion, de Man lifts the accused ones of the avant-garde out of repression's way and does so in an exemplary fashion. Since the list could be extended indefinitely, Derrida tries to defend de Man against the charge of anti-Semitism by showing that he protected the avant-gardists by canonizing them. The tier, beyond the visible and the invisible. In the Derrida began to refine his concept of the other as something outside the categories of seeing and knowing, of memory and recognition, and of gift, debt, and restitution. In Memoirs for the Blind he again raises the issue of the other, and sees it as connected not simply to the call but to a kind of imploration. Imploration is directed towards the other within a structure of asymmetry rather than adequation as a gesture of repaying a debt or atoning for a sin through punishment. The other is now inscribed within the new concept of the unbeseen, which connects it again both to the trait and the not yet visible. In this way, Derrida attempts to construct the other beyond those concepts of representation and reflection which would entrap it in an object-subject relation. After beginning this work with the question of faith, Derrida ends by conceiving of sight through the concept of tears that see. His answer to the question "Do you believe?" is rather enigmatic. I don't know, one has to believe, MB. Faith is here an imperative that denotes both belief and disbelief. Faith goes beyond certainty by being a precondition for questioning it. Like his earlier image of the tain in the mirror, the tear both prohibits vision and makes it possible because the tear is more proper to man than sight. Caputo. Memoirs of the Blind, the Self-Portrait, and Other Ruins merits extensive analysis because it deals with how notions of vision, representation, reflection and memory relate to the other. In this complex work, Derrida makes use of dreams, paintings, drawings, autobiographical, biblical, philosophical, poetic, mythical and other texts and narratives in order to question sight and blindness. By connecting blindness and writing, and what he later calls the trait, with the other, he ends up conceiving of the other as an invisibility which preconditions both blindness and sight. As he has done already in The Truth in Painting, and in the later works, Derrida questions the possibility of theorizing representation and vision in a way that would not entail the kind of blindness that gives itself over to anticipation, promise, waiting, imploring, withdrawing and reserve, and which treats the other as a simulacrum of sensible visibility. He takes the drawing and painting of sight and blindness as emblematic of the way in which vision has been represented within Western thought. At the origin of drawing, he argues, we should place allegory and ruins are there than representation. To conceive of every drawing as given over to the speech and gaze of the other is again to annul the origin as an archie, and to make representation impossible. MB. The gaze of the other disrupts and disjoins the connection between knowing and seeing, between blindness and vision. The gaze of the other does not enter into a discernible relation with the subject. This is because we are unable to see the gaze of the other, since it remains part of the invisible, and as such cannot be given over to sight and representation. Derrida also disconnects vision from memory as a representation and reappropriation of the other. In its place he institutes the notion of blindness within memory, and in doing so not only divorces recognition from seeing, but also seeing from the positing of a subject or an object. Derrida rejects the theological order of the visible by arguing that because representation remains inaccessible it draws on a quasi-transcendental resource, MB. Representation carries death within itself, and the relationship between subject and object is not one of appropriation but of disappearance. Since the object has an invisibility that it reserves, MB, it is something which one sees without seeing. Derrida outlines a logic of the invisible which is both transcendental and sacrificial. The first, as the invisible possibility of every representation, would be disconnected from representation in general. The second would be that sacrificial event which would represent this unrepresentable, MB. The event which can give rise to the speech of narrative, to myth, prophecy, or messianism, MB, takes place between these two. Once again, therefore, Derrida connects the logic of the invisible with a future-oriented prophecy and messianism, and emphasizes his radical departure from notions of presence. The prophetic is conceived of as a way of avoiding entrapment in the philosophy of presence. His logic of the invisible is further enabled by his concept of the trait, which does not conform to what is presently visible, to what would be set in front of me as a theme, MB. The trait must proceed in the night, he asserts. It escapes the field of vision. Not only because it is not yet visible, but because it does not belong to the realm of the spectacle, of spectacular objectivity, and so that which it makes happen or come advenire cannot in itself be mimetic. The heterogeneity between the thing drawn and the drawing trait remains abyssal. Furthermore, the night of this abyss can be interpreted in two ways. As a reserve of visibility, or as radically and definitely foreign to the phenomenality of the day. This heterogeneity of the invisible to the visible can haunt the visible as its very possibility, MB. The abyssal structure of object, subject, and source is expressed in absolute heterogeneity as a haunting. Derrida further radicalizes his concept of the other by developing his notion of the ghost to explore this haunting of the visible by the invisible. According to Derrida, the draftsman always sees himself to be prey to that which is each time universal and singular and would thus have to be called the unbeseen, as one speaks of the unbeknownst. He calls it, is called, fascinated, or recalled by it. Memory or not, and forgetting as memory, in memory and without memory, MB. There is thus invisibility in both memory and the other as the invisible. It is constructed as a series of calls, which constitutes memory as inconceivable in terms of an equation between what one remembers and the remembered. Called and recalled, both from the one that calls, and the one to whom the call is made, this unbeseen appears to be outside the constraints of memory and recall. A kind of exchange goes on, however, between these two sites of calling, even though Derrida refuses to conceive of them as belonging to both the subject and the other, since to do so would be to hypostatis the subject. In order to avoid the fixity of the point of view, Derrida questions the whole problematic of vision by transferring it to the invisible expressed in a call. Derrida continues to deconstruct the concept of vision in Western metaphysics by raising the question of sight, J, and by divorcing sight and insight from the model of seeing. Derrida treats both knowing and seeing as a kind of writing which writes without seeing. In his interpretation of a painting depicting a blind man, Derrida raises the question of reflection. He distinguishes reflection from self-reflection by seeing it as a strange flexion of the arm or reflection of the fold, a silent auto-affection, a return to oneself, a sort of soul-searching of self-relation without sight or contact. It is as if the blind man, referring to himself with his arm folded back, there where Narcissus, inventing a mirror without image, lets it be seen that he does not see. He shows himself, he shows up, but to the other. He shows himself with his finger as blind, MB. Such self-relation is narcissistic only to the extent that it invents a mirror without image, and thus cannot represent or reappropriate itself within reflection. The image of the self is a non-image, a non-self relation that anchors itself on self-reflection. Narcissus shows himself to the other as blind, as devoid of the power and certainty of his own reflection. A non-reflexive self is devoid of that reflexive self-relation which, inscribed in a kind of blindness, allows the other to determine self-relation outside the philosophy of reflection. This kind of blindness allows for the possibility of seeing within that labyrinthine and nocturnal structure which Derrida wants to foreground. Blindness also constitutes language, in so far as it speaks of itself and is a condition of all relations of seeing and knowing. Complete revelation and conversion is a model used in Christian iconography, through which it tries to eliminate its own blindness, its own other. Derrida argues that this kind of iconography encapsulates that Western tradition of the Greek logos which relates seeing to knowing. Reinterpreting this iconographic model, Derrida emphasizes the importance of the outstretched hand of the blind man, which prevents the accident of his fall. He takes this as a sign that one must always recall the other hand or the hand of the other, because all representation, seeing and knowing originate in otherness, MB. For Derrida, seeing is connected to an interiority which cannot sever itself from the external other. It is not the Christian sort of interiority, which asserts the uniqueness and singularity of that individual self which brackets out the other, or relates to the other within a structure of symmetry and exchangeability. Questions of representation, gift, and giving become part of this structure. Instead of defending representational fidelity, Derrida argues that there is debt or gift at the origin of the Graphein, MB, and that in this gift there is a sort of redrawing, a withdrawing, or retreat, at once the interposition of a mirror, an impossible reappropriation or mourning, the intervention of a paradoxical Narcissus, sometimes lost en abîme, in short, a specular folding or falling back repli, and a supplementary trait, MB. This reappropriation makes not only self-representation but also representation in general impossible. Derrida's concept of the trait does not follow and does not conform to what is presently visible, to what it would be set in front of me as a theme, MB. Accordingly, self-portraits, self-narrations, self-revelations, and self-relation all become impossible. For like memoirs, the self-portrait always appears in the reverberations of several voices. And the voice of the other orders or commands, makes the portrait resound, calls it without symmetry or consonance, MB. Since the other cannot be made part of the phenomenal world, it becomes a plurivocal voice, which commands us within an asymmetrical relation. Furthermore, the other, over there, remains irreducible, because he resists all interiorization, subjectification, idealization in a work of mourning. This is why the ruse of narcissism never comes to an end, MB. Devoid of an image, the mirror of Narcissus resembles the Platonic kura, which acts as a threshold of reception that enables a happening, an event to occur without actor or reflection being the determining factors. For Derrida, a law of impossible and blinding reflexivity relativizes and prohibits a clear-cut separation between the subject, object and its reflection, MB. Although Memoirs for the Blind constructs the other within a transcendental framework, Derrida refuses to give it directly theological overtones by refusing to connect it to that absolute other, God. Instead, the theological motif is carried by the construction of otherness as a gift. The gift is not part of the return and repaying of a debt, because our debt to the other is not only bottomless, MB, but also remains outside symmetrical and representational relations. This asymmetry within self-relations signifies in part our failure to recapture the presence of the gaze outside the abyss into which it is sinking, MB. In other words, the gaze of the other is independent, external, and beyond the field of vision. From the moment of the first gaze, writes Derrida, the image always originates in ruin. Ruin is the self-portrait, this face looked in the face as the memory of itself, what remains or returns as a spectre from the moment one first looks at oneself and a figuration is eclipsed. The figure, the face, then sees its visibility being eaten away, it loses its integrity without disintegrating. For the incompleteness of the visible monument comes from the eclipsing structure of the trait, from a structure that is only remarked, pointed out, impotent and incapable of being reflected in the shadow of the self-portrait, MB. Notions of reflection and recognition, inscribed within the structure of a ruin, reveal our inability to present and represent the image either as face or figure. According to Derrida, the naked face cannot look itself in the face, it cannot look at itself in a looking glass, MB. In the place of reflection and thus recognition, Derrida institutes the idea of the mirror. Without an image. He speaks of that transcendental ruin of the eye which one tries to exorcise by mirrors, telescopes, glasses, binoculars, monocles, etc. MB. Vision is again entrusted to the other, as is the connection between seeing and knowing. Both the invisibility of the other and the abyssal structure of representation signal Derrida's attempt to move towards a transcendental concept of the other independent of notions of reflection. The simulacrum is inevitable, because the desire for self-presentation is never met, it never meets up with itself, and that is why the simulacrum takes place. Never does the eye of the other recall this desire more sovereignly to the outside and to difference, to the law of disproportion, dissymmetry, and expropriation. And this is memory itself, MB. Because imploration is characteristic of the eye, tears, and not sight are its essence, MB, Caputo. Moreover, Derrida argues, that, contrary to what one believes one knows, the best point of view, and the point of view will have been our theme, is a source point and a watering hole, a water point which thus comes down to tears. The blindness that opens the eye is not the one that darkens vision. The revelatory or apocalyptic blindness, the blindness that reveals the truth of the eyes, would be the gaze veiled by tears. It neither sees nor does not see, it is indifferent to its blurred vision. It implores, first of all in order to know from where these tears stream down and from whose eyes they come to well up. From where and from whom this morning or these tears of joy? This essence of eye, this eye of water? MB. By losing his sight man does not lose his eyes, it is only then that man begins to think the eyes, MB. The field of vision is replaced by that film of tears which recalls the other as the non-visible visibility. Both recognition and representation are thus part of the unbeseen of the other. The other as gift. Since Derrida sees the other as structured like a gift, he problematizes the incompatibility between gift and exchange in order to raise both the problematic of giving and to criticize the logic of relation and exchange which underpins logocentric thinking. By deconstructing the gift as traditionally conceived, he can formulate the other as gift-like in structure, and therefore as functioning without return, exchange, reciprocity, symmetry, debt, responsibility, equivalence, or restitution. The other can then be connected to blindness, which sacrifices sight in order to submit to a faith that commands and precedes fidelity. The gift becomes disconnected from that circle of credit, debt, calculability, and exchange in which the gift is conceivable only in terms of a repayment of debt or a restitution of what is owned. In Derrida's formulation, the gift escapes these demands, and becomes associated with excess, expenditure, destruction, absolute loss, secrecy and sacrifice, all of which entail a rejection of restitution, correspondence, rational calculation, equivalence, and symmetry. Cf. Derrida's early reading of Bellou from Restricted Economy, a Hegelianism without reserve in W.D. The construction of the other as gift serves at least 7 purposes. First, it enables a positive and affirmative response to the other before any determinant process of differentiation. Second, it renders the other independent of all the categories of presence. Third, by submitting all thought to the radically, irreducibility, and heterogeneity of the other, it places the subject under the category of the other. Fourth, it entrusts all modes of alterity to the gift. Fifth, it makes the other the deconstructive category of all forms of identity. Sixth, it deconstructs those political, ethical, socio-economic, and cultural forms of thinking which are based on a concept of exchange with its rationality of calculability, restitution and balance. Seventh, it radicalizes the concept of being and time. Whereas the self becomes subsumed under the other relates to the self by means of asymmetry, dissymmetry, and verticality. As noted already, Derrida deconstructed Heidegger's idea of being as es gibt very early in his career, although it is a theme he returns to in the early s. In the postcard, for instance, he asserts that when being is thought on the basis of the gift of the es gibt, the gift itself is given on the basis of something, which is nothing, which is not something, it would be. Like an envoy which, of course, does not send this or that, which sends nothing that is a being, a present. Not to whoever, to any addressee as an identifiable and self-present subject. While retaining the anti-subjectivism of Heidegger, Derrida goes further by conceiving of the other as beyond the thought of being, as an indivisible sending of being without relay, delay, eruption, etc. Ontic. Ontological difference is replaced by the thought of the other beyond being. Derrida intends to separate the gift from those philosophies of phenomenality or knowledge which are based on a notion of the gift as that which sets into circulation an economic, political, judicial, ethical, and cultural system, based on exchange as reciprocity and equivalence. In that conceptual system, the gift creates an obligation and a debt which has to be repaid, and as such it is kept in memory. For Derrida, this concept of debt and repayment permeates the structures of Western thinking, which is based on logos, both as practical and speculative reason. Derrida offers both a genealogy of the gift and a reorientation of it away from subjectivity, symmetry, and equivalence. The gift of time. In given time, I counterfeit money. Derrida signals his attempt to make these questions part of a general critique of morality, ethics, justice, politics, and socio-economic thinking which will strike at the core of Western thought. The gift escapes the economy of exchange because it cannot take place between two subjects exchanging objects, things, or symbols, GTK. Prior to any conscious or unconscious relation to the subject, the gift is thus prior also to the determinations of being as substantial being, subject or object, GTK. Derrida even admits to being tempted to say that a subject as such never gives or receives a gift, GTK. A more radical departure from his early anti-subjectivism is signaled when Derrida speaks of the gift as preceding being. Subject and object thus become products of the gift. Before it can emerge, both must be absent, because the subject and the object are arrested effects of the gift, arrests of the gift. At the zero or infinite speed of the circle, GTK. The thinking of the gift remains once more at the limits of the impossible. It involves faith, promise, and a rethinking of a kind of transcendental illusion of the gift, which gives by giving nothing that can be conceived of within the paradigm of presence. Neither what it is or was, the gift exists in the condition of not being or appearing to be the gift of anything that is or that is present, having come from someone and being given to someone, GTC. The gift is merely a possibility at the limits of logos, marked a priori by excessiveness, measurelessness, and exaggeration. Disconnected from time, it becomes inscribed in a time determined by a term, in other words, a rhythm, a cadence that escapes the circle of give and take in equal measures. As such it becomes associated with forgetful expenditure, dissemination without return, and ashes. To give, the giving, the given, the one who gives, all are disassociated from the exchange paradigm. In this way, Derrida critiques the socio-economic logic of an exchange paradigm which emphasizes economic rationalism and calculability, and a capitalism which fetishizes surplus value, production, and consumption. At the same time, he criticizes a system of justice which is based on the logic of equivalence between giving and taking, debt and duty. He argues instead for a system of justice, morality, and ethics which affirms the excess of the gift and lets the gift overflow, GTC, and does so without reinscribing the gift within the logic of relation and exchange. As a further consequence, morality is freed from calculability and associated with excess in the form of excessive generosity. Since neither the gift nor the event can give evidence of themselves, they cannot become part of the logic of give and take, for they can only promise themselves, GTC, N. A pre-originary giving is part of the problematic of the trace and dissemination. A gift can take place, along with the excessive forgetting or the forgetful excess that is radically implicated in the gift, GTC. The gift must remain unforeseeable, but remain so without keeping itself, writes Derrida. It must let itself be structured by the aleatory, because this enables the gift to escape the programmed and conditioned movement of logocentric thought, because the gift and the event obey nothing, except perhaps principles of disorder, that is, principles without principles. They have the status of incalculable or unforeseeable exception, without general rule, without program, and even without concept, GTC. Every gift relation is characterized by luck, chance, and the aleatory. Contingency structures the gift. Whereas previously the other has been an abstraction, in this work Derrida analyses what could be called a concrete instance of it. Beggars asking for alms signify the absolute demand of the other, the inextinguishable appeal, the unquenchable thirst for the gift. The demand of the other cannot be inscribed within that distributive form of justice which Derrida sees as part of an economic and symbolic system, which transforms alms into an exchangeist, even contractual arrangement. Such arrangements give rise to the belief that calculation enables one to acquit one's debts and obligations to the other. In contrast, the demand which comes from the other, as Derrida understands it, is limitless and measureless, and thus exceeds calculative and speculative reason. Consequently, when one sees the other see, and thus the seeing eyes of the other, these seeing eyes are no longer simply seen. Inversely, if they are seen, visible, and not seeing, they become invisible as seeing eyes and secrete, in this regard, or encircle the spectator's blindness. Likewise, when one sees the eyes, when they become invisible as such, one no longer sees them see, one no longer sees them seeing. Whence the act of memory and, one again, the act of faith, of credit, of belief, even of credulity that is inscribed in the most immediate intuition of the crossed gaze. The encounter with the other thus involves faith, credit, and a kind of blindness that allows for no recognition that would either see and appropriate the other or keep it in memory. Since the subject determines all the categories of Western metaphysics, heteronomy rather than autonomy determines our relation to the other. Being outside fraternal politics, the other eludes attempts to absorb it into a logic of relation and exchange. Both the encounter with and giving to the other are placed within a structure of forgetting, which is embedded in the notion of the gift as remaining restance without memory, without permanence and consistency, without substance or subsistence. At stake is the rest that is, without being, it, beyond being, epikenetes. The secret of that about which one cannot speak, but which one can no longer silence. Derrida uses this secret to connect the other with that which will remain eternally unreadable, absolutely indecipherable, even refusing itself to any promise of deciphering or hermeneutic. The other and the gift, moreover, do not belong to speculative or practical reason. The gift should remain a stranger to morality, to the will, perhaps to freedom, at least to that freedom that is associated with the will of a subject. It should remain a stranger to the law or to the ilfo, you must, you have to, of this practical reason. It should surpass duty itself, duty beyond duty. The other, in its relation to duty, is beyond duty as a prescriptive, proceduralist, generalist or Kantian ethics. Both the gift and the event share the condition of being outside the law, which is characterized by unforeseeability, surprise, an absence of anticipation or horizon, the excess with regard to reason, either speculative or practical. This construction of the gift again introduces prophetic and transcendental motifs, cf. the notion of misericordia, but within a secular framework that becomes harder and harder to sustain. Although it would be difficult to build a social security system on the notion of the gift as Derrida describes it, it is an idea that certainly illuminates the kind of vengeful thinking which says that our gift/bet must be repaid in full and immediately by work and austerity measures, e.g. workfare systems and austerity measures being instituted, the demonization of the participants in the recent riots in Britain, Greece, Spain, Italy, and France, the vengeful justice meted out to participants in the British riots, and the politics of resistance of the indignados of Spain, Portugal, and Greece. The gift of death. Derrida's turn toward messianic thinking is most evident in the gift of death, where he analyzes his indebtedness to and his departure from what he calls Judeo-Christian and Islamic thought. Derrida takes Christianity's notion of the mysterium tremendum as an aspect of Western thought which retains the connections between secret and mystery, faith, and responsibility as an experience of the sacrificial gift. It allows the other and the gift to emerge as concepts outside the categories of incorporation and repression, giving and taking. The other gives giving in a pre-originary sense that allows for no symmetry between the donor and the donee, which is expressed through giving back and repayment of debt as part of an economy of duty. The ethics, morality, politics, and culture of this giving are constituted asymmetrically. This asymmetry places the subject in a relation of obligation and responsibility to the other and for the other which demands no recognition. This obligation and responsibility to the other involve a giving that is connected to sacrifice, to a gift of death that one gives to oneself. The self thus becomes a singular self through the other, by losing itself without hoping to return as a self-present subject. Obligation and responsibility to the other also involves responding to its call. It is not a matter of a subject deciding to respond to the other as something capable of being known, recognized and reflected upon. On the contrary, the call is heard outside knowledge and recognition, and is answered as a commandment that one cannot fail to answer even by not answering it. Responsibility and irresponsibility thus become meaningless categories, because the demand of the call of the other does not await a conscious subjectivity to decide to answer the call. This frees responsibility from its subordination to objective knowledge. The gaze of the other, or the gaze of God, as it is termed in this work, becomes the notion that determines how the other relates to the subject as both an I and a self. The other does not enter into that kind of relationship with them which makes responsibility part of subjectivist thinking. Derrida's idea of what a responsible person is, and what he must be, involves exposing of the soul to the gaze of another person, of a person as transcendent other, as an other who looks at me, but who looks without the subject who says I, being able to reach that other, see her, hold her within the reach of my gaze. The rejection of subjectivity is accompanied by a repudiation of theory. For Derrida, the activating of responsibility, decision, act, praxis, will always take place before and beyond any theoretical or thematic determination. Our relationship to the other is marked by dissymmetry rather than symmetrical reciprocity. The other cannot be seen, nor is it a part of an unveiling and uncovering process. Our responsibility to the other is beyond these considerations. Because the other remains secret, it is not subject to revelatory logic. It remains invisible, transcendent, and part of the mystery of the gift of death, and of an economy of sacrifice that does not keep what it gives up. Derrida thus argues for a more radical conception of responsibility. That exposes me dissymmetrically to the gaze of the other, where my gaze, precisely as regards me me regard, is no longer the measure of all things. This paradoxical concept also has the structure of a type of secret, what is called, in the code of certain religious practices, mystery. Here again Derrida resorts to a religious frame of reference in order to prevent the I from being constructed in terms of a symmetrical relationship relationship with the other. Derrida explains the dissymmetry of the gaze as a disproportion that relates me, and whatever concerns me, to a gaze that I don't see and that remains secret from me although it commands me. This is the gaze of the other, which cannot be understood intersubjectively or as a relation between subject and object. To be involved with the other in this way is an experience of terror, and fraught with absolute risk, beyond knowledge and certainty. The other commands and gives the gift of death, which, made to me by God as he holds me in his gaze and in his hand while remaining inaccessible to me, the terribly dissymmetrical gift of the mysterium tremendum only allows me to respond and only rouses me to the responsibility it gives me by making a gift of death en me donnant la mort, giving the secret of death, a new experience of death. The gift and the gift of death are related to sacrifice and to that dying for the other which aims at ultimately disubjectivizing death. Derrida sees this dying for the other both as a possibility and impossibility, and as something which radicalizes our relation to the other. An abyssal dissymmetry always occurs when one is exposed to the gaze of the other, and this dissymmetry determines our relation to responsibility, death, and gift. In seeking to examine the relationship between death and gift, Derrida begins with a question: how does one give oneself death? What troubles Derrida, of course, is the oneself in relation to death, sacrifice and the economy of the gift. In order to radicalize this notion, he begins with Padoka, Platonic thought, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Heidegger, and Kierkegaard. In short, Derrida raises the question of the death of the self, and the modalities of this death, as both suicide, or giving death to oneself, and as sacrificing oneself for another, dying for the other, thus perhaps giving one's life by giving oneself death. The question he posits is whether the other can be excluded from death, or whether death constitutes subjectivity, given that no one can die in one's place. His answer to this question relies on how such concepts as faith, responsibility, and gift relate to the other as absolute other. The dissymmetry of the gaze of the other in relation to the self calls into question not only the notion of death but also its relation to giving and gift. As regards the relationship between death and the other, Derrida argues that death is that which is coming, but which one does not see coming. Furthermore, death cannot be given to oneself in a pure and simple way. This is because each time the self anticipates death by giving to it or conferring upon it a different value, giving itself or reappropriating what in fact it cannot simply appropriate. Derrida aims for a different way of giving or granting oneself death, which involves the notion of gift. This other way of apprehending death, and of acceding to responsibility, comes from a gift received from the other, from the one who, in absolute transcendence, sees me without my seeing, holds me in his hands while remaining inaccessible. Because the source of this giving is inaccessible, and therefore cannot be held in the memory, the doni is in a relation of dissymmetry both to what is given and what is received from the other. On the other hand, the irreplaceability of both the subject and the self is affected by death. If no one can die for me and in the place of me, then nobody can die for the other or in the place of the other. This is the Heideggerian logic that Derrida tries to radicalize. If death cannot be given or taken from me, it escapes that logic of giving and taking which it institutes. Apropos death, Derrida argues, one has to give it to oneself by taking it upon oneself, for it can only be mine alone, irreplaceably. That is so even if death can neither be taken nor given. But the idea of being neither taken nor given relates from or to the other, and that is indeed why one can give it to oneself only by taking it upon oneself. Death is thus the paradigm which confirms that both the irreplaceability and singularity of the subject are given by the other. For Derrida, therefore, the identity of the oneself is given by death, by the being towards death that promises me to it. It is only to the extent that this identity meme of the oneself is possible as irreducibly different singularity that death for the other or the death of the other can make sense. The relation to death which Derrida wants to institute is more ancient, more embedded in sacrifice, and entails the possibility of dying of the other or for the other. Such a death is not given in the first instance as annihilation. It institutes responsibility as a putting oneself to death, or offering one's death, that is, one's life, in the ethical dimension of sacrifice. Derrida wants to bring to the foreground this ethical dimension of sacrifice which is inscribed in the notion of the other. As for responsibility, he writes, "Once I speak I am never and no longer myself, alone and unique. It is a very strange contract, both paradoxical and terrifying, that binds infinite responsibility to silence and secrecy. This destroys any notion of linking responsibility to the public and to the non-secret. Ethics is not tied to speaking, giving reasons, justifying, or answering for one's actions according to some universal. It is tied to sacrifice." For Derrida, the case of Abraham teaches us that far from ensuring responsibility, the generality of ethics incites irresponsibility. God, see also Kierkegaard. Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac becomes the paradigmatic example of a gift to the other and of dying for the other. In the asymmetry of sacrifice, the other called God remains absent, hidden and silent, separate, secret, at the moment he has to be obeyed. This calls for an ethics in which duty and responsibility binds me to the other as absolute other in a limitless way. I am responsible to the other as other, Derrida argues. I answer to him and I answer to what I do before him. But of course, what binds me thus in my singularity to the absolute singularity of the other, immediately propels me into the space or risk of absolute sacrifice. Furthermore, every other, one, is every, bit, other tout autre est tout autre, every one else is completely or wholly other. Because every other one is wholly other, it enters into a relation of dissymmetry with the self as I. The singularity of the other is irreducible to the singularity of the subject, and consequently our responsibility to the other can be activated without the decision of a subject. The question of the self thus needs to be reformulated. The question who am I, means who is this I that can say who? What is the I, and what becomes of responsibility once the identity of the I trembles in secret? What is in question is the identity of the I. Both the response and the responsibility of the I to the other are prior to the formation of either the subject or the other as identity. The other splinters the identity of the I at the moment of identification. Derrida is quite explicit about this. I decide in the name of the other without this in the least lightening my responsibility. On the contrary, the other is the origin of my responsibility without it being determinable in terms of an identity. Derrida in Mouth. Why then does the I tremble in secret, and what is the secret? For Derrida, the secret is what is irreducible either to the distinction between public and private or to political and ethical concerns. The secret thus remains inaccessible and heterogeneous to the public realm, and as such it is connected to the opening, and to the leaving open, of both the political and the ethical. Derrida in Mouth. Derrida argues for a kind of mechanism, which is embedded in all language and inscribed in the notion of promise as an irreducible promise and of the relation to the other as essentially non-instrumental. Derrida in Mouth. The problem is that he assimilates exchange to the symmetrical and intersubjectivity to the instrumental. Although his answer is to make the other the source and destination of all relations, these become vertical rather than horizontal as a consequence. The political difficulties of this position are revealed when Derrida argues that the finitude of the subject does not entail a finite response and responsibility to the other. He argues, in effect, that our responsibility to the other is marked by undecidability and infinitude. It is because we act and live in infinitude that the responsibility with regard to the other, autrui, is irreducible. If responsibility were not infinite, if every time that I have to take an ethical or political decision with regard to the other, autrui, this were not infinite, then I would not be able to engage myself in an infinite debt with regard to each singularity. I owe myself infinitely to each and every singularity. Derrida in Mouth. Our own mortality and finitude become categories irrelevant to ethics and politics. The here and now is always inscribed by that infinitude of the other which gives us the possibility to be ethical and political. If Derrida's thoughts on responsibility do not issue in a politics, it is because they are predominantly theologico-political. In attempting to go beyond ethics, he elevates both the other and sacrifice into a post-ethical and quasi- or meta-theological position. The other in Derrida is neither a generalist nor a singular, but a quasi-transcendental other, whose otherness is encapsulated in the gaze of that absolute other, God. The self as an I exists in a condition of non-relation with the other. Therein lies the problematic of the subject and the other. For what determines this non-relation between self and other is submission to the gaze of the other. The self entrusts itself to the other, to the gaze of the other, by submitting to its demands and answering its call. The hierarchical nature of this relationship is concealed, however, because Derrida makes the other prior to the emergence of both the subject and the other as a concrete other. In other words, the other needs neither a subject nor a concrete other in order to emerge and determine both the inter- and intra-relations between the subject and its other, s. The incommensurability of the other makes it incommensurable with these intersubjective relations which lie at the heart of both ethics and politics. Concluding remarks. Because the debt and responsibility to the other remain limitless and incalculable in Derrida's formulation, they escape the socio-economic paradigm of equivalence and calculability. We cannot see, recognize, remember or commemorate the other, nor can we bear witness or do justice to it. The other involves memory as forgetfulness, for memory would place the other within the circle of auto-affection. The abyss, the night, the specter, the voice beyond the grave, the mirror without image, the narcissus that fails to return to himself, the labyrinth, and the gift that escapes the logic of relation and exchange are all connected to the irreducible alterity with which Western metaphysics fails to come to terms. The non-relation of self to the other is characterized by asymmetry and asymmetry. Quasi-transcendental, the other annuls both the concrete other and the self-present subject, whose modalities are inscribed partly in the call of the other, and partly in response to that call. Our responsibility and duty to the other are part of the gift, embedded in the act of giving which, pre-originary, is outside the economy of exchange. Both the concrete and the general other are part of a philosophy that situates the other beyond general, proceduralist, and intersubjective ethics. The ethics and politics of the other in Western thought are a part of a restricted economy. Derrida aims to relocate the other in a general economy in which it becomes the source of morality, ethics, politics, culture, and socio-economic relations. In his most recent writings, Derrida has related his concept of the other to the notion of responsibility. This involves not only a responding to the other but also being responsible to it. In this respect the other has become transcendent, partly in relation to the subject as an I and as a self, and partly in terms of its radical critique of the politics, ethics, religion, economic models, and culture that derive from what Derrida terms Greco-Roman and Christian thought. Instead of disregarding religious thought altogether, Derrida reinscribes it in a conception of the infinite and the absolute other, whose overtones are increasingly theological and messianic. He seeks a kind of philosophical and metaphysical thinking that repeats the possibility of religion without religion. In other words, he wants to retain the sacred, the mysterious, faith and sacrifice, but without those religious vestiges which reinscribe them in an economy of exchange and revelation. By disconnecting the event from revelation, he wants to retain its transcendence, that coming which has not yet been thought, but which can come, Derrida in Mouth. Inscribed in the promise, this coming keeps an opening to a future. Although messianic in structure, the promise is supposedly not theological or teleological. It belongs to all language, because insofar as it is performative in character, all language is promissory, Derrida in Mouth. By making messianism a linguistic and universal construct, Derrida tries to avoid the accusation of theology and negative theology while using dialogical rather than theological thought. This turn towards explicitly messianic motifs, and his use of theological discourses, marks a new phase in Derrida's work which will be examined in the next chapter. As a result of conferring a messianic structure on the performative dimension of language, Derrida moves into a rapprochement with pragmatism in general, but in particular with Habermas' universal pragmatics. The fact that to say I lie implies believe me suggests that truth-telling is an inherent possibility of language, so much so as to render lying, as Habermas would put it, a strategically oriented counterfactual usage of language, Habermas. But whereas Habermas uses universal pragmatics to salvage a post-metaphysical concept of cognitive and ethical truth based on discourse, Derrida remains wedded to a metaphysical concept of truth-telling, which is structured as a promise rather than a process. Whereas Habermas posits a pragmatic universal or a priori of language, Derrida comes up with a messianic a priori. Whereas Habermas regards understanding as the telos of language in the here and now, Derrida projects it into the future as a messianic promise. The difficulty inherent in Derrida's approach is that the promissory character of the a priori conflicts with that pragmatic characterization of language on which it relies. Furthermore, it projects into the future an emancipation that appears as a deliverance rather than a discursively oriented activity, Habermas. To preface the phrase, the terms of the contract are fair and just, with the words I assure you or believe me is to use a performative with a promissory intent. But what happens if the assurance is pure deception or, to use Habermas' terminology, the validity claim is unredeemable? In Derrida's account, the promissory character of the utterance renders nugatory any attempt to redeem discursively the validity claim which underlies the utterance. To transform the promissory character of a performative into a messianic a priori leaves one without any grounds or procedure for testing the claim. The messianic may well transform the present into debris so that the angel of redemption can arise. But when that happens, the empirical realm surrenders the concept of justice to the messianic. In Habermas's account, however, the validity claim which underlies the utterance can be thematized explicitly and tested. Insofar as the law embodies procedural rationality, it raises questions, to return to our example, of both the reasonableness and fairness of the contract. In other words, it establishes a procedure for testing the assurance. Both law and politics may institutionalize such procedures imperfectly, but these are precisely those normative deficiencies which communicative theory seeks to redress. Despite all its talk of having an institutional character, deconstruction is not even in a position to attempt such a move. Derrida's inability to deal with those issues of reflection, subjectivity, intersubjectivity, politics, and ethics which do not derive from an asymmetrical relationship with the other oblige me to conclude by looking at different formulations of these problematics. However, before I move to the stage I will outline in the next two chapters the last phase of Derrida's work in order to demonstrate the continuation of this thought on the subject, self and other and its indebtedness to his earlier formulations, as well as demonstrate the shift towards a preoccupation with the modalities of violence to the other and an emphasis on hospitality and forgiveness. Violence to the other, religion, hospitality, and forgiveness. In the next two chapters, I will deal with some of Derrida's later texts in order to map out the final trajectory of his thinking on the subject, self and other. During the last phase of his work, Derrida again makes the problematic of alterity central to his thought. However, the center of gravity shifts from a preoccupation with the ontological dimensions of the problematic of alterity to the ethico-political question of violence to the other within diverse spheres. Derrida aims to institute a pre-ontological, post-metaphysical, post-subjectivist, and post-human philosophy of nonviolence to the other, a more messianic conception of the other as a human and beyond being, a futural politics and ethics based on the concept of the holy other, and a nonviolent, non-oppositional, and asymmetrical relation of the subject and the self to the other. In the process of articulating his new thinking of the other, Derrida makes the subject both hostage and host of the other. During this period, Derrida goes over old ground. His thinking regarding the subject, self and other remains indebted to his earlier deconstruct ions. The relation of the subject with the other becomes a non-relation or, as he puts it following Blancat and Levinas, a rapport sans rapport, that is, the relation without relation, Derrida in Critchley. In other words, Derrida repeats elements of his earlier deconstruct ions and follows the path he had opened up by his seminal deconstruction of the sign and Husserlian phenomenology. This is demonstrated by the maintenance of the link between the notion of the wholly other and trace, as well as other non-synonymous substitutions, such as kara, difference, and autobiography. As with his previous work, Derrida aims to go beyond the ipsocentrism of Western metaphysics by making the wholly other the generative force of almost everything. All conceptions of ethics and politics, within this schema, are inscribed by the non-concept of the other, and beyond any subjectivist categories of Western metaphysics. Derrida again applies his strategy of deconstruction on various thinkers, discourses, practices, and systems of thought, in order to expose the thinking and conceptual basis that underpin the violence to the other. As in his previous work, Derrida's anti-subjectivism and anti-humanism become the linchpin of these later deconstruct ions, which aim to expose, within diverse domains, any remnants of the subjectivism of Western metaphysics, while at the same time expunging it from his project of deconstruction. However, it is debatable if Derrida achieves his aims or remains too close to Hegel and Heidegger, or appropriates Nietzsche's anti-subjectivism and anti-humanism rather uncritically. See Noise. Derrida's approach is to deal with more concrete situations regarding the modalities of violence to the other as a way of radicalizing the philosophical, political, ethical, religious, legal, economic, and socio-cultural domains. This more radical turn is exemplified by Derrida's work on religion, archive, copy, signature, cosmopolitanism, forgiveness, hospitality, and the animal. In the texts that deal with these problematics, Derrida introduces a number of new concepts, such as cosmopolitics, animat, animort, limitrophy, globalitization, zooautobiographical, zoautobibliography, zoosphere, automotricity, and divinimally, and shifts the emphasis towards the idea of a new ethics of hospitality. These new concepts encapsulate the new thinking, which aims to eliminate violence to the other, and mark a movement towards a more radical application of deconstruction in the domains of philosophy, ethics, politics, economics, law, and socio-cultural practices. Far from being a philosophy of reading and undoing the textual totalization, in this later phase, deconstruction is applied as a strategy that aims to overturn and radicalize all fields of knowledge and all systems of thought and praxis. Derrida seeks to institute a new thinking based on his philosophy of alterity, and articulates his new thought by problematizing a number of fields. One of the first fields he problematizes is religion and its connections to faith and truth. It is to this work that I will now turn to outline Derrida's project. Religion, faith, messianism, and the other. In the previous chapters of this book, I have argued that Derrida's later work has taken a messianic and theological turn. This has also been argued by others, with a number of scholars pointing to Derrida's links with negative theology, nihilism, and weak affirmation. See Noise, Van Zilfhout, Critchley. Gacci and Hagelund developed the ideas of structural infinity and infinite finitude respectively, to define Derrida as a radical atheist and thus save him from the accusations of simply being another thinker who operates within the discourses of negative theology. Hagelund, Gacci. At the outset, it needs to be stated that the place of religion in Derrida's thought is rather complex and cannot be fully explored in this chapter. Although numerous scholars have dealt with various aspects of his thought, what has not been explored is the inter- and intra-relationship between religion, faith, and Derrida's notion of the other. See O'Connor, McCants, Llewellyn, Gilland. His work Faith and Knowledge, the two sources of religion at the limits of reason alone, merits extensive attention because it links with his previous deconstruct ions in relation to his treatment of writing, memory, and the Platonic concept of kara, and points to his more messianic and dialogical formulation of the other. This work is also emblematic of his turn towards more ethico-political concerns and adoption of increasingly theological and messianic discourses upon which he bases his idea of the futural opening to the infinite other. Derrida opens the space for the other within theological, epistemological, and philosophical discourses by deconstructing a number of dualities, including the labyrinthine complexities embedded within the duality of faith and knowledge. He conceives of religion, faith, belief, revelation, knowledge, and reason to have the same source, which is based on the pre-ontological and beyond ontology notion of the other as beyond being, epikeina tes ousias. Drawing on his earlier deconstruction of the sign, he reintroduces his concepts of literality and writing within these discourses and argues that language as idiom, literality, and writing, forms the element of all revelation and of all belief, an element that ultimately is irreducible and untranslatable, fk. By injecting literality and writing at the heart of revelation and belief, he radicalizes faith and knowledge by making them irreducible and untranslatable. However, he makes idiom, literality, and writing inseparable from the social nexus, from the political, familial, ethnic, communitarian nexus, from the nation and from the people, from autochthony, blood, and soil, and from the ever more problematic relation to citizenship and to the state. In these times, language and nation form the historical body of all religious passion, fk. Derrida's attempts to link questions of religion, language, and nation and embed them within historical, socio-economic, political, ethnic and communitarian problematics, signal a willingness to acknowledge that even his appeal to the wholly other cannot sidestep these issues. However, Derrida reinscribes them within his radical thinking of Alderidi and within a messianic discourse of the future. This approach enables him to move the debate about religion onto his own terrain of deconstruction. Derrida employs his strategy of deconstruction to open a new discourse on religion based on his notion of the wholly other. Aiming to disengage religion from its totalizing and theocratic tendencies, he disconnects religion from truth, and makes a distinction between theology as a discourse on God and theology as a discourse on divinity, being divine, fk. He critiques the contemporary machine-like return of religion and exposes its ongoing negative consequences. He sees religion, faith, belief, knowledge, and reason as victims of the machine-like return of religion, to which he applies his strategy of deconstruction in order to deal with the question of Alderidi within faith itself, fk. To this end he connects faith to his deconstructive concepts of adherability, as a side of repeatability, irreducibility, and untranslatability which are part of the structure of Alderidi. The other is again connected to the call of and appeal to the faith of the other. He links the call of the other to the performativity of calling in prayer, which as Aristotle says, is neither true or false, of its bond to that which, in all performativity, as in all address and attestation, appeals to the faith of the other and deploys itself therefore in a pledge of faith, fk. Derrida disconnects faith from the binarism of true/false, and makes all forms of address and attestation part of the structure of the appeal to the faith of the other. Derrida invokes the other outside the notion of performativity expressed by analytical philosophers, such as Searle. He places his type of performativity within the apophatic logos of a prayer that deploys itself as a pledge of faith. Thus, language itself becomes part of the structure of a pledge of faith and anterior to the subject's address. However, as we will see, Derrida's valorization of secularism in his last interview is in contrast to the call and appeal of the other, conceived increasingly within theological and messianic discourses, which are, paradoxically, devoid of their eschatological and teleological elements. Derrida attempts to sidestep the problems associated with the teleological and futural structure of theological and messianic discourses, by introducing duplicity at the origin of faith and knowledge. This allows for the coming of and the opening to the other without a telos or arche being instituted. He asserts that the origin is duplicity itself, the one and the other, and names them, though provisionally, the first as messianic and the second as chara. Derrida clarifies that his notion of messianic or messianicity is without messianism, fk. He goes on to argue that his idea of messianic is the opening to the future or the coming of the other as the advent of justice, but without horizon of expectation and without prophetic preconfiguration. The coming of the other can only emerge as a singular event when no anticipation sees it coming, when the other and death, and the radical evil, can come as a surprise at any moment, fk. The advent of the futural other is connected to the singular event that cannot be foretold, foreseen, anticipated, or prophesied in a deterministic way. The advent of the other is connected to justice, death, and non-expectancy. Derrida's concept of justice is again futural and inscribed within a messianic discourse without prophecy, and devoid of the religious discourses of salvation, damnation, atonement, and pre-formatted revelatory narratives. The other is disconnected from the hermeneutical notion of horizon and has the structure of a singular event. Radical evil and death are constitutive of the other, which can arrive as a surprise within a perpetual future opening. In this way the other is marked by infinitude, but without recourse to the concept of God. Within this schema, the opening to the other in its futural advent is problematic in relation to subjectivity. When considering the subject and the self in relation to the other, Derrida continues to emphasize that the subject cannot posit itself as I or me. The subject is inscribed by the other and answers the call of the other. The decision of the subject to answer the call of the other is not proper to the subject, but belongs to the other and comes from the other. Even when the other appears itself in the I or the me, the decision to answer the call of the other emanates from the other without the subject been absolved of its responsibility. Derrida asserts that even there where it appears itself, in me, the decision is moreover always of the other, which does not exonerate me of responsibility, fk. Derrida's position is untenable. On the one hand, Derrida denies the subject any constitutive power, and on the other hand, obligates the subject to bear the ethical responsibility for the answer to the call of the other. Derrida's other is independent of any constitution of the subject and intersubjective relations. The subject exists only in so far as it is given the responsibility to answer the call of the other, but paradoxically the subject's decision to answer the call is given to it by the other. Within this other-directed and other-derived notion of ethics, religion, knowledge, truth, faith, belief, revelation, reason etc., the subject is acted upon through the other, but is not the agent of its own actions. If the subject's modalities of responsibility of the answer to the call of the other are to be given to it by the other, the subject needs to be constituted, albeit without the ipsocentrism of Western metaphysics that Derrida decries. The solution that Derrida offers to the problem regarding subjectivity, is to retreat, as in his previous work, to the elusive and radical Platonic concept of kara. The other, like kara, is constructed as a pre-ontological category. The Platonic kara is conceived of as the receptacle which escapes the need for presence, and appeals to the epikeina tesousias, beyond being. It is not surprising then that Derrida turns towards Plato's concept of kara to reinscribe within it his radical philosophy of alterity, and to indicate both its affinities to and departures from it. Derrida's use of the Platonic concept of kara in his work is equally complex as his concept of the other. As I have already discussed in previous chapters, the notion of the Platonic kara has preoccupied Derrida in his earlier work because of its affinities to his own deconstructions. Here the concept of kara is again defined as the thought of that which is beyond being, epikeina tesousias, as an utterly, faceless other and as nothing, no being, nothing present, fk. The Platonic kara's pre-ontological character parallels Derrida's construction of the other. Like the non-originary Platonic kara, Derrida argues that the other as utterly other is inaccessible in its absolute source. And there where every other is utterly other, fk. Derrida's other is faceless. Beyond being and its source is occulted. Although this formulation echoes the construction of God within negative theology, Derrida refuses to connect his notion of the other to God as the unknown and irreducible infinity. He goes on to argue that kara, his Greek noun, says in our memory that which is not reappropriable, even by our memory, even by our Greek memory. It says the immemoriality of a desert in the desert of which it is neither a threshold nor a morning, fk. While the Platonic kara acts as a threshold of reception that enables a happening, an event to occur without actor or reflection being the determining factors, Derrida's conceptualization of the kara in this work is determined by the utterly other which is no being and nothing. The evocation of the immemoriality of a desert in the desert announces a prophetic and messianic coming, unconnected to memory, morning and any point of origin. The often repeated phrase "from the desert prophets come," is very apt here. However, we need to raise the question, who are these prophets without prophecy? What are the discursive or other possibilities of this prophetic discourse being as radical as it claims to be, that the whole edifice of Western thought, as it developed since Plato, will be replaced by Derridian deconstruction? Derrida's answers remain problematic. However, what we can be certain about is that the politics of the new Messianism without Messianism centers on the other, and is based on his concept of cosmopolitics and on a new international, already announced in the Spectres of Marx. Within this model of Derrida, the political and ethical questions come again to the fore. However, since within the prophetic tradition everything is future, it is questionable if the radicalism of this new type of prophecy can deal with the challenges of the present, within a model of politics and ethics based on action, and engaged political and ethical subjects. In order to examine how Derrida deals with contemporary issues in the last phase of his work, I will turn to his two essays titled On Cosmopolitanism and On Forgiveness, where he expounds a new politics and ethics by examining violations to the other. Hospitality, cosmopolitics, and violence to the other. Derrida, in an interview with Richard Carney, charged logocentric Western metaphysics of self-presence with doing violence to the other. He asserted that the rapport of self-identity is itself always a rapport of violence with the other, Derrida in Carney. This axiom will mark all his later work, and will influence his analyses of concrete situations of violence to the other. Derrida in his two essays on cosmopolitanism and on forgiveness addresses the violations to the other by tackling pressing, contemporary, political, legal, ethical, economic, cultural and social issues relating to refugee, minority, immigrant, asylum, and human rights. In addition, he deals with hospitality, cosmopolitanism, and ethnic struggles, and the meaning of forgiveness within traumatic historical situations. His aim is to expose the violence to the other within diverse historical and socio-political situations, and to further articulate the political and ethical project of the philosophy of deconstruction. As in his previous work, the concept of the other becomes central to the way Derrida approaches these contemporary political, legal, and ethical dilemmas. In the place of a politics and ethics embedded within the subjectivist and humanist discourses of Western metaphysics that do violence to the other, Derrida advocates a new politics and ethics based on a non-originary concept of the other, defined by nonviolence, asymmetry and the messianic to come. However, it is important to emphasize that in these two essays, Derrida shifts the emphasis from the abstract other to the concrete other, and makes hospitality a central concern. In his work on cosmopolitanism, Derrida expounds various modalities of violence to the other within diverse domains in contemporary society, including the institutional, state, legal, political and cultural spheres. He identifies a progressive increase in the spread of violence to the other, globally and within Europe. He demonstrates its global institutional and legal dimensions by identifying the absence of asylum rights within important international legal documents, including the Charter of the League of Nations, the precursor of the United Nations. Derrida locates the increase of violence to the other in the rise of the modern nation-state, and in the transformations to the law of hospitality that have occurred over many centuries. More specifically, he implicates the rise of the modern nation-state because hospitality becomes subject to its laws and to its socio-cultural, economic, demographic, and political demands. To expose the increase in state violence to the other, he analyzes the role of state enforcement agencies as well as the political, legal, economic, and other discourses that advocate control of refugees, immigrants and asylum seekers. Derrida draws upon Arendt's work The Decline of the Nation-State and the End of the Rights of Man, to show that within the modern world of nation-states there is a progressive erosion of the sacred right to asylum of those persecuted. Examining the current situation in France and Europe, Derrida contends that the ideas of asylum rights, as encapsulated by the Enlightenment and the French Revolution, have become controlled, curbed, and monitored by implacable juridical restrictions, cf. The increased hostility towards immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers within contemporary societies, is due to what Derrida calls the control of the demographico-economic interest of nation-states rather than the actual validity of the applicant's claims. Thus, the rights of asylum seekers, refugees, and immigrants become subject to the economic and demographic interests and needs of the nation-state. This is manifested by the absurd situation where the host country demands that refugees, asylum seekers, and immigrants, and generally persons who are fleeing persecution, should expect no benefits or economic interest from the host country. Even if their applications are successful, these hostile attitudes are expressed within the political arena by both the right and the left, who adopt the economic and demographic discourses that emphasize immigration, refugee, and asylum controls. As a result of these negative developments, there is a steady decline in the number of successful applications for granting refugee and asylum status. The interests of the nation-state for immigration control and the needs of refugees, asylum seekers, displaced persons, and immigrants of all kinds are conflicting. How does one deal with this implacable dilemma? The concept of the other again becomes central to the ways Derrida deals with these concrete economic, ethical, legal, political, historical, and socio-cultural realities. He connects these issues, especially the issue of asylum, to the concept of the absolute other, unconditionality, universality, justice and hospitality. As already stated, the concept of hospitality in the last phase of Derrida's work is integral to the new ethics and politics based on the wholly other. In the place of the current politics and policies of nation-states in relation to the other, such as refugees, asylum seekers, immigrants, stateless, homeless and displaced persons, Derrida advocates for a different notion of sovereignty, a new ethics and culture of hospitality. He puts forward the idea of open and free cities of refuge based on a new politics and ethics of cosmopolitics. In order to institute his new thinking of open cities, sovereignty, and hospitality that do not do violence to the other, Derrida, while drawing upon the European heritage, deconstructs and critiques a number of different traditions and practices of hospitality. Derrida begins by analyzing Kant's right to universal hospitality in order to locate the contradictions within two opposing positions in contemporary thinking and practices in relation to asylum and human rights. On the one hand, there is the professed desire to offer political and other types of asylum unconditionally. On the other hand, there are the pragmatic realities of the contemporary European situation which restrict and heavily prescribe such rights through a number of institutions and laws. In addition, the idea of unconditionality is subject to political, economic, socio-cultural, and demographic imperatives of nation-states, which determine immigration, refugee, and asylum policies, and enforce them through state apparatuses. The resulting situation is what Derrida calls violations of hospitality, which are also violations to the other. The numerous processes associated with these violations heavily implicate the multiple law enforcement agencies and teletechnologies against the prevailing situation. Derrida advocates a charter of hospitality based on the principle of new cities of refuge, where it will be necessary to restrict the legal powers and scope of the police in these new cities. The police should be given a purely administrative role, and be under the strict control and regulation of certain political authorities, who will ensure that human rights and a more broadly defined right to asylum are respected. Derrida embarks on the task of establishing the new ethics and culture of hospitality by examining different traditions of hospitality. He does this in order to locate the great transformations that have occurred in the duty, culture, and the law of hospitality, and analyze their implications. His aim is to draw upon these diverse traditions, and outline his project in relation to the duty of and the right to hospitality. He counterpoises the state-defined law of hospitality to his own universal and unconditional law of hospitality, and makes hospitality an integral part of the new ethics based on nonviolence to the other. He links hospitality to culture. Rather than an ethic of hospitality, because hospitality is culture itself and not simply an ethic among others, ethics is seen as coextensive with the experience of hospitality, because it relates to the ethos of how we relate to ourselves and to others as our own or as foreigners. Here Derrida allows the introduction of subjectivity without the usual reference to the other. The subject and the other are given a relational and reflective dimension, instead of his typical subjugation of the subject to the other. In addition, there is a reference to self-relation, and this presupposes a partial rethinking of the issue of self and other. However, Derrida in the same breath goes on to explain the relation of self and other in similar ways to his early deconstructions. He argues that because one is at home with oneself, l'être soi chez soi, ellipse meme, the other within yourself, supposes a reception or inclusion of the other one seeks to appropriate, control, and master according to different modalities of violence. There is a history of hospitality, an always possible perversion of the law of hospitality, which can appear unconditional, and of the laws which come to limit and condition it in its inscription as a law. Derrida's answer to the problematic relation of appropriation of or violence to the other is to institute a notion of hospitality where the subject is but eliminated. Within Derrida's desubjectivized concept of hospitality, based on absolute alterity, the subject as self-relating, even when it admits the other, does violence to the other. Thus, a notion of self that is connected to a conscious subject, as well as any notion of alterity connected to subjectivist categories, is eliminated. The self-positing subject is connected to the other through modalities of violence such as appropriation, mastery, and control. The subject and the self become again notions that have a negative relation to the other. Even when the self can posit itself as other, it does violence to the other because it takes the place of the other. The Derridean quasi-transcendental other comes to fissure any relation of the self to the other, based on modalities of violence. Derrida's other is in a relation of non-reciprocity, non-recognition, non-relation to the subject. Similarly, his notion of hospitality is a modality of his non-relational concept of the other. Thus, hospitality has to be severed from the subject and its categories, and be constructed within the new thinking of the other. In the same way, hospitality is dissociated from any forms of politics and ethics based on subjectivist categories. Within Derrida's schema, hospitality is beyond the conditionality of current laws, politics, and ethics, which are based on the subjectivist and humanist thought of Western metaphysics, which he charges with violence to the other. To further develop his new thinking regarding the duties of and rights to hospitality, Derrida embarks on an exploration of various theological, philosophical, intellectual, political, legal, and ethical traditions, as well as conceptions and practices of hospitality. He demonstrates how these traditions deal with the laws of hospitality and the treatment of the other. Drawing on these different traditions and practices of hospitality, he aims to overcome and eliminate the violence to the other by instituting a concept of the other that preserves the links to the holy other as non-appropriable by the subject and as irreducible to the laws that come to limit and condition it. Unconditionality and exceeding of limits become constitutive of his concept of the other, which will inform his new concept and ethics of hospitality and new cities. The first tradition Derrida examines is the Hebraic tradition, where hospitality is connected to religion and is part of the sacred duty towards the persecuted and aliens. He points out that God ordered Moses to institute cities of refuge or asylum for the resident alien or temporary settler. Derrida again appeals to the work of Levinas' The Cities of Refuge and Daniel Payet's Refuge Cities, to demonstrate the contemporary treatment of this theological and sacred tradition, in order to stress the importance of offering asylum to those who are persecuted. The concept of the cities of refuge and unconditional asylum, taken from this theological tradition, will inform Derrida's idea of the open cities of refuge and his concepts of the other and hospitality. The second tradition which Derrida draws upon is the medieval. Within this tradition, in contrast with the modern nation-state, the city itself could determine the laws of hospitality. He points out that in relation to asylum and the treatment of those persecuted, two important concepts were developed, sanctuary and autocritus. These concepts link to theological ideas, but also to the idea of the sovereign being above the secular application of the law regarding the law and duty of hospitality. The concept of autocritus was linked to secular power but, at the same time, exceeded it, because it allowed kings or lords to shield their guests, oaths, from all those in pursuit. This meant that the laws of the secular institutions could not overrule the right of the Sovereign to protect those prosecuted. Providing sanctuary became an integral part of the ethics of hospitality, and the Church played an important role in its development and practice. Churches offered sanctuary to secure immunity or survival for refugees. Another important element within the medieval tradition was the establishment of cities of refuge for those who became refugees of wars. When warring cities vanquished another city-state, it was customary to have one of the cities become a sanctuary for the refugees of the defeated side. In other words, what the medieval tradition offers Derrida are conceptions of the other, asylum, and hospitality that exceed the secular powers and laws when it came to violations to the other, but also retain the links to theological traditions. These theological and secular traditions preserved the sanctity and inviolability of the other, and prevented violence to the other. The medieval tradition informs Derrida's new law of hospitality as exceeding the limits of the secular and sovereign powers of the nation-state. The third tradition Derrida draws upon is the cosmopolitan. He argues that this tradition is common to a certain Greek Stoicism and a Pauline Christianity, of which the inheritors were the Enlightenment. The Stoic notion of cosmopolitanism included the ideas of xenoi or hospites, as both foreigners and guests, and metic or migrant, as paroikoi and neighbors, and incorporated the notion of universality. However, Derrida argues, the tradition of cosmopolitanism that ensued from Pauline Christianity revived, radicalized, and literally politicized the primary injunctions of all the Abrahamic religions regarding unconditional hospitality. St. Paul, Derrida contends, gives these injunctions theologico-political names, since they explicitly designate citizenship or world co-citizenship within a religious community. Although Pauline Christianity maintained its links to its theological heritage, it incorporated secular and global elements from Stoicism. This meant the idea of the cities of refuge lost its injunctive and religious heritage, and its connections to unconditional hospitality. Increasingly, the notion of hospitality became more secular and prescriptive, while, at the same time, it laid claims to universality. The ideas of these traditions, in both their secular and theological elements, were later most forcefully expressed in Kant's law of universal hospitality. The movement towards greater secularization of this heritage is articulated in Kant's work Definitive Article in View of Perpetual Peace, where he sets out the law of cosmopolitanism which restricts it to the conditions of universal hospitality, cf. Derrida identifies two important features in Kant's cosmopolitan law. Firstly, it encompasses universal hospitality without limits. Secondly, it is a natural law, and as such it is both imprescriptible and inalienable. The emergence of the idea of imprescriptibility will inform Derrida's work on forgiveness and human rights, because it defines responsibility to the other as being infinite. However, Derrida argues, Kant's model excluded hospitality as a right of residence, Gastrecht, and limited it to the right of visitation, Besuchsrecht. The right to residence becomes further secularized when it is made the object of a particular treaty between states. Derrida singles out this important juridical aspect in Kant's formulation of the law of cosmopolitanism, to emphasize that hospitality is no longer unconditional and becomes subject to state sovereignty and state power. Thus hospitality, whether private or public, is dependent on and controlled by the law and the police. This has grave consequences for the idea of hospitality and the violations of hospitality within modern democratic societies. From the cosmopolitan tradition, Derrida retains the concepts of universality and unconditionality, but jettisons the concept of sovereignty based on the modern nation-state and the legal and political frameworks that safeguard its often repressive functions, institutions and practices. However, Derrida recognizes the difficulties of negotiating between unconditional hospitality and the law as it currently stands. His answer is to place both democracy and cosmopolitanism within his project of futural politics and ethics, where the cities of refuge, the law, asylum, and hospitality can be reinscribed within the yet to come and the ethics of the wholly other. He concludes the work on cosmopolitanism and his vision of the new cities, by stating that being on the threshold of these new cities that would be something other than new cities, a certain idea of cosmopolitanism, an other, has not arrived, perhaps, cf. As in his previous work, the other, even if it has arrived, is not yet recognized. This places the other outside prescriptive prophetic narratives, while leaving a perpetual opening to respond to the other's demand for justice and asylum. In other words, Derrida's new charter of hospitality gestures towards a futural politics whose messianic character is annulled by Derrida's paradoxical formulation of messianism without messianism, Derrida and Vadimo. The politics and ethics of hospitality, based on the new thinking of the other, place them within the messianic promise of arrival that never arrives. The problematic of violence to the other is situated beyond the secular politics and practices of the nation-state and beyond any subjectivist categories. The announcement of the new concepts of cosmopolitics and hospitality, based on the other, links to Derrida's new approach regarding the concept of forgiveness. It is to Derrida's work on forgiveness that I will now turn to further elucidate his messianic turn inscribed as an infinite coming of the infinite other. Forgiveness and the other. Derrida continues his analyses of cosmopolitanism, hospitality, and violations to the other by examining concrete historical situations in relation to forgiveness, its meanings, and uses. In his essay on forgiveness, he points out that asking for forgiveness and the associated narratives of amnesty and reconciliation have become globalized. They are used uncritically around the world by diverse actors, institutions, and bodies, ranging from communities to sovereign heads of state. This indiscriminate, global saturation, amounts to an abuse of the notion of forgiveness. In addition, within the various global discourses of forgiveness, Derrida identifies a number of common elements that are embedded in the Abrahamic religious heritage, which encompasses Judaism, the various forms of Christianity, and Islam. The global adoption and spread of the discourses rooted in this theological tradition represent an uncritical appropriation and application of it. This is a result of the global domination of processes connected to what Derrida calls globalitization. This globalitization manifests itself even in countries and parts of the world where the dominant religious and judicial traditions differ, such as Korea, Japan, Algeria, and South Africa. The question that arises for Derrida is, whether the discourse of asking for forgiveness and forgiveness itself have fallen victim to forms of global politics and ethics which do violence to the other. Derrida uses again his notion of the other and its connections to irreducibility and unconditionality, to deconstruct the discourses, narratives, language, and practices of forgiveness. By linking forgiveness to irreducible authority, he deconstructs any mode of thinking, politics, and ethics which inscribes forgiveness within utilitarian, teleological, humanist and subjectivist paradigms. His aim is threefold: to critique forms of global politics and ethics based on globalitization, to deconstruct the global forms and narratives of asking for forgiveness, and to institute a new thinking of forgiveness which is dissociated from violence to the other and disconnected from any utilitarian, normative, and subjectivist paradigms of politics, justice and ethics. In order to institute a new thinking of forgiveness, Derrida examines the interconnections between forgiveness, reconciliation, amnesty, human rights, sovereignty, and the notion of crimes against humanity. He uses the examples of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Committee, France's treatment of the Vichy regime, and the Korean, Japanese, and Algerian cases, to critique the globalization of asking for forgiveness, because it is at the service of finalities. He goes on to emphasize that each time forgiveness is at the service of finality, be it noble and spiritual, atonement or redemption, reconciliation, salvation, each time that it aims to re-establish a normality, social, national, political, psychological, by work of mourning, by some therapy or ecology of memory, then the forgiveness is not pure, nor is its concept, cf. For Derrida, a pure notion of forgiveness is outside any form of finitude, conditionality, and processes of normalization. Derrida places forgiveness outside the normative, proceduralist notions of justice, restitution, salvation, reconciliation, and psychological therapeutics. Given Derrida's anti-subjectivist and anti-humanist philosophical stance and his vehement opposition to Western metaphysics of presence, any notion of closure and finality would be within the paradigm of logocentric thought, where the irreducibility of the other is absorbed within identity without remainder. Accepting any notion of forgiveness based on subjectivist categories and connected to the work of memory as appropriation and as a work of mourning would be antithetical to his notion of altruity. As we shall see, he maintains his anti-subjectivist and anti-humanist position from his early deconstruction of the sign until the end. Derrida's next task is to critique the forms of forgiveness linked to the processes of globalization. These processes embed forgiveness within Western metaphysics and a Roman Christian theological and cultural discourse which overdetermine the language of law, politics, and the return of the religious within globalization discourses. The demand for forgiveness becomes part of normative and normalizing processes. Moreover, by subsuming forgiveness to historical and socio-political imperatives, the end result is doing violence to the other. In contrast, for Derrida, forgiveness is not, it should not be, normal, normative, normalizing, but instead should remain exceptional and extraordinary, in the face of the impossible, as if it interrupted the ordinary course of historical temporality by linking forgiveness to the exceptional and extraordinary, and by placing forgiveness outside historical time. Derrida valorizes the rupture effected by its event within time itself. Forgiveness is conceived within a framework of impossibility, rather than a process of normalization. He asserts, true forgiveness only forgives the unforgivable and is unconditional, cf. The idea of unconditionality is central to both forgiveness and hospitality and is connected to the structure of the event and the coming of the future. Derrida goes on to explain that forgiveness can only announce itself as impossibility itself. In other words, Derrida raises the problematic notion of forgiveness, as it is currently practiced, in order to make forgiveness a herald of itself as an impossibility. Forgiveness, like his notion of the other, announces itself within a pre-originary, quasi-transcendental, and non-subjectivist configuration. Pure forgiveness is severed from any connections to notions of subjectivity and the self. It remains outside any normative considerations and any subjectivist discourses and philosophical paradigms based on Western metaphysics' demand for presence. Consequently, Derrida dissociates forgiveness from notions of punishment, restitution, atonement, etc., which connect it to the idea that forgiveness rests on a human possibility. He takes forgiveness out of the model of ethics and politics based on co-present subjects, or, as he puts it, the anthropological feature that decides everything. Derrida's notion of forgiveness is beyond subjectivist and humanist notions of ethics, because it advocates for unconditional forgiveness which would be granted even to the one who did not ask for it. In addition, Derrida's notion of forgiveness is dissociated from the economy of exchange, where forgiveness is in symmetry with punishment and aims at redemption and reconciliation. He asserts that forgiveness is beyond the horizon of a redemption or a reconciliation. Thus, the history of forgiveness would begin with the unforgivable and outside any notions that depend on human agency, the subject and the self. Within this schema, the ideas of intersubjectivity, accountability, recognition, agency, horizontally, reflection, and reciprocity are inadmissible. Harping back to his ideas of the supplement, sovereignty, gift, economy of excess, philosophy of the limits, the abyss, and non-equivocation of meaning, Derrida is emphatic in his critique of the uses and abuses of forgiveness and the role of political, religious and state apparatuses. He argues that there is always a strategical or political calculation in the generous gesture of one who offers reconciliation or amnesty, and it is imperative to interrogate this calculation in our analyses, taking forgiveness and amnesty out of an economy of exchange, strategic and political calculations, reconciliation narratives, and judgment. Derrida declares that forgiveness does not, it should never amount to a therapy of reconciliation, making forgiveness part of individual or collective therapeutics instrumentalizes it and annuls its authenticity. Citing the case of a South African woman, whose husband was killed during the murderous years of apartheid, Derrida questions the role of public state institutions and the connections of forgiveness to judgment and to the political and public spheres. The South African woman, who spoke in her own language rather than the Anglican English of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, refused to forgive the killers of her husband on his behalf. Derrida uses her refusal and inability to forgive, to point out that he representative of the state can judge, but forgiveness has precisely nothing to do with judgment. The question that arises is, who has the right to forgive and on whose behalf? Derrida's answer is that only the victim has the right and authority to forgive and not an institution. Moreover, no one has the right to forgive on behalf of a dead victim. In other words, no subject can forgive in the place of the other and for the other. The impossibility of forgiving on behalf of the dead victim, other, makes the possibility of forgiveness an impossibility. Since a dead person cannot forgive, the solution to this implacable dilemma can only be effected through the mediation of a third element such as a subject, God, etc. Derrida rejects such solutions used by the prevailing narratives of forgiveness, because they eliminate the irreducibility of the other and are not based on unconditionality. Derrida, in order to radicalize the notion of forgiveness, dissociates it from any mediating, intersubjective and prescriptive elements. He identifies within the discourses of forgiveness a tension between two poles. On the one hand, sometimes forgiveness, given by God or inspired by divine prescription, must be a gracious gift, without exchange and without condition. On the other hand, sometimes forgiveness requires, as its minimal condition, the repentance and transformation of the sinner. The resolution to this onto-theological tension that Derrida offers is that pure and unconditional forgiveness, in order to have its own meaning, must have no meaning, no finality, even no intelligibility. It is a madness of the impossible forgiveness, as unintelligible, undefinable, and as madness of the impossible, connects to Derrida's previous articulations of the notion of the utterly other. He argues that alterity, non-identification, even incomprehension, remain irreducible. As a result, forgiveness is mad, and must plunge, but lucidly, into the night of the unintelligible. Call this the unconscious or the non-conscious if you want. Forgiveness is anterior to consciousness and not subject to power, sovereignty and prescriptive processes. The injection of madness within forgiveness itself is akin to Nietzsche's Dionysian madness in his Ecce Homo, or what Derrida calls the madness that must watch over thought. What Derrida advocates is for a forgiveness without power, unconditional but without sovereignty. Alterity demands that forgiveness is connected to irreducibility, illegibility, incomprehension, and madness, but not to any notions of sovereignty, subjectivity, or agency. Placing forgiveness within a theological discourse, which conceives of forgiveness as an unconditional gift that has no return, dissociates it from any connections to exchange based on reciprocity, recognition, globalization, and power relations. Derrida recognizes the difficulty and impossibility of dissociating forgiveness from conditionality and sovereignty. He ends the essay with the question, will that be done one day, only to conclude that since the hypothesis of this unpresentable task announces itself, be it as a dream for thought, this madness is perhaps not so mad, cf. The dream for thought, that forgiveness will be unconditional and free of the imperatives and restrictions of sovereignty, places forgiveness in the realm of a future vision. Such a radical position entails that forgiveness is severed from the current political and ethical spheres, because within these spheres forgiveness is part of an economy of reconciliation, restitution, repentance, adequation, and transformation. This general economy of exchange aims to achieve some kind of finality or closure, to use a contemporary and more popular term. Moreover, it often uses a discourse of conscious calculability and gives prescribed meanings to forgiveness. For Derrida, these processes annul forgiveness's irreducibility and consequently do violence to the other. The notion of forgiveness that Derrida announces is futural and beyond a hermeneutical horizon. Based on his concept of alterity, it severs all connections to conditionality, sovereignty and ultimately power. Within his schema, the conscious, self-reflecting subject and the narrating self are eliminated from the discourse of forgiveness, as is any form of agency. The questions that arise are, who forgives and for whom? Who and what is forgiven? Who requests forgiveness, from whom, for what, and why? Can one request forgiveness from oneself and not simply from the other? For forgiveness to be requested or given there has to be a fault or wrongdoing. A notion of fault is connected to a subject as being culpable of the fault. The subject has to be designated as the agent of the fault, S, that requires forgiveness, and admits that S/he is the agent of the fault. If forgiveness presupposes fault, then this fault has to be attributed to someone and be recognized as such by the person, S, who is the agent of the fault committed. All these processes involve notions of subjectivity, intersubjectivity, self, selfhood, self-reflection, and narrative constructions. Derrida's elimination of these categories as being subjectivist leaves forgiveness unconnected to notions of reflection, memory, and narrativity. Such a situation is untenable, because forgiveness is emptied from its human dimensions. Although Derrida's approach to forgiveness is problematic, we need to keep from Derrida's schema its radical elements, that is, pure forgiveness is to forgive the unforgivable, it is unconditional and divorced from notions of utilitarianism, sovereignty, and power. However, his anti-subjectivist and anti-humanist stand that leads to the elimination of the subject and the self, have to be questioned and rethought. It is to the work of recover memory, history, forgetting, that we need to turn to reinscribe forgiveness within a mode of thinking that aims to avoid doing violence to the other, but also does not eliminate the subject, intersubjectivity, self, self-reflection, agency, reciprocity and recognition. The work of recover on forgiveness provides us with a different and complex approach to the issue of forgiveness and its connections to alterity and the self. Recover and Derrida, on forgiveness. At the outset it is important to note that Recover concurs with Derrida that pure forgiveness is to forgive the unforgivable, it is unconditional, and outside utilitarian considerations. Like Derrida, he questions the possibility and existence of such notion of forgiveness and also critiques discourses of forgiveness that aim at finalities. However, unlike Derrida, Recover places forgiveness within the hermeneutic and phenomenological traditions, albeit reformulated. He asserts that forgiveness, if it has a sense, and if it exists, constitutes the horizon common to memory, history, and forgetting. The common horizon between memory, history, and forgetting embeds forgiveness within notions of temporality and human relations, rather than within the infinite immanence of messianic discourses. However, Recover acknowledges that this horizon is always in retreat and slips away from any grasp, making forgiving difficult, but not impossible. He accepts that the constant retreat of this horizon places a seal of incompleteness on the entire enterprise, and admits that forgiveness is difficult to conceive of, to give and receive. Recover, unlike Derrida, implicates the subject, self, and other in all processes of forgiveness. His concepts of fault and imputability become constitutive of forgiveness, and signal a departure from Derrida's other directed and futural messianic articulations. Recover goes on to map out the trajectory of forgiveness, locating its origin in the disproportion that exists between the poles of fault and forgiveness. He clarifies this difference as being one of altitude and vertical disparity between the depth of fault and the height of forgiveness. At the height of this polarity he places the hymn to forgiveness and at the bottom end the avowal of fault. Furthermore, this polarity entails two speech acts. The first is connected to imputability, where agents bind themselves to their action and recognize themselves as accountable, and the second can be heard in the great sapiential poetry that in the same breath celebrates love and joy. Within this schema, Recover links forgiveness to human actors and raises some very important issues with regards to its connections to subjectivity, self, agency, responsibility, memory, reflection, fault, admission, reciprocity, recognition, binding, unbinding, love and care. To begin with, Recover introduces his notion of imputability into the process of forgiveness and links it to subjectivity, agency, fault, guilt, reflection, and the other. He argues that the experience of fault entails thought and reflection, within which the fundamental structure of the imputability of our action is inscribed. He goes on to clarify that there can, in fact, be forgiveness only where we can accuse someone of something, presume him to be or declare him guilty. and one can indict only those acts that are imputable to an agent who holds himself to be their genuine author. If at the heart of forgiveness there is the assumption or evidence of fault, there has to be imputability. Any experience of fault is inscribed with the structure of imputability, and cannot occur without reflective thinking which binds the act to its agent. This means that the fault is imputed to an agent who is guilty of the fault, but also holds himself/herself responsible and recognizes him/herself as being the genuine agent responsible for the fault. Ricoeur's notion of imputability means that the self and self-reflection are implicated in all processes of forgiveness, because they involve attribution of actions and acceptance of responsibility by the actor as well as an analysis of memory and of oneself. Thus the ideas of fault, guilt, and repentance cannot be divorced from forgiveness. Moreover, for Ricoeur the concept of imputability, and its connections to the self and self-reflection, is fundamental because it underpins his concept of selfhood which, as we have seen, is constructed outside the ipsocentrism of Western metaphysics. He asserts that the tie between fault and self, guilt, and selfhood seems indissoluble. By making forgiveness part of a reflective process, he reintroduces notions of responsibility and accountability in relation to actual human actors. The Derridian mode of thinking, where responsibility is based on an a priori response to the call of the other without any involvement of human actors, sidesteps the issue of imputability and selfhood and its reflective structure, which links them back to a notion of subjectivity that does not jettison consciousness and forms of recognition. For Ricoeur the concept of imputability and its links to the notion of the capable human being, form an integral part of the articulation of the experience of fault, and are constitutive of the discourse of forgiveness. He argues that I can speak, act, recount, hold myself accountable for my actions, they can be imputed to me. Imputability constitutes in this respect an integral dimension of what I am calling the capable human being. It is in the region of imputability that fault, guilt, is to be sought. This is the region of articulation between the act and the agent, between the what of the actions and the who of the power to act of agency. Any process of imputability of acts to a capable human being necessarily involves agency, action, speech, memory, narrativity, and reflection. Memory and self are inextricably linked through reflexivity. As Ricoeur puts it, an objective analysis of memories as objects, and a reflexive analysis of memory and oneself are part of the constitution of the self. For Ricoeur this is a question of the nexus between the what of memories and the who of memory. The who and what are integral to the notions of fault and guilt, because they connect to memory and recognition. Moreover, the complex interrelations between the who and what involve notions of actor, actions, context, and content, rather than a desubjectivized, pre-ontological other. Another important aspect of imputability, when dealing with fault, is the self-ascription of fault which involves the conditions of a common recognition of a fundamental guilt. The specific form which the recognition of fault and attribution of the fault to the self takes is avowal. Avowal is that speech act by which a subject takes up, assumes the accusation, and has two functions. Firstly, it bridges the abyss between innocence and guilt, and secondly it bridges the abyss between the act and its agent. Ricoeur, unlike Derrida, allows for a distinction, or even separation, between the act and its agent. He argues that it is legitimate to draw a line between the action and its agent. This is what we do when we morally, legally, or politically condemn an action. The binding of the agent to the act is necessary in Ricoeur's schema, because for him if forgiveness is to have any meaning it needs to lead to the unbinding of the agent from the act. However, like Derrida, Ricoeur agrees that forgiveness is impossible within certain situations, when the nature of the fault results in loss and debt to the victims that can never be atoned. Thus, Ricoeur recognizes imprescriptibility as a very important legal and moral development, because it does away with the statute of limitations and acknowledges that certain crimes should not be erased from the ledgers of history, memory, nations, peoples, and humanity. In this way, like Derrida, Ricoeur questions the possibility of forgiveness since there are cases where the unbinding of the actor from the act cannot or should not occur. To arrive at the desired end of forgiveness, which is to unbind the actor from her/his act, Ricoeur maps out the odyssey of forgiveness. I will not go through all the complex elements of this journey, which traverses the philosophical, political, ethical, religious, and finally the moral land of forgiveness. I will only deal with Ricoeur's ideas that have relevance to Derrida's approach to forgiveness, in order to tease out some important issues in relation to memory, recognition, subjectivity, self, and other. Ricoeur begins the Audition journey by examining the relation of forgiveness to promise, gift and giving. Like Derrida, he identifies the connections between forgiveness, gift, and exchange, and notes that in many languages asking for and receiving of forgiveness denotes a form of exchange. However, unlike Derrida who rejects any connections between forgiveness and exchange as being within a market economy, Ricoeur takes this exchange out of market mechanisms. In relation to the gift, he distinguishes three obligations: giving, receiving and giving back, and for him the enigma of the gift lies in the connections between the three. Drawing upon archaic forms of exchange and the gift, he identifies the importance of the counter-gift, where a gift is returned by the receiver to the giver of the gift. He locates in the counter-gift the bilateral and reciprocal dimensions of the gift and forgiveness. By introducing the idea of counter-gift, or giving back, Ricoeur problematizes a concept of gift where there is no return or counter-gift. The idea of gift unconnected to return represents an absence of reciprocity and places the one receiving the gift in a position of unequal exchange. This institutes a hierarchical rather than a horizontal relation between giver and receiver, where the donor is at the top of the hierarchy. Within this asymmetrical structure, the receiver of the gift remains forever indebted to the donor. Ricoeur, unlike Derrida who rejects any notion of gift as return, reinscribes the gift and forgiveness within intersubjective, reciprocal, horizontal, and equal relations. By placing forgiveness within these relations, he recognizes that human actors and agency are important dimensions. Within this schema, the request for and giving of forgiveness balance one another and happen within horizontal rather than vertical relations. However, Ricoeur identifies situations where these relations are difficult to institute. The Christian imperative that one loves, not simply forgives, one's enemies constitute for him the absolute measure of the gift. However, this Christian imperative breaks the rule of reciprocity and requires the extraordinary. It is in these situations that Ricoeur concurs with Derrida, that forgiveness requires the extraordinary and not the proceduralist approach of establishing commissions and the involvement of state apparatuses. Unlike Derrida who conceives of forgiveness within a structure of absolute altruity dissociated from any human intervention or mediation, Ricoeur, as we will see, will use the mediating power of love and care to arrive at forgiveness, which will unbind the actor from the act. If the act and the actor are bound through the concept of imputability, it follows that the self is implicated both in the fault and forgiving. The questions that arise are: who appeals for forgiveness and what does this forgiveness consist of? What are its aims? How does it happen and who makes it happen? Who are the actors in this theater of forgiveness? Is there a curtain call at the end, or is it a case of the Greek catharsis being staged with modern actors in a troubled world? Since, as we have seen, Ricoeur, unlike Derrida, implicates the self in all processes of asking for and receiving of forgiveness, he seeks to end the Audition journey of forgiveness by locating forgiveness at the center of the self. In the chapter of his monumental work Memory, History, Forgetting, titled The Return to the Self, he declares that it is now to the heart of selfhood that our investigation must be directed, MHF. Distinguishing selfhood from a notion of the self enables Ricoeur to raise a number of important questions. The first question pertains to the type of power and courage that one can appeal to in order simply to ask for forgiveness. He links our ability to ask for forgiveness to time, and argues that it is from our ability to master the course of time that the courage to ask for forgiveness seems able to be drawn. In other words, action, time, and memory are intricately connected to forgiveness and selfhood. Even though our actions are bound by temporality, we can subject past, present and future actions to reflection and evaluation. This means that one draws the courage and power to ask for forgiveness, because one recognizes the violence and harm done to another. Requesting forgiveness implies that there is someone/something we can appeal to, and has the right and power to forgive. The questions arise: who forgives? Who has the authority and the power to forgive? Where does the strength to ask for forgiveness come from? To whom do we appeal for forgiveness? How and why is this appeal made, and to what effect? Ricoeur deals with the answers to these questions by examining the relationship between forgiveness and promise, and by drawing on different philosophical, theological, moral, and ethical traditions. Firstly, Ricoeur, in order to problematize the link between promise and forgiveness, draws on Hannah Arendt's work The Human Condition. He argues that Arendt identifies two human faculties, the faculty of forgiving and the faculty to keep and make promises. For Arendt, the power to forgive is a human power. This position places forgiveness within secular frameworks of power, and recognizes the opposition between forgiveness and vengeance, forgiveness and punishment. Ricoeur argues that in Arendt's work a symmetry is instituted between forgiving and promising. However, he wants to question the symmetry between forgiving and promising in terms of power, MHF. He identifies a fundamental difference between promising and forgiveness in relation to power. For Ricoeur, forgiveness has a religious aura that promising does not. Promising is a wish to master the future as if it were the present, and is connected to politics and political discourses. Forgiveness, unlike promising, is connected to love, and thus politics cannot appropriate it for its own ends. To prove this important point, Ricoeur cites the sometimes monstrous failure of all efforts to institutionalize forgiveness and the caricature of forgiveness found in amnesty, which for him amounts to the institutional form of forgetting. He asserts here is no politics in forgiveness. Like Derrida, Ricoeur removes forgiveness from politics and political discourses, and recognizes the uses and abuses of asking for forgiveness. However, by making love the mediating power of forgiveness, Ricoeur appeals to Platonic and theological discourses. The Platonic eros of the Symposium, where love reconciles the irreconcilable and is elevated to a mediating cosmic force, is appropriated by Ricoeur via its formulation as agape within Pauline Christian theology, Plato. Unlike Derrida's appeal to the wholly other, Ricoeur appeals to the other only to the extent that the subject through imputability recognizes the fault that results in violence and harm to the other. Ricoeur, unlike Derrida, places forgiveness within a schema of horizontal, reciprocal, and symmetrical modalities of exchange, and pursues the odyssey of forgiveness to the center of selfhood. Hence, within Ricoeur's schema the concepts of selfhood, agency, and the other are integral to any discourse on forgiveness. For him the ultimate goal of forgiveness should release the agent from his act by unbinding the agent from the act. Like Derrida, he acknowledges the gap between the unforgivable fault and this impossible forgiveness and the difficulties of bridging it. Derrida's solution to this dilemma is a conception of forgiveness which is based on the irreducibility of the other, which is dissociated from subjectivist categories. The request for and receiving of forgiveness comes from the other and are enacted through the appeal to the other. This results in the elimination of the self and makes the subject hostage and host to the other. Within Derrida's schema, forgiveness is inscribed within a structure of non-relation between the subject and the wholly other. Forgiveness is unconnected to selfhood, agency, memory, reciprocity, recognition, forgetting and symmetry. In contrast, as we have seen, Ricoeur's solution to the dilemma of the unforgivable fault and the impossibility of forgiveness is to separate the agent from the action by a process of unbinding. He argues that his unbinding would mark the inscription, in the field of the horizontal disparity between power and act, of the vertical disparity between the great heights of forgiveness and the abyss of guilt. The end result of forgiveness through unbinding is that the guilty person is rendered capable of beginning again, and that this would be the figure of unbinding that commands all the others. Ricoeur asks the obvious question, if forgiveness is itself possible within this schema. He agrees with Derrida that if one forgives the person and condemns the act, it means someone else is condemned in his/her place who did not commit the act. Ricoeur's answer to this aporia is to dissociate in a radical way the agent from the act, and this dissociation expresses an act of faith, a credit addressed to the resources of self-regeneration. Reinscribing the unbinding of the agent from his/her act within the theological discourses of faith links it to Derrida's theological and messianic turn. However, Ricoeur, by linking it to the resources of self-regeneration, signals a radical departure from Derrida in relation to subjectivity and the self. Ricoeur, like Derrida, draws on religious and philosophical discourses to articulate his solution to the paradox of the unbinding of the agent from the act. By referring back to the ways the religions of the book deal with forgiveness and repentance, which he also finds inscribed in the Abrahamic memory, he seeks to link forgiveness to self-transformation. Rather than conceiving of forgiveness as being a transaction, Ricoeur places it within recognition and the structure of the gift, where the antecedence of the gift is recognized at the very heart of the inaugural gesture of repentance, MHF. It is the human and intersubjective dimensions and an emphasis on the responsibility of human agents, which distinguishes Ricoeur's approach to forgiveness. However, like Derrida, he accepts a theological dimension to the dilemmas that forgiveness presents us with, but offers different answers to the ontological questions, which do not reduce being to substance and presence. Unlike Derrida, who constructs being as presence, Ricoeur refers back to Aristotle's metaphysics and to the polysemy of the term to be, where Aristotle accords preference to being as act and power, in contrast to the preference for an understanding in terms of substance that prevailed in metaphysics up to Kant. Using Kant's argument that the original disposition to the good is fundamental, Ricoeur asserts that giving forgiveness means that the guilty person is considered capable of something other than the offenses and his faults. This is expressed in the utterance "you are better than your actions." This means that imputability demands that one admits fault and suffers the ravages of moral guilt. Forgiveness, however, by enabling the unbinding of the actor from the act, does not obliterate the memory of the act, but reinscribes it within memory as recognition while allowing for a re-beginning rather than total effacement and forgetting. Ricoeur, in his closing remarks on forgiveness, places recognition at the center of memory and forgetting. He differentiates between memory and forgetting in order to associate memory with recognition, happiness, and event. He considers recognition to be the small miracle of memory, but also admits that this miracle can fail to occur, and that the very act of memory, faire mémoire, is summed up in recognition. The complex interplay between memory, forgetting and recognition are constitutive of history and forgiveness. Ricoeur, in discussing the role of history and memory, argues that each has different functions. History's project is truth, while memory's is faithfulness. Moreover, history has a responsibility to the dead of the past, whose heirs we are. When dealing with the uses of the discourses of forgiveness in connection to history and memory, Ricoeur questions both the means used and aims pursued. He argues that forgiveness in the form of amnesty does violence to both history and memory, because the spiritual stakes of amnesty are silencing the non-forgetting of memory. He sees the institutional uses and abuses of forgetting as the symptom of a stubborn uncertainty affecting the relation between forgetting and forgiveness on the level of its deep structure. Ricoeur acknowledges that the relationship between memory and forgetting is very complex, both at the level of human actors and collectivities. The issues involved entail being able to strike a balance between forgetting, memory and reflection. However, this is part of an ongoing problematic, which requires us to be ceaselessly vigilant against misappropriation, misinterpretation, misrepresentation, misuse, misconception, misrecognition, and abuse. Ricoeur cautions against the hubris of wishing for a notion of forgetting that verges on total amnesia, but also against a notion of memory that remembers everything. He conceives of a notion of memory lacking forgetting as being the ultimate phantasm, the ultimate figure of this total reflection. He aims for a balance and ongoing negotiation between remembering and forgetting, and advocates for a notion of forgiveness connected to reflection and repentance. He distinguishes two forms of forgetting which are in constant struggle, one achieved through the effacement of traces and the other through the forgetting kept in reserve. Ricoeur explains the differences between forgetting and memory in order to articulate the institutional uses and abuses of both. Using historical examples and traversing through numerous religious, poetic and philosophical discourses as well as socio-cultural practices, he argues that it is necessary to recognize that at times the political rests on the forgetting of the unforgettable, and the use of amnesty can be justified because a society has to establish some form of concord and cannot go on eternally hating itself. However, it is important for the philosopher to point out the purely utilitarian, therapeutic character of many amnesties, including those of the French Republic. On this point, he concurs with Derrida's assessment. Ricoeur at the same time, urges us to listen to the voice of the unforgetting memory which is excluded from the arena of power by the forgetful memory bound to the prosaic refounding of the political, MHF. In this way the thin wall separating amnesty from amnesia can be preserved. Ricoeur resolves the crisis, which results from balancing the two forms of forgetting, that is, forgetting through the effacement of traces against the forgetting kept in reserve, within the horizon of a happy memory. This schema is based on a different conception of the intra- and interrelationship between memory, forgetting and recognition. Unlike Derrida, Ricoeur recognizes the necessity of the theater and staging of amnesia for political and therapeutic purposes, as long as this is simply a necessary gesture to refound the political rather than an attempt to wipe out the unforgivable. However, like Derrida, he does not consider the forgiveness that emanates through these processes to be pure and authentic. Ricoeur locates memory within the structure of recognition, happiness, and event. He argues that memory is connected to recognition, while forgetting is not. Thus, one speaks of a happy memory, but one does not speak of a happy forgetting. Moreover, the arrival of memory is an event. In contrast, forgetting is not an event but something that happens or that someone causes to happen, and it is then that we recognize the state of forgetfulness we had been in. Ricoeur, as he had done with promise and forgiveness, wants to set aside the idea of symmetry between memory and forgetting. He is acutely aware that once forgetting is linked to forgiveness, forgetting has its own dilemmas. On the one hand, memory, because it has the task to faithfully preserve the past from the ravages of oblivion, is in constant struggle against forgetting. On the other hand, forgiveness requires forgetting, while keeping faith with the exhortation never to forget, especially when concerning unforgivable crimes. These two competing demands, between memory and forgetting, mark the receding horizon of forgiveness that gives forgiveness its sense of incompletion. As we have seen, for Ricoeur at the heart of forgiveness there is the prior recognition of fault, loss, and debt, owned by the actors involved. The questions arise: how does one deal with loss and wrongs which are irreversible and go on forever and often extend back to far distant epochs? Can such loss or wrongs be measured? In these cases, can the debt ever be repaid, forgotten, or forgiven? What is the role of forgetting, memory, mourning and forgiveness in these implacable situations? Ricoeur identifies three figures of loss: the inextricable, the irreconcilable, and the irreparable. He goes on to clarify that the admission that loss is forever would be the maxim of wisdom worthy of being held to be the incognito of forgiveness in the tragedy of action. Recognizing that human action and its tragic dimensions are part of the human condition leaves room for repentance, consolation, and forgiveness. In order to solve the impasse of irreparable loss, Ricoeur aims for a subtle work of unbinding and binding which now is to be pursued at the very heart of debt. This subtle work involves, on one hand, being released from the fault, on the other, binding a debtor who is forever insolvent. Ricoeur introduces a radical notion of debt without fault. Debt stripped bare. Where one finds the debt to the dead and history as sepulchre. In other words, both binding and unbinding an agent from his/her act recognize that forgiveness does not efface the debt but only the fault. The debt to history and the dead remain in the form of sepulchre as the work of forgetting in reserve. The question arises, if forgiveness is possible within a more symmetrical relationship between memory and forgetting. For Derrida, forgiveness within Ricoeur's schema, because it is connected to the subjectivist modalities of memory and forgetting, would be implicated in doing violence to the other as it would eliminate its irreducibility. For Ricoeur, the asymmetry between forgetting and memory in relation to forgiveness lies in the irreducible equivocalness between the two poles of forgetting through effacement and forgetting kept in reserve, rather than the irreducibility of the other. It is in the space of this irreducible equivocalness that the most secret mark of forgiveness can come to be registered. In order to give us a better understanding of the complex relationship between memory and forgetting in relation to forgiveness, Ricoeur embarks on an investigation of the possibility of what he calls ars oblivionis, art of oblivion, that would be comparable with the ars memoriae, the art of remembering and commemoration. He draws on various traditions and schools of thought to come up with 3 ways the ars memoriae could be exercised by various actors, institutions, and societies in relation to the strategies of forgetting and remembering. Firstly, he rejects any forgetting which is based on effacement and the ruinous competition between the strategies of memory and forgetting. What he proposes instead, is the possibility of a work of forgetting, interweaving among all the fibers that connect us to time, memory of the past, expectation of the future, and attention to the present. Unlike Derrida's work on forgiveness, which relies on a prophetic tradition where everything is future, Ricoeur injects all the modalities of time within forgetting. In this way he preserves the past, present, and future, without privileging the other and the to come. Secondly, Ricoeur raises the possibility of a kind of forgetting which, outsmarting its own vigilance, as it were, forget itself. As a result of forgetting itself, forgetting can commemorate its own forgetting. As paradoxical as this may sound, it has relevance to the need of the theater of forgetting that preserves what one cannot forget. This is necessary so one is not paralyzed into inaction or falls victim to what Ricoeur has called the phantasm of total memory and recall. Thirdly, Ricoeur proposes a different type of forgetting which follows the path of a forgetting that would no longer be a strategy, nor a work, an idle forgetting. It would parallel memory, not as the remembrance of what has occurred, nor the memorization of know-how, not even as the commemoration of the founding events of our identity, but as a concerned disposition established in duration. If memory is in fact a capacity, the power of remembering, faire mémoire, it is more fundamentally a figure of care, that basic anthropological structure of our historical condition, MHF. Instituting care at the center of memory gives the modalities of forgetting and remembering an anthropological rather than prophetic or messianic dimension. Care mediates between all modalities of forgetting, remembering, and forgiveness, as well as time. Ricoeur goes on to explain that in memory as care we hold ourselves open to the past, we remain concerned about it. Forgetting the past is not an option nor is an interminable remembering. For Ricoeur the ars oblivionis is part of the vigilance of memory within time itself, and it can only arrange itself under the optative's mood of happy memory. It would simply add a gracious note to the work of memory and the work of mourning. For it would not be work at all. His notion of carefree memory marks the horizon of concerned memory, the soul common to memory that forgets and does not forget. By making the soul the common ground of memory and forgetting, Ricoeur toys with the theological and philosophical ideas of immortality. Memory, both as part of our mortality and immortality, watches over the forgetting and non-forgetting. The interminable play between forgetting and memory is mediated by care which partakes both in the capacity to forget and not forget. Forgiveness marks the space of both forgetting and memory mediated by love. By introducing the notion of love, Ricoeur places the problematic of forgiveness within Platonic and Christian discourses rather than the injunctive, messianic discourse of the other in Derrida. Ricoeur declares that you enter the sign of this ultimate incognito of forgiveness, an echo can be heard of the word of wisdom uttered in the Song of Songs, love is as strong as death. He affirms that love is stronger than death and concludes that the reserve of forgetting, is as strong as the forgetting through effacement. However, by elevating forgiveness to the heights of love he makes the strength of forgetting kept in reserve as the ultimate safeguard against the treachery of forgetting through effacement and through acts that do violence to the other. Forgiveness as unbinding is effected through love, which is embedded in recognition, intersubjectivity, and reflexivity. Derrida's concept of death, unlike Ricoeur's, comes from the other, is anterior to any constitution of the subject and marks its emergence. For Derrida, love is narcissistic and his narcissus is a blind narcissus and thus devoid of reflexivity, CMB and Poe. In other words, the self-reflection and recognition of the myth of Narcissus are never instituted within Derridean forgiveness based on the concept of the utterly other. In Derrida the ruse of Narcissus never comes to an end, and the other resists all reflexivity and processes of interiorization. For Ricoeur, forgiveness is embedded in the complex modalities of forgetting and memory. Love comes to mediate between the three and effect a notion of forgiveness which is theological, but also within the structure of reflexive. Ity, reciprocity, recognition, agency, selfhood, and horizontally. Ricoeur locates forgiveness and love within intersubjective relations. However, Derrida, by eliminating intersubjectivity and reflexivity, leaves a notion of a solipsistic narcissism that admits no self-understanding or relation of the self as other. Ricoeur's notion of imputability within Derrida's schema is inadmissible. The subject and the self are aligned with doing violence to the other. Concluding remarks. Derrida, in this later phase of his work, applies his philosophy of alterity to concrete situations of violence to the other. The application of deconstruction to ethico-political concerns is based on the notion of the utterly other, which is charged with instituting a new thinking that eliminates violence to the other. Because the construction of the other is inscribed within a messianic and futural structure, and outside any categories associated with subjectivity, Derrida's philosophy of alterity ignores all processes, institutions and systems associated with the construction of otherness involving human actors. Moreover, Derrida's disembodied and desubjectivized other sidesteps the issues associated with intersubjectivity, self, and other. His shift towards an ethic of unconditional hospitality and forgiveness goes a long way in redefining the parameters of his thinking with regard to a nonviolent relation to the other. However, his persistence in eliminating the subject and the self leaves no space for modes of thinking and acting which involve engaged, situated, and embodied human actors, who are grappling with the vagaries and tragedies of human life, and operate within frameworks of reflexivity, recognition, and horizontally. In contrast to Derrida's other directed and messianic thinking steeped in immanence, Ricoeur has instituted a thinking that takes into account the long tradition of the deconstruction of the subject, but does not jettison the subject. Ricoeur deals with the questions of forgiveness, self, other, intersubjectivity, memory, recognition, and reflexivity, within a model that allows for horizontally, reciprocity, agency, self as other, and intersubjective modes of engagement within concrete situations. By emphasizing the contingent lives of human actors, and by recognizing the role played by love and care, Ricoeur reinscribes the question of subjectivity within a radical mode of thinking that retains the positive links to the Western tradition, including the hermeneutic and phenomenological philosophical traditions. In the next chapter, I will turn to Derrida's great work The Animal That Therefore I Am in order to map out the final trajectory of Derrida's thought on violence to the other, where the other is constructed as a human inscribed in the abyssal gaze of the animal as the utterly other. Violence to the other, limitrophy, animat, divinimally, the abyssal limit, and the ends of man. Derrida's messianic turn and his insistence on a non-originary concept of the other which is beyond any subjectivist categories of Western metaphysics, leads him to a philosophy which aims to dislodge and go beyond the oppositions human/animal, life/death. This radical turn is encapsulated in 4 texts published in English under the title The Animal That Therefore I Am. The title itself is a rewriting of Descartes' famous formulation of subjectivity, I think, therefore I am, and signals a complete break with all forms of thought based on Cartesian philosophies of subjectivity. In this chapter, I will deal extensively with these very complex and multilayered texts, because I consider them to mark the last phase of Derrida's work on the violence to the other in relation to the animal as absolute other. At this point it is important to give some background to the four texts. In a 10-day conference was held in Cerise on Derrida's work titled The Autobiographical Animal, a title which Derrida chose himself. During this conference Derrida delivered a 10-hour seminar titled The Animal That Therefore I Am. Only the introduction to the seminar, comprising the first two texts, was published in the conference proceedings with the title The Animal That Therefore I Am, to be continued. In Derrida makes good his promise, to be continued, when the third text, near the end of the seminar, titled And Say the Animal Responded, is included in the special issue of Les Cahiers de l'Herne, dedicated to him and published in. The fourth text, on the question of the animal in Heidegger, titled I Don't Know Why We Are Doing This, is a transcription of the last oral lecture Derrida gave as a response to the issues raised and discussed. The text retains a great deal of its informality, as it was an outline rather than a completed and written-out text. Taken together these four texts represent the centrality of the problematic of the animal as other in Derrida's work. Much has been written about these texts regarding their radicality as well as their difficulty, the reference to an animal holocaust, and Derrida's famous or infamous description of the cat, see Berger and Segera. The main charge against these texts has been summed up by Gongton's critique that the text does not, and indeed cannot, tell us unequivocally how to proceed, how animals ought to be conceptualized, treated, or thought in relation to humans. Gongton. What Gongton and most critics fail to take into account is that Derrida's discourse on the animal seeks to institute a new, radical thinking based on the wholly other, which is beyond the prevailing ontological and deontological paradigms and established discourses based on prescriptive notions of ethics and socio-political praxis. Derrida in these four texts reveals the various modalities of violence to the animal as other, and gestures towards a radical post-subjectivist and post-humanist notion of the other as a human. He reinscribes the other within more injunctive ethics and messianic discourses, and aims to deconstruct and go beyond all forms of thought based on the grand duality of Western metaphysics, man/animal. Derrida's project is to institute a new radical philosophy based on the wholly other, which eliminates violence to other and breaks away from all forms of subjectivist thought and praxis. Derrida's underlying strategy is to posit the question of the animal not in relation to man from the perspective of man, but the question of man from the perspective of the animal, and thus dethrone the superiority and mastery of man over the animal. This entails a radical rethinking and overturning of the entire edifice that underpins the construction of what is proper to man and the position of the animal as the other. By positing the question of man from the point of view of the animal, Derrida arrives at a radical re-articulation of the relationship between human and animal life and the world. In order to signal a radical departure from any form of thinking that does violence to the other, he introduces in these texts a number of new concepts such as limitrophy, animat, animort, divinimally, zoautobiographical, zoautobiobibliography, zoosphere, automotricity, and divinimally, and reintroduces the notions of autobiography, hospitality, the gaze, the trace, and difference, among others. These concepts connect to his earlier problematics but also point to a more futural, transgressal, and abyssal structure of a philosophy of limitrophy. Derrida's first step is to radicalize the idea of the limit. Hence, he is not simply interested in questioning the limit between man and animal by looking for discontinuities in the line that constitutes the division, but seeks to change the ways we think about the limit. His new concept of limitrophy aims to introduce a different logic and experience of the limit which is properly transgressal and has an abyssal structure. He declares that limitrophy is his subject, not only in relation to what sprouts or grows at the limit, around a limit, by maintaining the limit, but also in relation to what feeds the limit, generates it, raises it, and complicates it. His interest is not in effacing the limit but in multiplying its figures, in complicating, thickening, delinearizing, folding, and dividing the line precisely by making it increase and multiply. The dividing line between man and animal cannot be instituted within this abyssal structure which escapes any attempts to fix its infinite transgressal effects. The idea of the abyssal limit and Derrida's questioning of the very limits that mark the division between life and death, will inform all his texts. Derrida's new concept of limitrophy announces his formulation of a plural concept of limit regarding the living that goes beyond our conception of the human and the duality of human/animal. He argues that beyond the human there is not just the opposition of the animal or animal life but a heterogeneous multiplicity of the living and a multiplicity of organizations of relations between living and dead, tat. By relativizing the division between the living and the dead, he dissolves their limits. Furthermore, this new conception of the living and dead consists of relations of organization or lack of organization among realms that are more and more difficult to dissociate by means of the figures of the organic and inorganic, of life and/or death. These relations are at once intertwined and abyssal, and they can never be totally objectified. The relations between different spheres of life are marked by heterogeneous multiplicity, and their relations are inscribed within the abyssal structure of the limit. As such they resist objectification and allow for unending interrelations between different realms. Derrida's approach is to deconstruct the discourses and practices relating to the animal, which try to limit and objectify these relations, and demonstrate their ultimate failure. Derrida's second step is to embark on the immense task of deconstructing the opposition man/animal within different spheres by deconstructing the anthropomorphic, anthropocentric, and anthropotheomorphic constructions of the animal, which he links to the question of the wholly other. He begins his various deconstructions of the duality man/animal by demonstrating the centrality of the question of the animal in philosophical, religious, theological, scientific, political, ethical, cultural, mythical, literary, and other discourses. He identifies in them a common thread, that of defining what is proper to man in opposition to the animal. In the process of defining what is proper to man, they assign or deny the animal certain faculties, capacities and attributes. By constructing the animal world in the singular as the animal, and by denying it what they attribute to humans, they exclude it from what is proper to man and define the limits between man and the animal. This exclusion underpins the violence to the animal as wholly other, and derives from a philosophical thinking where the subject man holds sway over the animal. The subjugation of the animal enabled man to wage a relentless and pitiless war against the animal species and the living in general, especially in the last 200 years. This ongoing war has been disavowed and dissimulated by man, and represents for Derrida an entrenched expression of the violence to the other. Thus, Derrida's target in these diverse discourses is man and the entire edifice of a thinking based on the primacy of man, which places the animal under his control and in the service of his well-being. Derrida sets in motion the deconstruction of the foundations of the various discourses on the animal, in order to announce a radical reinscription of the question of the animal in relation to the question of man within his philosophy of ALTE writing. He declares that the question of the animal as the wholly other and its relation to man, has been fundamental to his thinking and its presence marks his entire philosophical oeuvre. His aim in these four texts is to show that in every discourse in relation to the animal, especially with Western metaphysics, there is a recurrence of the same dominant schema which defines man's superiority over the animal as being proper to man. However, Derrida points out, within the structure of what is proper to man, there is an originary fault, a default, that undoes this propriety of man and makes possible his very becoming subject, his historicity, his emergence out of nature, his social ity, his access to knowledge and techniques. This originary default is prior to man's emergence as subject and dissolves the division between man and animal. Derrida goes on to demonstrate how this default, of what is proper to man as opposed to the animal, becomes the deconstructive lever of all forms of anthropocentric thought and ethics within numerous discourses, including, among others, the philosophical discourses of Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, Levinas, Lacan, and Heidegger. Derrida's aim is to continuously expose this default in a number of important philosophical and other texts by deconstructing their dualities, such as speech/truth, reaction/response, lie/pretense and so forth, upon which they base their construction of what is proper to man. He does this by pointing out the moments of negation and disavowal of the animal in them. Furthermore, while these texts deny the animal what they attribute to man, they do not finally succeed in eliminating the animality of their texts. The animal comes to unsettle and undo the texts and expose their underlying subjectivism, even in thinkers who claim to have overcome and go beyond it. I will now turn to the first text, where the question of the animal in relation to man is posited in terms of the gaze of the other in order to unseat notion man from its privileged position. The question of subjectivity, self, and other, will again be central to Derrida's project of his radical thinking regarding violence to the other. Under the gaze of the other. In the first text titled, The Animal That Therefore I Am, More to Follow, Derrida begins the descent ring of man within different domains, including Cartesian philosophy, by raising the philosophical question of the animal as the utterly other, and subjecting man to its gaze. Throughout this work Derrida analyzes the discursive modalities of the animal, therefore, to follow, and I am, from the perspective of the animal. He explores the interrelations between these four modalities in order to expose the violations to the other and to re-articulate the I, the animal, and to follow within a new kind of thinking. He aims to arrive at a notion of the other which is post-human, but also post-animal, and goes beyond the divisions man/animal, life/death. Derrida begins his discussion of the violence to the other by analyzing the construction of the duality man/animal. He implicates entire systems of thought and practices in the construction of man in opposition to the animal, and critiques the fundamental principles upon which the edifice of what is proper to man is based. He argues that the entire spectrum of philosophy based on Western metaphysics, but also mythical, literary, religious, ethical, scientific, economic, political, socio-cultural, and other discourses have developed an extensive list of what is proper to man. This list is almost interminable and includes, among other things, nudity, shame, gaze, seeing, logos, speech, reason, language, sociality, consciousness, evil, history, time, laughter, dissimulation, clothing, writing, autobiography, death, the subconscious, and suffering. Within these discourses man was given certain capacities, including the capacity to make promises, respond, lie, pretend, say I am etc. In contrast, the animal is deprived of the capacity to respond, lie, and make promises. It lacks language, writing, consciousness and many of the other attributes which are the exclusive provenance of man. When these qualities are given to the animal through fabulization, the animal is simply made human from the point of view of man, thus eliminating its irreducible alterity. Derrida demonstrates how various philosophical discourses and thinkers partake in the construction of the list of what is proper to man as opposed to the animal. By identifying some of the central questions philosophers raise in relation to the animal, such as if the animal can respond and see the way humans do, they exclude the animal from an entire field of philosophical knowledge and ethics. Derrida takes nudity and its connection to shame as a primary example of the exclusion of the animal from the moral codes, self-knowledge and self-reflection that define man. The animal is taken, by philosophical and religious discourses, to be naturally nude, and as such has no need to dress itself. The question arises, if the animal can be given the attributes of nudity and shame and thus become constitutive of the spheres of morality, self-reflection, and self-knowledge. Through an examination of the notion of nudity, Derrida demonstrates that although philosophers and thinkers raise different questions and use different definitions, these are fundamentally underpinned by the idea of lack in relation to the animal. This is illustrated by analyzing the discourses of major thinkers and philosophers. For example, in relation to being, Heidegger questions if the animal has time, if it shares the finitude of man as death, and if the animal has world. Lacan questions the role of the animal as the other in relation to speech, consciousness, and the construction of the subject. In relation to definitions, Aristotle defines the animal as alegon, that is, lacking logos, while Levinas defines the animal as a non-human and lacking the human face and gaze. Bentham diverges from this tradition and raises the question of animal suffering. Bentham's questioning of suffering being only the attribute of man goes to the heart of man's relation to the animal as other, which Derrida unremittingly deconstructs. Defining the animal in terms of lack of attributes, capacities, and faculties in relation to man marks the limit between man and animal, and places the animal in a position of inferiority. This has led to man's infinite superiority over the animal life which, Derrida argues, has its property the fact of being at one and the same time unconditional and sacrificial. The consequences of the unconditional and sacrificial superiority of man are multiple and detrimental to animal life. It justifies putting the animal under the control of man and subjugating it. In many religious traditions, it provides even theological justifications for making animals sacrificial offerings. It permits and rationalizes the violent treatment of animals through unfettered commercialization and industrialization processes. It leads to the indiscriminate slaughter, exploitation, and extermination of animal species, and allows scientific and other types of invasions into animal life by humans on a global scale. However, in spite of the immeasurable violence of man against the animal, man continues with his disavowal of these practices. Consequently, for the past 200 years, the forms of violence committed by man against the animal life have intensified and accelerated to an unprecedented level. Derrida is emphatic that no one can deny seriously any more, or for very long, that men do all they can in order to dissimulate this cruelty or to hide it from themselves, in order to organize on a global scale the forgetting or misunderstanding of this violence, which some would compare to the worst cases of genocide. There are also animal genocides. The number of species endangered because of man takes one's breath away. Derrida shifts the center of gravity from the human to the animal and attributes to man the genocide of animals as the ultimate form of dissimulated and disavowed forms of violence to the other. Derrida's analyses of the situation regarding the violence committed by man against the animal are striking and poignant. He regards the treatment of animals as pathological, pathetic, and unbearably cruel. Using the Greek word pathos and referring to its connections to passion and shared suffering among the living, an appeal is made to our sense of compassion and responsibility to the other. Here the other is the non-human whose suffering is exposed through the circulation of animal images. Derrida writes in relation to the countless images that portray the suffering of animals. If these images are pathetic, if they evoke sympathy, it is also because they pathetically open the immense question of pathos and the pathological, precisely, that is, of suffering, pity, and compassion. The place given to the interpretation of this compassion relates to the sharing of this suffering among the living, to the law, ethics, and politics that must be brought to bear upon this experience of compassion, tat. What Derrida aims in his oeuvre is to call us to our responsibilities and obligations towards the living in general, and to the fundamental compassion which, if taken earnestly, would have to change even the very cornerstone of the philosophical problematic of the animal. Derrida's task is to effect this change. Derrida, by connecting the question of the animal to the pre-ontological concept of the other, seeks to expose and dismantle the philosophical foundations that deny and rationalize the violence to the animal. To this end, he continues to unveil the violence to the other by positing the question of the animal in terms of the ontological categories I am, who, and what, and by defining the discursive modalities of to follow and therefore. He begins with an exploration of the possible meanings of the phrase on the title of his work. Where an offering is made of more to follow, he gives the phrase to follow a number of meanings, both from the perspective of the animal and human, such as it follows itself, it follows itself. It could say I follow myself, I am, in following myself. He proceeds to articulate the implications of each one of these for the meaning to follow. To begin with, by making both man and animal interchangeable, Derrida eliminates any order of succession and dissolves the ontological limits that define man and animal. He clarifies that the process of answering these ontological questions from the perspective of the animal means passing across borders or the ends of man. I come or surrender to the animal in itself, to the animal in me and the animal at unease with itself, to the man about whom Nietzsche said, something to the effect that it was an as yet undetermined animal, an animal lacking in itself. Derrida announces the end of man as the privileged locus of the question of man. By making man an animal undetermined and inscribed by lack, he radicalizes both the question of the animal and man. In addition, by making man surrender to the animal, he makes alterity the defining factor of man's constitution in all domains, including the philosophical questions of what and who is man. The task now is to dismantle the philosophical question of man in relation to the animal within Western thought. In this endeavor, Derrida's philosophical affinities lie with Nietzsche rather than Heidegger. Derrida, following Nietzsche and going against the philosophies which attribute only to man the capacity to make promises, gives both man and animal the ability to make promises and surrenders man to the promise and gaze of the animal. By overturning the order of hierarchy and by breaking the limits that define the relations between man and animal, his answers regarding the meaning to follow are formulated in a prophetic discourse. He writes, "Since all of time and for what remains of it to come we would therefore be in passage toward surrendering to the promise of that animal at unease with itself, man surrenders to the animal as other." The fundamental questions of Western metaphysics, what, who, and whom, are posited and answered by Derrida in terms of the gaze of the utterly other. He subjects man to the piercing and injunctive gaze of the animal as the wholly other, and in the process he overturns the ways one arrives at knowledge and self-knowledge. He argues that since time, therefore, since so long ago, can we say that the animal has been looking at us? The answer, as to what animal and who this animal is given emphatically by Derrida. What animal? The other. Under the gaze of the other there is no possibility for the subject to even posit the epistemological questions of what or what am I. The question of the subject cannot be posited in terms of the ontological question who am I, or in the accusative case of whom, without submitting to the gaze of the other. The possibility of positing the subject in relation of the subject's other, or the subject as other, is eliminated. All forms of subjectivity and otherness are determined or are, at best, effects of the other. If there are any doubts about the elimination of the subject in Derridian deconstruction, his assertion who am I therefore? Who is it that I am, following? Whom should this be asked of if not of the other, puts those at rest. The ontological questions of who I am and who I am following are raised and answered through the face-to-face encounter with the other and under the gaze of the animal as utterly other. The gaze of the other is defined as the gaze of a seer, a visionary or extra-lucid blind one. This formulation of the gaze echoes Derrida's preoccupation with the notion of the gaze and sight in relation to the other in many of his earlier works, especially in the Memoirs of the Blind, the Self-Portrait and Other Ruins and Memoirs for Paul de Man. The concept of the gaze in this work, as a kind of blindness, links to the notion outlined in his conversation on photography with Gerard Richter, published in English as Copy, Archive, Signature, A Conversation on Photography, where Derrida takes up again the question of the other, the gaze and seeing in relation to photography. As in this previous work on blindness and the gift, he argues that I give myself to the other precisely there where I cannot give myself to myself, cannot see myself seeing, in a way. Nor can I see myself or know myself as giving. I can see myself as seen, but cannot see myself seeing, ka. The other marks the absence of identity as self-relation and being as presence. Self-presence cannot be instituted within the concept of gift and giving. Blindness is at the center of the self in its relation to itself, self-knowledge and reflexivity. Derrida defines this experience as an experience of the gift, of what cannot return to me, ka. Gift as no return to a defined being repeats his elimination of the subject and any related ontological categories. Derrida, in the last phase of his work, continues with a more radical formulation of the gaze of the utterly other in relation to the animal, which becomes central to his deconstruction of subjectivism and subjectivist ethics of Western metaphysics and other thought systems. He uses nudity as the starting point in order to institute a different ethics that is a human, post-human and post-animal. He subjects the naked man to the gaze of the animal in order to examine the ethical relations between them, and institute an ethics of responsibility that would derive from the other. Being naked in front of the other, the animal, which Derrida takes to be a basic premise of ethics and morality, engenders in man the feeling of shame. However, there is a paradox in this schema. Man attributes to the animal a natural nakedness and thus no shame, yet the shame man feels derives from the animal. Although Derrida makes nudity and shame proper to man, he relativizes them both in terms of the gaze of the animal as a wholly other. When man is naked and face to face with the other, in this case the cat, looking to see in the direction of his sex, Derrida asserts that TOC, without going to see, without touching yet, and without biting, although that threat remains on its lips or on the tip of the tongue however, within this scene. Something happens, that shouldn't take place, like everything that happens in the end, a lapsus, a fall, a failing, a fault, a symptom, and symptom, as you know, also means fall, case, unfortunate event, coincidence, what falls due chance, mishap. It is as if, at that instant, I had said or were going to say the forbidden, something that shouldn't be said. As if I were to avow what cannot be avowed in a symptom and, as one says, wanted to bite my tongue. Derrida reinscribes the ideas of the gaze in relation to the animal as seeing without seeing, symptom as fall and lack. Man standing naked and face to face with the animal as the wholly other, marks the non-space where shame, prohibition, nudity, self-knowledge and vision are articulated. He aims to answer the questions, why one is overcome by shame for being naked in front of the animal and why one is ashamed of being ashamed, from the point of view of the animal. He writes, ashamed of what and before whom? Ashamed of being as naked as a beast since the animal has been considered as being naturally naked, and as such has no need to dress itself, it has been given no sense of shame. By subjecting the naked man to the gaze of the naked animal, entails the becoming animal of man. Man by being ashamed of his nakedness, when face to face with the animal, means that man is given his sense of shame, and consequently ethics, by the animal. Thus any ontological questions regarding man and the origins of ethics have to be rethought from the point of view of the animal's gaze as the wholly other, which plays at and exceeds the limits that define both the human and the animal. The treatment of nakedness and shame in relation to the animal as the wholly other will also become the starting point to radicalize further the notion of consciousness, reflexivity, self-knowledge, and evil. Derrida argues that in many philosophical texts there is an underlying assumption, but never mentioned, that the property unique to animals, what in the last instance distinguishes them from man, is their being naked without knowing it. This implies that animals are without consciousness of good and evil, and that they wouldn't be naked because they are naked in their natural state. This position has led to the situation that in principle, with the exception of man, no animal has ever thought to dress itself. Consequently, clothing and shame are considered as being proper to man, one of the properties of man, with shame deriving from a notion of fall. The notion of fall and its connections to shame will become fundamental in Derrida's deconstruction of an ethics of animal sacrifice and violence to the other. Derrida overturns the questions of being with, consciousness, ethics and knowledge as being proper to man. In order to radicalize the idea of being, he raises the question whether the animal is deprived of being able to see the nakedness of man, and how the notion to follow relates to it. He posits the question of the subject in terms of who I am following, and places the I under the gaze of the animal as absolute alterity in order to deconstruct a number of dualities such as before/after, front/back, human/animal. Furthermore, he aims to critique the Heideggerian with and Heidegger's notion of being as gathering rather than dissociation. Consequently, he reinscribes the notions of next to and with from the perspective of the animal, and makes the subject/man both subject and object of the other's gaze. He argues, the animal is there before me, there next to me, there in front of me, I who am, following, after it. And also, therefore, since it is before me, it is behind me. It surrounds me. And from the vantage of this being there before me, it can allow itself to be looked at, no doubt, but also, something that philosophy perhaps forgets, perhaps being this calculated forgetting itself, it can look at me. It has its point of view regarding me. The point of view of the absolute other, and nothing will have ever given me more food for thinking through this absolute alterity of the neighbor or of the next door, than these moments when I see myself seen naked under the gaze of a cat. The animal represents the point of view of the absolute other as neighbor, whose absolute alterity means that it remains outside any modality of appropriation, mastery, and being with. Inscribing the animal with absolute alterity and point of view, frees the other from any relation to man that seeks to escape the gaze of the other. The animal as the wholly other inescapably surrounds the subject, and subjects it to its bottomless gaze. The bottomless gaze demonstrates the naked truth of every gaze, when that truth allows me to see and be seen through the eyes of the other, in the seeing and not just seen eyes of the other. Derrida goes on to clarify his notion of seeing as being those seeing eyes, those eyes of a seer whose color must at the same time be seen and forgotten. Here Derrida aligns himself with Levinas' construction of the other, but deviates from him because the other bears no relation to a human face. The animal is part of the structure of the wholly other, and as such it is independent of subjectivity based on human consciousness. The other sees without seeing. In this way the injunctive power of the gaze becomes part of the all-seeing, abstract other that bears no relation to a concrete subject. Derrida continues exposing the violations to the other in relation to the animal within philosophical discourses, by critiquing and overturning philosophy's construction of logos. He begins by examining the ways philosophy has treated the question of response in relation to the animal in order to radicalize the notion of logos, speech, and language. He argues that philosophers from Descartes to Lacan, although they have given the animal some aptitude for signs and for communication, they have always denied it the power to respond, to pretend, to lie, to cover its tracks or erase its own traces. This means that the animal is excluded from the field of purposeful and intentional speech, which is the privilege of man. Derrida raises the question of speech and language by putting man in the place of the animal and argues, but whether it is fictive or not, when I ask, the animal that I am, does it speak, the question seems at that moment to be signed, to be sealed by someone. What does it seal? What claim does it make? Pretense or not, what does it seem to translate? What this animal is, what it will have been, what it would like to, or could be is perhaps what I am, following. In other words, the discourse on the animal's ability to respond is predetermined by the limit that marks the division between man and animal. This limit is based on the idea that the animal cannot respond in terms of speech and by using linguistic signs. Thus, it leaves no traces or its traces can be effaced. Derrida, by placing himself in the place of the animal and questioning whether he possesses the attribute of speech and language, makes speech and language part of the animal. He questions the idea of lack of response upon which the limit between man and animal is based, and argues that one cannot treat the supposed animality of the animal without treating the question of the response, and of what responding means. And what being erased means. Derrida posits the problematic of response anew. He raises the questions, if the animal can respond, and if so to whom does it respond and how? He reintroduces the concept of trace in order to question the indivisible limit between man and animal, and to signal his deconstructive gesture towards all concepts connected to man, including the capacity of response. By making the trace constitutive of the animal, he makes the animal's traces both erasable and inerasable. Derrida argues the fact that a trace can always be erased, and forever, in no way means, and this is a critical difference, that someone, man or animal, I am emphasizing here, can of his own accord erase his traces. Both animal and man come under the ineffable power of the trace. Human and animal traces are interchangeable and part of the structure of the Derridian trace. This implies that the animal's traces will remain, even when all attempts are made to erase the trace of the animal. The trace is anterior to speech, language, and response and, finally, to logos. Derrida continues to expose the violence to the animal as other within philosophy, by pointing out philosophy's linguistic and conceptual construction of the animal and animal life under the singular the animal, and its exclusion from philosophy proper and the ontology of man. Derrida argues that the use of the singular the animal, homogenizes all animals and represents a linguistic and conceptual violation which denies the plurality, heterogeneity, and multiplicity of animal life. He sees this refusal by philosophy to question the principles upon which the limit that marks the human and the animal is based, as encompassing the entire philosophical tradition of Western metaphysics, and has its roots in the privileging of the human above the animal. He asserts that never, on the part of any great philosopher from Plato to Heidegger, or anyone at all who takes on, as a philosophical question in and of itself, the question called that of the animal and of the limit between the animal and the human, have I noticed a protestation based on principle, and especially not a protestation that amounts to anything, against the general singular that is the animal. Using the singular the animal marks the limit between the human and the animal as being single and indivisible. This constitutes a violation to the other with numerous and grave consequences. A very fundamental consequence is that it results in the homogenization of all non-human living things that man does not recognize as his fellows, his neighbors, or his brothers. The brotherhood of man, as constituted within philosophy and different domains, does not include the animal as neighbor. Consequently, the animal is excluded from the duties of and rights to hospitality. Derrida, by making the animal part of man's fellows, neighbors, and brothers, radicalizes the Heideggerian being with Levinas' definition of the neighbor as a human face, and the notion of hospitality. For Derrida, the being with hospitality, the face of the other, and brotherhood, includes and extends to the animal. He notes that one cannot speak, moreover, it has never been done, of the bêtise or bestiality of an animal but only of man. The fundamental question that Derrida asks is, why the ultimate fallback of what is proper to man relates to a property that could never in any case be attributed to the animal or to God, but nevertheless comes to be named bêtise or bestiality, tat. By questioning the proper and property as being constitutive of man, Derrida unseats man from his privileged position. Making bestiality a category that is inclusive of man, animal, and God, radicalizes the notion of the limit. Consequently, what constitutes the limit that defines the animal and the human and the ontological positing of being, as well as the theological conception of God, has to be rethought. Animality, or bestiality, partakes of human and divine and exceeds both. This is a very radical turn that Derrida takes, because the other is not God as understood within theological discourses. As we shall see, Derrida's concept of divinity signals a more radical conception of the holy other and aims to dissolve these long-held divisions. Derrida continues his critique of the subjectivism of various philosophical discourses, and aims to redefine philosophy's ontological question I am from the point of view of the animal as absolute alterity. He identifies the positing of the ontological question I am within Western metaphysics, based on the point of view of man, as violence to the other. In order to expose this violence, he critiques and deconstructs the ipseity within which the I am is constructed, and explores what ties the history of the I am, the autobiographical and autodidactic relation to the self as I, to the history of the animal, of the human concept of the animal. As in his previous deconstruct ions, Derrida is relentless in his treatment of the I and the self in all its modalities, ranging from consciousness and memory to life itself. He critiques the privileging of the confessional mode in relation to the I and the self within Western thought, and its connections to the production of the truth of the human subject in opposition to the animal. The autobiographical I and the self come under heavy fire as they are charged with the fatal malady of autoimmunity and autoaffection as autoinfection. The I, closed and asphyxiated within itself and within its own self-generating automaticity, admits no alterity. However, Alterity is what prevents this auto-infection and enables the movement of the trace of the other to fissure subjectivity as self-presence. Derrida's forceful critique with regards to self and autobiography needs to be quoted at length. He argues, autobiography, the writing of the self as living, the trace of the living for itself, being for itself, the auto-affection or auto-infection as memory or archive of the living, would be an immunizing movement, a movement of safety, of salvage and salvation of the safe, the holy, the immune, the indemnified, of virginal and intact nudity, but an immunizing movement that is always threatened with becoming auto-immunizing, like every autos, every ipsiety, every automatic, automobile, autonomous, autoreferential movement. Nothing risks becoming more poisonous than an autobiography, poisonous for oneself in the first place, auto-infectious for the presumed signatory who is so auto-affected. The writing of the self as I, is based on the conception of life as auto-referential and anthropomorphic. Such a conceptualization of life is inadmissible within Derrida's notion of the other. For Derrida, as argued in his earlier works, autobiography can only be written as death of the solipsistic I. This represents a more radical turn in Derrida's construction of the other, because he abandons any reference to the human confessional I and to the autobiography of the self. As in his earlier work, he replaces the autobiographical with the autobiographical, and in order to take account of the animal within a radical continuum that constitutes both life and death, human and animal, he replaces the autobiographical with the zootobiographical and finally autobiography with zoautobibliography. The self is eliminated in its autobiographical and narrative dimensions. Identity, based on a notion of the subject as I, is seen as a form of solipsistic auto-affection. Derrida injects the animal and animality within the auto and the biographical, and subjects both to the structure of the trace of the other. Derrida reintroduces the concept of the trace, to include both the animal and man. By making the animal as absolute other, constitutive of the trace and of all modalities of subjectivity, Derrida conceives of himself as an animal and his texts as animal texts within both life and death. In this way he locates his written texts and thought within what he calls zoosphere, and he aims to institute the crazy project of constituting everything thought or written within a zoosphere, the dream of an absolute hospitality and an infinite appropriation. How to welcome or liberate so many animal words animats chez moi? In me, for me, like me? He locates his animal texts within a zoosphere, which he calls a paradisaical bestiary, and explains that the zoosphere project has been at the forefront of his thinking since his early works. The zoosphere is the space of infinite appropriation and absolute hospitality of all spheres of life as well as of everything written or thought. The absence of man entails a concept of the other as a human, which does not mean simply replacing the human with the animal. In order to avoid replacing anthropocentric and anthropomorphic discourses of and on the animal, Derrida introduces his new concept of the animat. This concept denotes a more radical formulation of the other because it combines multiple functions, and aims to go beyond the established models of thinking in relation to man and animal. To begin with, Derrida wants to dissociate his thought of the other in relation to the animat from any traditional forms of fabulization and mythical narratives of animals that take the form of the human and make them subject to man. He argues that the history of fabulization remains an anthropomorphic taming, a moralizing subjection, a domestication of animals. Furthermore, it is always a discourse of man, indeed on the animality of man, but for and in man liberating the animats, animals, from the anthropomorphic violence to the other, means a philosophical, ethical, political, linguistic, and hermeneutic break with all forms of thinking and praxis that are based on the limits that define what is proper to man, especially the ontology of Western metaphysics. Discussing the plethora of animal references, animats, in his own texts, Derrida locates them within his deconstruction of Western metaphysics and his construction of a thought based on the trace and the utterly other. As in his discussion of religion, where he speaks of the machine-like return of religion, Derrida evokes the animal machine, but for a different purpose. He explains that the animal machine is like a virus that obsesses and invades all his writings. He defines it as neither animal nor non-animal, neither organic nor inorganic, neither living nor dead. This potential invader is like a computer virus. Its function is to be lodged in a processor of writing, reading, and interpretation, but not limited to them. Furthermore, it would be an animal that is capable of deleting, thus of erasing a trace, something Lacan thinks the animal is incapable of. Derrida goes on to assert that his quasi-animal would no longer have to relate itself to being as such, something Heidegger thinks the animal is incapable of, since it would take into account the need to strike out being. But as a result, in striking out being and taking itself beyond or on the side of the question, and hence of the response, is it something completely other than a species of animal? Derrida departs from the Heideggerian concept of being by striking out being, and not simply writing it under erasure. Being is inscribed by the concept of the quasi-animal, and cannot be thought of in terms of Heidegger's as such. Within this schema, all ontological concepts and thought would be subject to ongoing processes akin to those of a computer virus, which infects all forms of life and non-life as well as all interpretative paradigms, reading and writing. The dichotomy of human/animal is struck out, and the striking out of being takes us to what is other than a species of animal or human. The new concept of l'animat inscribes this new, radical turn in Derrida's thought, which is antithetical to all systems of closure and determined forms of life. Derrida's concept of the animat is central to the last phase of his work. It echoes his earlier concept of difference and has a number of functions. Firstly, animat acts as a graphic and linguistic inscription of alterity that fissures the connections between the plural and the singular, grapheme and phoneme, signified and signifier. Because the word animat in French when spoken is identical to the sound of animal, for both singular and plural, the deconstruction of the concept's identity and meaning, are effected through the grapheme. This graphic intervention within the linguistic structure of the concept is the silent and ongoing undoing of the signified by the signifier. Derrida explains that his new concept of l'animat aims to forge another word in the singular which is close but radically foreign, a chimerical word that sounded as though it contravened the laws of the French language. Secondly, l'animat deconstructs the construction of identity as auto-affection, and severs its connections to self-presence. The hybrid word animat becomes a silent substitute for what you hear, thus fissuring the primacy of the voice and its connection to identity and self-presence. As a result, the grapheme, archie-writing, comes to deconstruct the division between the autos and the other. Thirdly, l'animat deconstructs the limit between human and animal within philosophy, and announces Derrida's new thinking. Echoing Nietzsche's ecce homo or the Christian suffering of Christ, Derrida exclaims, ecce animat. His substitution of homo with the animat, signals his affinities with the Nietzschean critique of the subject, but also his own philosophical project based on the new thinking of the infinite opening to the absolute other outside violence and suffering. Fourthly, l'animat proclaims the hybrid and chimerical as being constitutive of the irreducible multiplicity of mortals that gives no primacy to the human. Derrida describes animat as being neither a species nor a gender nor an individual, and in this way the concept is outside and beyond these anthropocentric and species-bound categories. He defines animat as an irreducible living multiplicity of mortals, which is not a double clone or a portmanteau word, but a sort of monstrous hybrid, a chimera waiting to be put to death by its Bellerophon. The animat has no connection to any species, it is genderless and a human. Being a monstrous hybrid, it cannibalizes the singular, valorizes the ephemeral, and admits the irreducible multiplicity of mortals. Mortality and life are subject to the interminable trace of the chimerical and hybrid nature of the animat. Derrida explains that by means of the chimera of this singular word, the animat, I bring together three heterogeneous elements within a single verbal body. Firstly, animat allows the plural animals to be heard in the singular, thus fissuring any attempt to institute a singular origin. Secondly, it does away with the idea of the animal, written in the general singular, separated from man by a single, indivisible limit which does violence to the animal as absolute other. Finally, Animat allows for a vision where the plurality of living creatures cannot be assembled within the single figure of an animality that is simply opposed to humanity. Drawing upon the mythical, religious, theological, literary, and other domains, Derrida continues with exposing the violence to the other, in order to redefine the meaning to follow, to see, hospitality and ethics. The Greek mythical story of Chimera, and the biblical story of the fratricide of Cain, will become the launching pads for the final countdown against modes of thinking that do violence to the other. Through these stories, Derrida announces the construction of a radical ethics, based on the other, and a new thinking of the living and the world. He begins with the overturning of the question of man and animal, by subjecting both to the hunt as a modality of to follow and to see. He uses the mythical story of Chimera, and its killing by Bellerophon, to reinscribe the notion to follow. Chimera is the mythical hybrid animal which is constituted by multiple animals, and therefore is outside the norm. Bellerophon is the one who follows Chimera in order to kill it. He represents the hunter, the one who persecutes and hunts Chimera down, by pursuing, tracking, taming, and finally succeeding in his aim. Derrida argues that Bellerophon would say, I am, following, I pursue, I track, overcome, and tame the animal. In this sense, to follow the animal, as a modality of the hunt, is to eliminate the threat and its hybrid monstrosity. Thus, any animal which defies the single attribution allowed, is hunted down or forced to be only one animal. In the mythical context of Chimera, to follow is inscribed by the modalities of the hunt. This means that at the heart of the relation between man and animal, there is hunting and killing of the animal in order to eliminate its plural origin. However, for Derrida, it is not only the animal that is subject to the modalities of the hunt. Derrida takes the story of Cain's and Bellerophon's fratricide. Bellerophon killed his brother, before killing Chimera, in order to reinscribe the hunt as a modality of to follow within the human domain. Derrida aims to analyze the complex interrelations between the hunter and the hunted, to follow, the fall, and to see, in order to demonstrate that, depending on the perspective one adopts, both animals and humans can share the same fate. The questions that arise in relation to the hunt as a modality of to follow are, who is following whom? Who is the hunter? Who is the hunted? Who follows? Who is the persecutor and who is the persecuted? What follows? Where do man and the animal fit in, and what are the tangles and webs they traverse in their relation to the notions of the fall, to follow, and to see? Derrida takes the biblical story of Abel and Cain from the religious domain, to illustrate the connections between the fall of man and the animal. He demonstrates that the animal is at the core of religion and ethics based on the notion of the fall and to see. In the biblical story, the animal is to be tamed, raised, and sacrificed, because God prefers the sacrifice of the animals raised by Abel, the herdsman, to the agricultural fruits of the earth offered by Cain, the agricultural worker. However, Derrida argues, God prefers the sacrifice of the very animal that he has let Adam name, in order to see the freedom accorded to Adam, or Ish, by God to name the animals, was only a stage in order to see, in view of providing sacrificial flesh for offering to that God. The animal, within this religious tradition, becomes connected to ethics, sacrifice and knowledge. However, the naming of animals is a power given by God to man, and thus the animal forms part of the sacred which is expressed in language. In other words, the animal is constitutive of the ethics of responsibility, and each animal's sacred linguistic singularity is part of to see. For Derrida, the failure of man to address his responsibility to the animal constitutes a fall. In this way he dissociates the fall of man from theological discourses associated with the original sin. Derrida identifies a number of complex relationships between the biblical story of fratricide, violence to the other, and fall. He argues that the killing of Abel by his brother Cain is the second original sin, fall, or fault. This fault has more serious consequences in relation to violence to the other than the first original fall of disobeying God's orders that resulted in the expulsion of man from paradise. Derrida uses the biblical story of Cain and his admission of killing his brother after failing to sacrifice an animal to God to introduce the notion of excessive fault within the idea of limit for Cain. Such fault is unpardonable, not simply wrong but excessively culpable, too grave. This is expressed in Cain's address to Jehovah, when he declares that his fault is too great to bear. Derrida makes excess a necessary condition and a kind of default when he asserts that a wrongdoing is always excessive, in its very essence, and a form of default in the face of an imperative necessity. Le defaut devant leil faux. For Derrida, any wrongdoing and recognition of the violence to the other belong to excess and exceeding of limits. It is from this economy of excess that the new philosophy of limitrophy and the new ethics based on the other derive. In the biblical story of Cain, the excessive fault becomes connected to evil and the hunt that involves the hunter and the hunted. Cain's excessive fault obliges him to flee and turn into a wanderer. He becomes the hunted down, the expelled, the persecuted, the one who is chased out, the criminal, the shamed, and the one who has to dissimulate himself and hide his nakedness under a veil. Derrida identifies the construction of God as a hunter, and this is also expressed in language. He writes, Jehovah's language is indeed that of a hunter. Cain, by killing his brother Abel, succumbs to temptation and falls into a trap set for him by God. The hunted Cain becomes prey to the evil lurking in the shadow. Like an animal, man, like a beast, becomes the hunted animal and is turned into a human beast. The ethics based on the idea of excessive fault is at the core of the biblical story of the hunt. Derrida also uses Cain's story to expound the multiple modalities of to see and the hunt, outside a subjectivist model. Derrida argues that the fratricide of Cain and his persecution demonstrate the paradoxes of this manhunt, which follow one after the other as a series of experimental ordeals. In order to see, this formulation of to see, unconnected to the subject's self-knowledge and even consciousness, aims to institute an injunctive concept of the other, and dislodge the capacity of man to make promises. Although Cain is a hunted criminal and a fugitive, he comes under the protection of God. The unconditional promise that no one is permitted to kill him, in order to avenge his brother's death, is given by God. The idea of promise, as being a capacity allowed only to man, becomes relativized as God's promise to the hunted and persecuted Cain is inscribed in the injunction that no harm should come to him. Derrida explains that God promises this human beast protection and vengeance. As if God had repented. As if he were ashamed or had admitted having preferred the animal sacrifice. As if in this way he were confessing and admitting remorse concerning the animal. By linking the question of the animal to promise and the absolute other as God, Derrida makes God responsible for the fate of the animal. Nudity, repentance, remorse, and shame as the basis of religious ethics, are not only experienced by humans but also by God for wishing for and allowing the animal to become a sacrificial offering to him. God and animal become relativized and part of the structure of the injunctive construction of the holy other. Within this schema, ethics is beyond any ultimate theological point of reference that relies on an anthropomorphic and anthropocentric notion of God. The protection of the other, and revenge upon those that would bring harm to the other, is a sacred duty ordained by God. The notion of unconditional hospitality becomes connected to an injunction against harming the animal/human as absolute other. This means that Derrida radicalizes the notion of unconditional hospitality and protection offered to the persecuted, when he asserts that God promises to take revenge 7 times on anyone who kills Cain, that is to say, the murderer of his brother, he who, after this second original sin, has covered the nakedness of his face, the face that he lost before him. Derrida, through his concept of the holy other, collapses the distinction between human and animal, God and animal, God and human, and institutes a thinking based on the faceless holy other and unconditional hospitality to the persecuted. In the case of the myth concerning Bellerophon and Chimaera, the same kinds of injunctions apply with regard to the persecuted and the sacred law of hospitality. Bellerophon's story shows 2 important cases of the inviolability of the sacred law of hospitality, that no guest should be harmed. In the first case, Bellerophon as a guest is not put to death by his host in order to avenge the honor of his wife, whose accusations against him were, nevertheless, false. In the second case, Bellerophon escapes death because his current host, whose guest he is, does not carry out an order from Bellerophon's offended previous host to execute him. The order for Bellerophon's execution is contained in the letter from the first host, which Bellerophon himself delivered to the current host without knowing its contents. In both cases the strict laws of hospitality, which give unconditional asylum to a guest and prohibit anyone from harming him/her, have been applied. Through his deconstruction of the stories of Cain and Bellerophon, Derrida contends that all ethics are based on the other. Thus, the ideas of shame, fault, fall, nakedness, and ultimately ethics, derive from collapsing the distinction between man and animal and making them subject to the wholly other defined as el animat. Derrida ends the first text with the radical repositioning of the I in relation to the animal, by linking them both to animality, which he defines as the life of the living. The auto-affection of the solipsistic I, is replaced with automotricity. He defines automotricity as a spontaneity that is capable of movement, of organizing itself and affecting itself, marking, tracing, and affecting itself with traces of itself. Derridean automotricity is anterior to self-relation and constitutive of both the living and animality. It is anterior to the discursive thematic of an utterance or of an ego cogito, more so of a cogito ergo sum. However, between this relation to the self, this ipseity, and the I of the I think, there is, it would seem, an abyss. Derrida reintroduces the notion of abyss, to rethink the relation of the I think, self, and the limit, between man and animal. His aim is to pluralize and exceed the concept of the limit itself between all these notions. The Cartesian positing of the subject in terms of I think, which links it with therefore in order to arrive at the I am within consciousness, is rejected by Derrida. Derrida's positing of the I in terms of automotricity links it to an abyssal structure. Automotricity is what characterizes all living life, and is constitutive of the animality of both man and animal. Derrida closes this complex text by returning to the first question which he posited regarding the animal, that is, to rethink the question of man from the perspective of the animal. As we have seen, he subjected the naked man to the gaze of the animal, and questioned the assumptions that the animal lacks the capacity to respond, and nudity is natural to animals but not to man. In order to answer the question of man being naked under the gaze of the animal, Derrida introduces the concept of the mirror. Using the concept of the mirror, he aims to deal with the problematic of reflexivity, self-narration, self-relation and self-reflection. Derrida's mirror has the image of man and animal, cat, naked reflected in it, and both are looking into their and each other's reflection. By making the animal as the wholly other part of the reflection process and nudity, Derrida makes the animal part of his interminable narcissistic reflection. What breaks this interminable self-relation and self-reflection is the reflection of the animal. The play on nakedness and self-reflection is caught in the mirror of reflection, for both man and animal. Derrida raises the question if there is animal narcissism and if the animal as other constitutes the primary mirror of all reflection. He posits anew the question of the animal and his ideas should be quoted at length. He argues: the animal in general, what is it? What does that mean? Who is it? To what does that it correspond? To whom? Who responds to whom? Who responds in and to the common, general, and singular name of what they thus blithely call the animal? Who is it that responds? The reference made by this what or who regarding me in the name of the animal, what is said in the name of the animal when one appeals to the name of the animal, that is what it would be a matter of exposing, in all its nudity, in the nudity or destitution of whoever, opening the page of an autobiography, says here I am. But as for me, who am I, following? Derrida inverts the question of the animal and self-reflection. He makes the gaze and eyes of the animal the primary mirror of man. It is through this primary mirror that the question of man and animal can be raised. The recognition of the self in its ontological and deictic dimensions expressed as here I am, is posited through the animal and belongs to it. One appeals to the name of the animal when one attempts to respond to the ontological questions of what, who, and to whom. The response to the questions of who am I and who I am following can only be achieved through the other. Animat, the trace and scent of the other. In the second text, titled But as for me, who am I, following, Derrida again raises the question of the I am and, more specifically, the autobiographical I in relation to the animal. In this text he introduces his concept animat and reintroduces the notion of the trace as scent, in order to radicalize the notions of the subject, self, to follow, animal and world. As in his earlier work, he conceives of the trace as being always that of another, but the trace now follows the Heraclitean notion of the unity of opposites expressed in his enigmatic pronouncement the upward-downward path, nu rha trigia. Thus, for Derrida, the trace demonstrates that by following the consequence or direction of this double arrow, it is a matter of the scent, and the scent one smells is always the trace of another, the animal becomes inevitable, and, before it, the animat is anterior to the question of the animal and the positing of the subject in their particularity and corporeality. Derrida, by introducing the notion of the scent into the trace, moves away from his notion of spectre of his earlier work. Like spectre, the scent denotes a presence which is not a presence. However, the scent, since it partakes of both animal and man, escapes the dichotomy man/animal and embodied notions of subjectivity. This conception of man, in relation to the other and the subject, breaks away from Descartes and Levinas' anthropomorphism, anthropotheomorphism, anthropocentrism, and constructions of subjectivity. The complex interplay between trace, animat, and scent unsettle the certainties of what defines man. Derrida, by injecting the concept of the animat in Levinas' chiasmus, and within the Cartesian and Greco-Judeo-Christiano-Islamic tradition he represents, aims to inscribe within philosophy and any other discourse the trace of another as animal, as animat in every positing of the I within the Cartesian cogito ergo sum, and consequently in every autobiography. Derrida introduces the structure of I am dead, the self and the I for Derrida are effects of the animat as other. Consequently, the positing of the I am entails the death of the I, and the questions of self-reflection and ethics, have to be rethought. However, the insistence of defining man in terms of the Cartesian cogito means that, within philosophical discourses and within the discourse of positive sciences of animal behavior, the question of whether an animal can see me naked, and especially whether it can see itself naked, is never asked. By problematizing the concept of self-reflection in relation to man, Derrida critiques all discourses based on reflexivity. By endowing the animal with the possibility of self-reflection, self-relation, relation with the other, and self-identification, he deconstructs the absolute limit between man and animal. The ability of the animal to recognize itself as another, endows it with a kind of heteronarcissist self as other, and this heteronarcissism is erotic. This is evident in the animal's courtship. Rituals, where seduction and exhibition are used to lure the partner into reproduction displays. Moreover, Derrida argues, the animal's displays of modesty or shame, in the sense of some sensitivity to nakedness, would mean that these categories would no longer be limited to the human and foreign to the animat. The consequences of such a position, in relation to the animal within human life, living animals, and the world, are too numerous to deal with in this work. Derrida considers nakedness, shame, guilt, hiding, dissimulation, simulation, fault, reticence, modesty and death as being fundamental to any development of ethics. By attributing these to the animal, he radicalizes them, and breaks away from the subjectivist ethics that underpin their constructions. To this end, he analyzes a number of texts where the animal's attributes, experiences, and behaviors are described. Taking the lead from his earlier questioning of whether animals have a notion of nakedness, he concludes that animals possess modesty and thus have a sense of nakedness. In addition, the animat, which is now defined as the animality of certain animals, has the capacity to show undeniably guilty behavior by hiding or putting its tail between its legs after committing a fault, but also when sick or at the point of death, both of which would be felt as false, as what must not be shown. Tat. Derrida complicates the issue by questioning if one can conclude from the above behaviors that the modalities of hiding of oneself relate to modesty as expressed by different types of dissimulation that both man and animal partake. His concepts of animat and animort make the dichotomy irrelevant. The animat, as a non-substitute for the animal, defines all living life in a different way to that upon which the division between life and death is based. Derrida, in order to differentiate the animat from non-living life, introduces the notion of animort, which he defines as the non-animal as non-living, in fact, as dead mort. The next step for Derrida is to raise fundamental questions about what is proper to the animal in the same manner as that of what is proper to man, including dreaming. He proceeds by raising a number of questions that are fundamental to many systems of thought, beginning with the Cartesian I think and ending again with the concept of the mirror. He argues: does the animal think? Does the animal produce representations, a self, imagination, a relation to the future as such? Does the animal have not only signs but a language, and what language? Does the animal die? Does it laugh? Does it cry? Does it grieve? Does it get bored? Does it lie? Does it forgive? Does it sing? Does it invent? Does it invent music? Does it play music? Does it play? Does it offer hospitality? Does it offer? Does it give? Does it have hands, eyes, etc.? Modesty, clothes, and the mirror? He acknowledges the immensity of all these questions in relation to their history, their presuppositions, and the complexity of their stakes. Derrida, by raising these questions, does not aim to produce yet another series of discourses condemning the treatment of animals or simply give back to the animals what subjectivist systems of thought deprive it of. His aim is far more radical, because he targets all forms of thinking with regard to the animal, ranging from the Cartesian subject to the law of hospitality. He seeks to produce a musical key that would change the tone of all this questioning, rather than construct a discourse on animal liberation, animal rights, and opposition to the homogenization and suppression of animal diversity. The function of this key would be to indicate a tonality, some high notes that change the whole stave, which would alter the ways we question what is proper to the animal. Changing the entire spectrum of what is proper would require new questioning and responses, and finally a new discourse on the animal and man. Derrida places the new discourse on the animal within futural messianic discourses of to come. The future, in this last phase of his work, is announced as a kind of dreaming which takes place in the depths of an undiscoverable burrow to come. However, this dreaming contains a kind of skizzy that consists of incompatible and contradictory commands, injunctions, and impossible tasks. The schizoid structure of the future dream contains a new, somewhat inhuman, language, which acts like an unheard of music that does not aim to make him the representative or emancipator of an animality that is forgotten, ignored, misunderstood, persecuted, hunted, fished, sacrificed, subjugated, raised, corralled, hormonized, transgenitized, exploited, consumed, eaten, domesticated. Derrida clarifies, in a very powerful way, that his new language would involve creating an unheard of grammar and music, that would create a scene that was neither human, nor divine, nor animal, eliminating all the subjectivist and humanist discourses that have dominated religion, theology, politics, economics, law, ethics, socio-cultural practices, science, consumption, commercialization, and ultimately all discourses that underpin Western metaphysics and Western thought, is nothing short of a total revolution. This new thinking would be based upon a linguistic overturning which would lead to the institution of a new, radical hybrid language. Derrida explains, very forcefully, that the purpose and function of this new hybrid language, of which the concept of the animat is an example, would be to denounce all discourses on the so-called animal, all the anthropotheomorphic or anthropotheocentric logics and axiomatics, philosophy, religion, politics, law, ethics, with a view to recognizing in them animal strategies, precisely, in the human sense of the term, stratagems, ruses, and war machines, defensive or offensive maneuvers, search operations, predatory, seductive, indeed exterminatory operations as part of a pitiless struggle between what are presumed to be species. Derrida, in the last phase of his work, is very clear that the project of deconstruction aims to sever all connections with all discourses that engage in the perpetuation of the modalities of violence to the other. This would extend to language itself. In other words, Derrida's adoption of more messianic discourses moves closer to utopia thinking rather than the earlier injunctive construction of the other. This is evident when he specifies the type of dreaming, as though I were dreaming, I myself, in all innocence, of an animal that didn't intend harm to the animal in order to construct this new concept animal animat outside the circle of violence to the other and enact the revolutionary project of deconstruction. Derrida posits again the question of being in terms of the pre-ontological question of following from the perspective of the animal. This pre-ontological question of following, as the persecution and seduction of the other, is anterior to the question of being and engenders the I. Derrida contends that before the question of the being as such, of esse and sum, of ego sum, there is the question of following, of the persecution and seduction of the other, what/that I am, following, or who is following me while I am, following, it, him, or her. Derrida's positing of being as non-being, produces a non-subjectivist, a human notion of the I and self. He argues, very emphatically, that he being standing in place of non-being, this milieu that derives from nothingness, is me, the most cunning of animals, on the other side of vertigo, but of the same vertigo of the animal abyss, since it is I, the self who self-reflects and says, as for me I am, and beast I am. The Cartesian of therefore I am, is replaced by the beast I am. The pre-originary structure of the seduction of the other, inscribes the self-engendering act of the I as simply part of an interminable following. Thus, for Derrida, the self-engendering act of the I am, as a form of autobiographogenesis, is in its essence an act of seduction within Derrida's radical philosophy being becomes seduction, that is, the ruse of the most ruse of animals. It follows that the Cartesian I am, becomes the seduction of a seducer. He articulates the pre-originary act of seduction within of series of followings as the one who says, I am he who is, who follows you and whom you are, following, who is following, after you with a view to seducing you and to have it be that, coming after, you become one who follows me. The emergence of the I is an act of seduction by the other, and the two are engaged in an incessant dance between being a follower and being followed. The I am and the autobiographical I become part of the animal question, and autobiography is given over to zooautobiography. The bestiality of both man and animal effect the collapse of the division between them. Derrida goes on to analyze Richard de Furnivall's Bestiaires d'amours, bestiary of love, in order to further animalize the image of self and make autobiography as the privileged form of self-narration part of animality. In de Furnivall's work man becomes an autobiographical animal. However, being a Christian, when engaged in a confessional narrative, de Furnivall confesses the sin of confession and acknowledges the narcissism that is involved in writing on oneself, even in order to avow and to show oneself in one's nakedness. Naked as a beast, tat. The confessional narrative entails that the denuded self is on narcissistic display. For Derrida, this is another dimension of the modalities of the nakedness of man which man denies to the animal, because the animal is thought of as being naturally naked. However, in every confession there is an avowal of narcissism, and as a result, one admits that guilt, and even the lie and perjury, are lodged within veracity itself, within the heart of promise, in the naked and intransitive simplicity of the I am, which already conceals its transitive interest, the following of an I am following someone else, I am followed by someone else, I pursue a desire or a project, I hunt and chase myself at the same time, I do, me. Derrida's formulation of the I and the self, as in his earlier work, aims to deconstruct all modalities of the truth of the self within confessional narratives. Confession is taken to be the truth of the self, yet within this truth and the promise of telling the truth there is an admission of sin, guilt, lie and perjury. In other words, Derrida takes confession to be the space where the truth of the I am and to follow cannot be instituted, for this would involve a paradoxical disavowal of the truth of the self outside confession. The next philosophical issue that Derrida tackles is the capacity of response which is denied to the animal. In order to radicalize and pluralize the idea and the locus of response, Derrida analyses Porphyry's works where the animal is given response capacities. Derrida takes the place and adopts the perspective of the animal, and argues that as an animal I hear, I listen, I respond to a question but also to an invitation or a command, I obey. Furthermore, he argues that I present myself in response to a call, an interrogation, an order, a summons, or an injunction by attributing to the animal the capacity to respond to a question, command or invitation. Derrida dissolves the limit that marks the division between animal and man. In addition, he inscribes the presentation of the self as an affirmation of the I, within animat's capacity to respond outside speech. Derrida goes on to argue, I present myself is at the same time the first autobiographical gesture and the gesture of all the here I ams in the history of the law. Now, even when it is mute, Porphyry's animat seems capable of what I do when I say Yupika. It is capable of doing what I say I am doing even if, for its part, it doesn't say so. The animat becomes a subject, even in its autobiographical dimension, by obeying the call, interrogation, order, summons, and injunction of the animal as other. This schema echoes Derrida's earlier formulations, where the I cannot posit itself as such, nor can it posit itself as other, because it cannot take the place of the other. The I of auto-affection admits irreducible hetero-affection, which includes the animal. This means that the limit between the human and the animal cannot be established as a simple and linear differentiation of the human from the animal. As a result, Derrida argues, the question of the I, of I am or I think, need to be displaced toward the prerequisite question of the other me that I am, following, or that is following me. The problem becomes, how the other will be determined and within what logic in order to allow the law of the heteronomy of the other to displace the anthropocentrism and logocentrism of systems of thought whose logic, Derrida admits, his own discourse is following and operates within. The Derridean other requires the displacement of the Cartesian subject constructed in terms of I am and I think. This displacement of anthropocentric systems of thought will be effected through his concept of the animat which, as we have seen, has been used to radicalize the philosophical, linguistic, and conceptual constructions of the animal. The function and power of the animat, in relation to all philosophical systems based on Cartesian subjectivity, are announced by Derrida. He argues that even though the animat is disavowed, foreclosed, sacrificed, and humiliated by them, and in the first instance with respect to what is closest to them, within themselves, on the edge of the infinite vertigo of the I am and of I am who I am, following, and by whom I am followed as much as preceded. Their I am is always I am after the animal even when I don't know it. And this disavowal of foreclosure is just as powerful when they don't speak of it or when they speak of it in order to deny to the animat everything they attribute to the human. Within the Derridean structure the question of the subject is intricately connected to that of the animal and the animat. The pre-originary animat is constitutive of all human and animal life, and constantly displaces the subject. The positing of the I am has no privileged or fixed locus nor order of hierarchy, because it is embedded within what precedes and what follows it as well as whom it follows and by whom it is followed. The formulation of the other as animat from the perspective of the animal, aims towards the thinking of the other, of the infinitely other who looks at me, and privileges the question and the request of the animal by linking the question and request of the animal to the infinitely other. Derrida places at the center of his philosophical thinking a conceptualization of being in terms of the Heideggerian who is man and what is being. However, through the deconstruction of the dichotomy human/animal, Derrida aims to answer these questions through his concept of the animat. As we have seen, the animat, as the wholly other, marks the linguistic, philosophical, and ethical departure from the discourses which construct and support the dichotomy human/animal. However, it is important to point out that for Derrida the animat cannot be mastered or subsumed under the theological discourse that makes God a non-referent, nor can its effects be absorbed within the Heideggerian Es gibt. The animat, as an inscription of the other, is beyond being, epikeina tes ousias. As such it negates the need for presence and temporal finitude. The other's infinity means that there is no hierarchy in what question comes first, before or after. Derrida further clarifies that the question of the other is asked not in order to put it in front of that of man, but in order to think that of man, of the brother and the neighbor from the perspective of an animal question and request, of an audible or silent appeal that calls within us outside of us, from the most far away, before us after us, preceding, and pursuing us in an unavoidable way, so unavoidable that it leaves the trace of so many symptoms and wounds, of stigmata or disavowal within the discourse of whomever seeks to remain deaf to that appeal. The question of man, thought from the perspective of an animal question and request, subverts and overturns the question of man. The question and request of the animal, as infinitely other, is pre-originary and constructed as an appeal, which is within man and surrounds man. Here the call of the other is less injunctive but more haunting. The appeal of the other is anterior to the subject but also posterior to it. It announces itself outside the necessary predicates upon which the question of man rests. In other words, before one can posit any question in relation to being and beings, one needs to consider the source of both the question and its positing being the other. The call, as request of the other, can be silent or audible, but always inescapable. It is both internal and external to the subject without depending on it, leaves a trace, and comes from far away. Derrida, as in his earlier work, deals with the notion of the gaze and the call of a desubjectivized other as an appeal that is not locatable, temporalized or particularized. Even if one remains deaf to the appeal of the other, its trace will remain as a symptom, wound, disavowal, or stigmata. The notions of symptom and stigmata are of particular importance. The first signals a move away from the psychoanalytic and psychological conceptions of the subject in its relation to Derrida. The second signals a turn towards more mystical, thaumaturgical, theological, and messianic discourses. This means that even if the subject remains deaf to the appeal of the other, its effects will always be felt and experienced. The other becomes a presence with no presence, and the subject and the self are inscribed by its ineffaceable traces. Derrida ends the second text, titled "But as for me, who am I?" following, by arguing that his new ethics cannot simply rely on the subjection of the subject to the other in order to break with the Cartesian tradition of an animal without language and without response. He concludes with the enigmatic statement that it takes more than that, and goes on to argue that even within a logic and ethics of the unconscious, which, without renouncing the concept of the subject, would lay claim to some subversion of it, Derrida has spent much effort and ink to renounce the concept of the subject, but in this very last phase of his work he wishes to resurrect it, albeit within a structure of subversion. After arguing for the elimination of all forms of subjectivity and the independence of the other from any subjectivism, this is a strange admission. However, one should not be carried away by such statements and ignore Derrida's ferocious critique of the subject and the self in favor of a philosophical thinking based on the desubjectivized other. Radical Derrida, Divinimally and Another Thinking of Life. In the third text, titled "And Say the Animal Responded," Derrida takes up the Lacanian positing of the problematic of the subject in terms of reaction and response. In critiquing Levinas' ethics and conceptualization of the subject, Derrida advocates for an ethics which recalls the subject to its being subject, its being host or hostage, that is to say, its being subjected to the other, to the wholly other or to every single other, tat. This is an important formulation of Derrida's notion of the other in relation to subjectivity and the subject. Derrida's subject is both host and hostage to the other and is subjected to the wholly other, both as general and particularistic other. If the subject in his work on hospitality and forgiveness is holding the other hostage, now the subject is held hostage to and by the other. Hence, Derrida's ideas regarding the relation between subject and other take a final turn towards asymmetry and non-relation. This means that the subject and any intersubjective relations are eliminated. The only relation that is permitted between the subject and the other, is based on the absolute alterity and irreducibility of the wholly other. Consequently, any remnants of subjectivism, even within post-subjectivist thinkers such as Lacan and Heidegger, are savagely deconstructed by Derrida. Derrida begins with Lacan's essay The Subversion of the Subject in order to critique his conception of the other, and locate him within Cartesian subjectivism. Deploying a strategy of deconstruction similar to the one adopted in his essay The Politics of Friendship, Derrida deconstructs a number of dualisms, among them Lacan's distinction between reaction and response and their connections to responsibility. Derrida takes one of Lacan's seminal references to the other in order to pinpoint the place where Lacan unwittingly constructs a notion of the other as the one from whom the subject receives even the message that he emits, tat. Derrida takes this phrase as the deconstructive lever of Lacan's text, and aims to question the distinction between responsibility and reaction, and all that follows from it. For Derrida, Lacan's adherence to subjectivism prevents him from taking his insight about the other to its radical conclusion, and thus eliminate all traces of subjectivity. Unlike Lacan's solution of connecting reaction and response to the notion of subjectivity, Derrida dissolves the dichotomy between the two by reintroducing his concept of difference. Difference would reinscribe the duality of reaction and response and therefore the historicity of ethical, juridical, or political responsibility, within another thinking of life, of the living, within another relation of the living to their ipseity, to their autos, to their own autokinesis and reactional automaticity, to death, to technics, or to the mechanical machinic. Derridean difference bears no relation to any paradigm based on the structure of the solipsistic subject, to which Lacan falls victim. Alterity comes to fissure any notion of the self, autonomy, and life conceived within historicity and temporality. Derrida aims for an ethical, juridical, and political responsibility dissociated from the ipsocentrism of Western metaphysics. Derrida's other requires another thinking of life and of the living, where the auto in all its forms, including the autos as auto-affection, are abandoned. This non-subjectivist thinking entails a different political, ethical, and juridical notion of responsibility which moves away from concepts of the self connected to human actors. Derrida goes on to clarify that his new thinking entails a locus for radical alterity that breaks away from every identification of an image of self, but also from every fellow living creature and every fraternity or human proximity, and finally from all humanity. The place of the other is a human, and as such, the human or at least the figure of some, in a word, divine animality, even if it were to be felt through the human, would be the quasi-transcendental referent, the excluded, foreclosed, disavowed, tamed, and sacrificed foundation of what it founds, namely, the symbolic order, the human order, law and justice. The radical place of alterity breaks with self-image, identity and humanity. Derrida's formulation of the other as a human and anti-foundational, demonstrates his hostility to any form of human subjectivity and reciprocal relation between self and other. This implies that neither the human nor the animal can constitute the radical place of alterity, upon which Derrida aims to base his new politics, ethics, and philosophy. The other is severed from any notions of subjectivity, and is independent of any living entity. Derrida introduces his new concept of divine animality, which signals a more radical abandonment of positing the question of being in terms of the human, animal, or God. The other, even when posited through the human, cannot become foundational, while at the same time founds the human and symbolic order, law and justice. Since the entire foundation of human life, experience, and social structures exclude divine animality by privileging the human over the animal, the question for Derrida becomes one of dismantling this model. Derrida reintroduces the notion of the trace in relation to the animal, to critique the anthropocentrism and phallogocentrism of Western thought and to further develop his concept of the other. The trace has the same function as in Derrida's earlier deconstructions, but in this case applied to both animal and human. Derrida defines the inherent proper ties of the trace as always being erased and always capable of being erased, il appartient à un trace de toujours s'effacer et de toujours pouvoir s'effacer. Although the Derridian trace can be erased and has the capacity to erase itself, its effacing is impossible. The trace remains beyond the mastery and the power of either God, human, or animal. This means that no one has the power to erase it and especially not to judge its erasure, even less so by means of a constitutive power assured of being able to erase, performatively, what erases itself. The trace cannot be repressed, and remains outside the performative function of language and power structures. However, it is subject to destruction and death, and its erasure subject to judgment. Derrida concludes his discussion of the trace with a new and important element in his thought. He speaks of the spurious opposition between the imaginary and the symbolic, which underpins the anthropocentric and phallogocentric reinstitution of the superiority of the human order over the animal order, of the law over the living, etc. He argues that the wounded reactions to the three traumas of humanity, namely, the reaction to the Copernican ideas and to Freud's decentering of consciousness under the gaze of the unconscious, cannot be equated with the Darwinian trauma. What Derrida alludes here is a very radical rethinking of the entire project of philosophy. He aims to institute a parallel Darwinian revolution into philosophy. If Darwinism meant the death of God as a creator, Derrida is announcing the death of philosophical thinking, politics, and ethics based on Western metaphysics. This leads us to Derrida's deconstruction of Heideggerian metaphysics. Although for Heidegger the task was to name being without objectifying it, for Derrida being becomes subject to the structure of the trace, and, finally, it is struck out. Radical otherness, striking out being. In the final text, titled I Don't Know Why We Are Doing This, Derrida deconstructs Heidegger's seminar The Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics, World, Finitude, Solitude, which he gave in. In this work Derrida takes aim at his closest philosophical ally, Heidegger. He argues that, even though Heidegger's primary target in this essay and in Being and Time is Descartes, Heidegger's discourse in relation to the animal remains, in spite of everything, profoundly Cartesian, tat. In other words, Derrida dismisses Heidegger's critique of Cartesianism in Being and Time and his attempts to go beyond the humanism and subjectivism of Western metaphysics. Derrida, in his critique of Heidegger's treatment of the animal, aims to give back to the animal what Heidegger deprives it of, that is, the other as such, world, finitude and the experience of death. Furthermore, he aims to articulate a conception of alterity that inscribes both animals and humans within a different conception of the living. In this way he seeks to depart from Heidegger's conception of being, world, finitude and solitude. Heidegger attempts to answer the question of what is man in conjunction with the question of what is world. The question raised by Derrida is, what is the position of the animal as the utterly other within Heidegger's radical schema in relation to his answers to these questions? To understand the significance of Heidegger's radical philosophy, upon which Derrida draws heavily, but also its shortcomings, one needs to understand his conception of the world in relation to man and the animal. The position of the animal in Heidegger's conception of the world would lead Derrida to ultimately re-evaluate Heidegger's radically regarding the problematic of alterity and subjectivity. Derrida's first point of attack is Heidegger's conception of being in relation to the animal. For Heidegger, Derrida argues, the animal has a relation to the being latent but not to the being as such, and the as such, although in Heidegger the as such does not depend on logos, language. His final curtain call regarding the animal is within the logocentric discourse of Western metaphysics which privileges man. Derrida acknowledges that Heidegger's attempts to redefine the essence of man outside consciousness and reason through his idea of the awakening of attunement, radicalized our conception of man, the living, and the world. However, Derrida argues, Heidegger fails to accord the animal the same categories he accords man. This failure is most evident when discussing his concepts of finitude and world. Heidegger institutes a limit between animal and human by arguing that only the human is finite in the sense of finitude, while the animal is not finite in the same sense. Thus for Heidegger the animal doesn't have finitude, just as it doesn't have speech, just as it doesn't die properly speaking, etc. This formulation is problematized by Derrida because, although man shares with the animal the fate of being mortal, for Heidegger the animal does not experience death in the same way as man. This, Derrida argues, is a result of Heidegger's conception of the world in relation to being. Derrida takes issue with Heidegger's concept of the world in relation to being, animal, and the world. For Heidegger there are three conceptualizations of the world corresponding to inanimate, material, things, animal, and man. Derrida quotes Heidegger's definition of man, that man is not merely a part of the world but is also master and servant of the world in the sense of having world. Heidegger's three famous theses: the stone is worldless weltlos, the animal is poor in world welterm, man is world forming weltbild, and determine the ways the animal has world and what type of world it has. Heidegger's formulation homogenizes animal life and conceives of the animal as being poor in world, while man has the capacity to master and change the world. This model can provide the continuous justification for the sovereignty and superiority of man over the animal. Furthermore, Heidegger takes finitude and death as marking the difference between inanimate beings, man, and animal. Contrary to what Heidegger had maintained in his previous work, in this seminar he claims that what distinguishes the animal from the stone is that the animal can die while the stone cannot die. Derrida takes his cue from this statement to problematize the concepts of death and life, and to reaffirm his philosophical position that the division between life and death is problematic. Against Heidegger's doubt that places death within what is proper to man, Derrida's concept of the animat reinscribes the notion of death within a notion of the world that places death and life beyond temporality. Since death, for Derrida, is inscribed in the living subject, anchoring the subject upon presence is the mirage of autoimmunity. The death of the subject conceived of as auto-affection, is the precondition of the emergence of any form of subjectivity. Subjectivity and the self, and any modalities of identity, are fatally wounded by alterity animat, which, paradoxically, inscribes all modalities of life and non-life. Derrida takes from Heidegger the radical construction of being outside logos, but aims to go beyond Heidegger's divisions of the world into inanimate, animal and man. This is a project which is both radical and problematic, especially when it comes to the question of the subject in its concrete manifestations. Derrida concludes his critique of Heidegger, and thus his onslaught on any vestiges of Cartesianism, by defining the differences between Nietzsche and Heidegger, and by attributing to the former the importance of perspective. He argues that Nietzsche, as opposed to Heidegger, would have rejected Heidegger's notion of as such in relation to being. Adopting a Nietzschean approach, he affirms that the relation to a being, even the truest, the most objective, that which respects most the essence of what is such as it is caught in a movement that we'll call here that of the living, of life, and from this point of view, whatever the difference between animals, it remains an animal relation. For Derrida, every living being is subject to the movement of life. All relations are animal relations, and there is no privileging of particular relation to a being or subject. In other words, Derrida introduces the chimera animat into life itself, which encompasses all beings and being as such. Such position means that animal and human, life and death are part of the interminable movement of the living. This is a position closer to the Heraclitean eternal change and constant flow of life and antithetical to any stabilization processes and closed systems. It is not surprising then that Derrida ends by setting out a different strategy to that adopted by Heidegger in relation to being. Derrida's strategy is to pluralize the as such. This process would not simply consist in giving back to the animal what humans deprive it of, but also in marking that the human is, in a way, similarly deprived, by means of a privation that is not a privation, and that there is no pure and simple as such. Derrida concludes that this project would postulate a radical reinterpretation of what is living, but not in terms of the essence of the living, of the essence of the animal. He acknowledges that his radical approach means that the stakes are so radical that they concern ontological difference, the question of being, the whole framework of Heideggerian discourse. In other words, through his deconstruction of Heidegger's conception of being, Derrida aims to go beyond the Heideggerian radicalization of phenomenology, and institute a new conception of being based on the utterly other, which he inscribes through his concept of the animate. His anti-essentialist concept of the other is marked by infinitude and is beyond the division of life and death, human and animal. It is self-referential and generative of all modalities of life and death. The question becomes if such a philosophical model can sidestep the question of being and beings and their interrelations by simply appealing to the notion of the self-referential concept of the other, which is beyond ontology. This is a radical project not only in terms of ontology's fundamental questions, but also of the entire thinking upon which our political, ethical, legal, and socio-cultural ideas are based. In order to identify in a concrete way of how Derrida sees the project and future of deconstruction, I will turn to his last interview given to Le Monde's Jean Birnbaum in this interview he outlines his political project in a forceful way, but concerning his impending death he declares, paradoxically, that he has not yet learned how to live. Post-globalization politics and ethics, Europe, sovereignty, fundamentalism, and messianic vision. I will take Derrida's last interview he gave to Le Monde's correspondent Jean Birnbaum 2 months before his death, as the closing statement of the last phase of Derrida's work. This interview merits extensive examination because in it Derrida outlines his political project in more concrete terms. He places himself clearly in the camp of the critics of current forms of globalization, religious fundamentalism, Eurocentrism, American global dominance, and the dominance of media discourses and their resulting intellectual morass. He assesses critically the function and role of international institutions, and warns against the global ascendancy of neoliberal agendas and the capture of the political system and processes by special interest groups and politico-economic lobbies. During this interview, Derrida expresses his continuous insistence that the project of deconstruction is non-Eurocentric, and remains critical of all forms of Eurocentrism to the very end. However, one would be misunderstanding the entire project of deconstruction, if deconstruction is seen as separate from the European intellectual tradition which gave it birth and provided its philosophical basis upon which the critique of Western metaphysics was launched. Derrida, as he has done previously, acknowledges the influence and importance of European thought, and is unwilling to jettison the positive parts of the European intellectual, socio-cultural and political legacy. Derrida. He explains that from the beginning of his work, including deconstruction itself, he has remained very critical with regard to Eurocentrism, to its formulation in modernist form, in the work of Valéry, Husserl, or Heidegger, for instance, LMI. He asserts that deconstruction is a project that many have taken, rightly so, as an act of defiance toward all Eurocentrism. LMI. However, Derrida in the same breath affirms that what I call deconstruction, even when it is directed against something European, is a product of Europe, a reflection of Europe on itself as experience of a radical otherness. LMI. In other words, what marks his philosophy and politics, is radical otherness whose formulation escapes the shortcomings of the Eurocentric Western metaphysics, which he aims to overcome and go beyond. See also Derrida. However, Derrida in his closing statements makes Europe the moral and political guardian of human rights, justice, and equality, and of all radical elements of the project of deconstruction. Derrida expresses his anxieties regarding the prevailing political, media, economic and religious discourses, and the global landscape. He clearly articulates his fears of the domination of what he terms media intellectuals, who simply uncritically repeat the Dasein in the service of particular interests. Consequently, he calls for a rigorous war against the Dasein, media intellectuals and general discourses pre-formatted by the media, who are themselves under the control of politico-economic lobbies, and often editorial and academic as well. LMI. In the demise of public discourse he implicates the shadowy forces of unelected political and economic lobbies, and their alliances with the global media conglomerates. Derrida is not afraid to expose their destructive impacts and cautions us against the mediatized discourses which have permeated academia and publishing, and whose main purpose is to give legitimacy and repeat the Dasein. In other words, Derrida is troubled by the colonization of the public sphere, to use a Habermasian term, by dominant political and economic lobbies, and their discourses. Hence, his insistence on the necessity of the opening to the other fits well with his critique of the current political and economic systems in play, which, as we have seen, are involved in what Derrida calls violations to the other. However, whether his answer of a new thinking based on the wholly other will deliver the desired outcomes is debatable, since it dispenses with the subject, self, and notions of agency. Who are the political and economic actors that would question the prevailing Dasein if not situated, embodied, concrete subjects that operate within frameworks of recognition, equality, horizontally, reflection, reciprocity, and critical intersubjective engagement? As in his previous work, Derrida's answer to these problematics is to gesture towards a futural politics, ethics, and the law, and a different economic model. His hope is for a new Europe to come which is not captive to neoliberal agendas, but shoulders its responsibilities in the name of the future of humanity, in the name of international law, and declares this to be my faith and my religion, LMI. Within this messianic, but at the same time secular model, he articulates his vision of Europe and the world. He envisages a future Europe which maintains all the radical and revolutionary ideas it has generated since the Enlightenment, such as human rights and adherence to principles of justice and equality. It is a Europe which will unite against the politics of American global dominance, but also against Arab-Muslim theocratism, unenlightened, and without a political future, LMI. However, he acknowledges the plurality within these blocs, and urges us to ally ourselves with the opposition within them, LMI. Derrida further articulates his vision of Europe, not as a military superpower, protecting its markets and acting as a counterweight against other geopolitical blocs, but instead a Europe that would sow the grain of a new post-globalization politics, LMI. However, Derrida's critique of globalization has more to do with its economic imperatives, such as cheaper, better, more for less, from anywhere, increased levels of inequality and the race to the bottom, rather than objecting to any form of global, overarching bodies which ensure multipolar rather than monopolar international relations. Although Derrida's thought in the last phase of his work takes a turn towards more messianic and theological thinking, Derrida wishes to locate his political project within secularism. Thus, he does not abandon secularism, but instead radicalizes the concept of politics itself by injecting immanence in the form of avenir, or to come, disconnected from eschatological or teleological thinking. Consequently, Derrida, right to the end, adheres to a futural form of secular politics and announces that his movement is coming and it is unstoppable. In respect to Europe, he goes on to clarify that, for him, Europe is a post-globalization Europe, transforming the concept and the conventions of sovereignty and international law, LMI. Derrida's future vision of Europe rejects current processes of globalization, and is not conceived in terms of its currently formulated conventions of nation-states and sovereignty. Instead, it will be a Europe independent of NATO or the UN, whose military power would be neither offensive nor defensive, but would firmly enforce the resolutions of a reconstituted UN, for example, and with utmost urgency, in Israel, but also elsewhere, LMI. Since Derrida locates Deconstruction's project within secular frameworks based on the thinking of the utterly other, in this last interview, he cautions against the threat posed by fundamentalist forms of religious thought and what he called the machine-like return of religion. He approaches the question of religion in his last interview in a more concrete way, In order to articulate his concerns about the rise of Christian fundamentalism in the United States and what he calls unenlightened Arab Muslim theocratism, LMI. He entrusts Europe to be the site from which we can reflect best on certain aspects of secularity, for example, or social justice, which are European legacies, LMI. Addressing issues of social justice within a secular framework and hoping for an independent Europe, in terms of its military power and obligations, and making Europe the enforcer of human rights and UN resolutions, signals a desire to stay within the European political legacy of secularity. It is within this secular, political, and ethical schema that Derrida wishes to locate the ongoing, radical and revolutionary character of his own writing. He argues that if I had invented a writing it would have been as an endless revolution, LMI. He connects his own legacy to his concept of the trace and states that he trace I leave to me means at once my death, to come or already come, and the hope that it will survive me, LMI. Concluding remarks. In the last phase of Derrida's work, the question of the other, and its relations to the subject and the self, is a central concern. Derrida aims to break away from systems of thought and praxis implicated in the violence to the other, and to institute a new, radical thinking which would eliminate all modalities of violence to the other. The other is conceived of as a pre-ontological, desubjectivized, and a human category, which is constructed within an injunctive and messianic framework which is beyond being and notions of subjectivity and the self. Within Derridean deconstruction the subject and the self are in a non-relation to the other. During this phase, Derrida continues to privilege the singularity of radical otherness, and to valorize dissociation and separation rather than the Heideggerian being with and gathering. As in his earlier work, Derrida's project of deconstruction aims to open the space of alterity by displacing the subjectivism and humanism of Western metaphysics, and break away from all systems of thought and knowledge where the subject man holds sway. The subject and the self within Derrida's philosophical schema are subject to the other, and are obligated to answer the call of the other within a more haunting, injunctive and imperative framework. The hearing and the response to the call, which always comes from and belongs to the wholly other and never to a subject, inscribes the subject before its emergence. The question becomes, who responds to the call of the other and in what manner? Derrida's answer is that the subject responds, even when it does not respond, cannot fail but to respond to the call of the other. By placing the wholly other beyond being, epikeina tes ousias, Derrida is left off the hook. He simply does not have to deal with the question of being posited in the ontological terms of what and who is man. He posits the question in terms of to whom and answers it with the philosophy of the desubjectivized, injunctive, a human, post-animal, and post-human other. Within this schema, the conscious or unconscious subject and all its associated categories are eliminated, and a futural and messianic philosophy of the other is instituted. The subject, before positing itself as a subject, is already inscribed by the trace of the other, which, in the last phase of Derrida's work, is conceived of as a human. The trace of the other is ineffaceable, even when it can be erased, and remains outside notions of power and mastery. Thus, the other, in its latest inscription as animat, severs all connection to the subject and becomes a quasi-transcendental category whose workings are already inscribed in its non-originary origin that cannot be instituted, because it constantly erases or effaces itself. However, through this process of erasure, the trace remains. To this author Derrida's thought of the other is like a fugue composed of variations on the same theme but with different stress each time. The pre-ontological injunctive power and the call of the wholly other cannot be answered by a subject constructed or connected to any post-subjectivist or subjectivist categories. The response to the other and our responsibility to the other come from the other as does everything else, including faith, justice, knowledge, reason, self, ethics, politics, law, economics, and finally our search to the answer who is it that I am, following? For Derrida the answer is, the other. Derrida's philosophical model, in the last phase of his work, is based on the radical reinscription of the concepts of hospitality, life, death, and the world. His concept of the animate is the inevitable conclusion as he tries to radicalize the entire spectrum of our thinking, and shift the emphasis from our subjectivist and humanist preoccupations to the infinite opening to the other, who escapes the traps of the modalities of violence to the other. However radical Derrida's thinking proves to be, the problematic of embodied, intersubjective relations among concrete human actors remain, and cannot be entirely sidestepped by an appeal to a pre-ontological, quasi-transcendental concept of the other and a philosophy of limitrophy. Conclusion: the self, particularity, reflexivity, and recognition. The construction of the self and other and their intra- and interrelationship presents scholars with many problems and challenges. Whereas the post-Kantians and the post-Hegelians try to maintain some notion of universality, the communitarians want to save the individual and situate him/her within a predominantly social realm. And while the Habermasians wish to maintain a communicative interactivity between self and other, others try to effect a compromise between universalism and individualism. Some feminists seek to preserve the idea of difference and the gendered subject and self, while others are happy to enter the critique of identity politics. Consequently, some entertain the idea of a deconstructed subject, and see the desubjectivized, disembodied, disembedded, disentaire and fractured self as a way or a means of purging the subject of its metaphysical residues. But others, who take up the challenge of deconstruction and the critique of the identity politics, nevertheless want to hold on to universalism and a specific brand of ethics, without abandoning the idea of the subject and the self. Various attempts have been made to anchor the subject and the self onto something that is beyond the self. For Derrida, it is the other; for Taylor, it is transcendental demands that emanate from beyond the self, and for Ricoeur, it is an otherness of the self within a reformulated subjectivity. Instead of attempting to canvass all of these alternatives at this point, I propose to conclude by drawing attention to those which, in being critical of Derrida's thought, depart from it productively. In doing so, I argue that when conceiving of the subject and the self we need to take into account the long history of the death of the subject as a foundational ground for modern Western thought. This ends not in a rejection of the self, but in a reformulation of it along the lines mapped out in particular by Ricoeur and Taylor. To conceive of the other as being devoid of situatedness, and the concomitant demands of recognition, reflexivity, and narrativity, is to neutralize it in the process of universalizing it. Intersubjectivity cannot be resolved by jettisoning the subject and the idea of horizontal and symmetrical relationships. Nor can the question of how the self relates to the other be answered by eliminating the notion of identity. Ben Habib, situating the self between the universal and the particular. In situating the self, Sila Ben Habib argues for a post-metaphysical and interactive universalism, based on the vision of an embodied and embedded human self whose identity is constituted narratively. Ben Habib. Although she agrees with Ricoeur that one cannot ignore the narrative construction of the self, she collapses the notions of embodied self and narrativity. Ricoeur, on the other hand, wants to separate the embodied self from his notion of selfhood. Ben Habib aims to reformulate the moral point of view as the contingent achievement of an interactive form of rationality rather than as the timeless standpoint of a legislative reason. Ben Habib. Reason and morality thus become part of an interactive and intersubjective framework. Ben Habib wants a narratively constructed self, whose morality is based on a notion of interactive rationality, and which relates to a concrete rather than a transcendental other. Because Ben Habib's point of view is feminist, she criticizes a philosophical tradition that rests on the paradox of the disembedded and the disembodied self. Her feminism obliges her to construct subjectivity in a way that neither disregards context nor eliminates the embodied self. Ben Habib's construction of the self results in a parallel construction of the other, which is based on a distinction between the generalist and the concrete other. She argues that the standpoint of the generalist other requires us to view each and every individual as a rational being entitled to the same rights and duties we would want to ascribe to ourselves. In assuming the standpoint, we abstract from the individuality and concrete identity of the other, Ben Habib. She goes on to argue that the standpoint of the concrete other, by contrast, requires us to view each and every rational being as an individual with a concrete history, identity, and affective, emotional constitution. In assuming this standpoint, we abstract from what constitutes our commonality, and focus on individuality, Ben Habib. This results in a relation with the other which is governed by the norms of equity and complementary reciprocity. Each is entitled to expect and to assume from the other forms of behavior through which the other feels recognized and confirmed as a concrete, individual being with specific needs, talents, and capacities. Our differences in this case complement rather than exclude one another. The norms of our interaction are usually, although not exclusively private, non-institutional ones. They are norms of friendship, love, and care, Ben Habib. This syncretic or hybrid point of view attempts to reconcile the universal with the particular, the rule with the exception, and equality with equity. On the one hand, she adopts the Habermasian view of the universalism of discourse ethics. On the other hand, as a feminist she tries to get beyond procedural ethics, by introducing friendship, love, and care into the norms of interaction with others. Although such an ethics moves in the direction of Derrida, it does not have the injunctive and interrogatory power of the Derridian other. In rejecting the idea of a disembedded and disembodied self, and insisting on the importance of narrative in the construction of the self, Ben Habib departs radically from Derrida's ontologically disembodied conception of the self and other. Ben Habib's refusal to abandon the concept of identity, and her insistence on distinguishing the generaliste from the concrete other, constitute a critical break from, and an alternative to Derrida's concept of the other. Her notion of an intersubjective engagement between self and other represents a powerful alternative to Derrida's view that ethics is founded on submission to and answering of the call of the other. Ricoeur, oneself as another. Paul Ricoeur tackles the question of self and other in a way that both relates to and departs from Derrida's conception of it. Ricoeur is a thinker who tries, like Derrida, to exit the phenomenological tradition, although he sees some positive aspects in Husserl's uncompromising refusal to hypostatus collective entities and his tenacious will to reduce them in every instance to a network of interactions. Ricoeur. Unlike Derrida, Ricoeur does not want to eliminate subjectivity and agency, but to reformulate agency as critical. The minimal criteria for Ricoeur's notion of human action involve being able to identify it through the projects, intentions, and motives of agents capable of imputing their action to themselves. Ricoeur. In other words, imputability is central to any conception of self and other as well as ethics. While avoiding Derrida's desubjectivized and individualist concept of the other, he also keeps his distance from those reifications of a generalist other which are expressed in the mode of collectivities. He therefore cautions us against abandoning the idea of reciprocity in intersubjective relations. Minimal criteria for judging human actions have to be retained, because if they are abandoned, one begins again to hypostatus social and political entities, to raise power to the heavens, and to tremble before the state. Ricoeur. Ricoeur thus wants to salvage from phenomenology a theory of action and agency that can be grounded on individual autonomy and built into intersubjective relationships. At all times it must be capable of being monitored rationally, and it must be able to resist reification into either rationalist or collectivist fantasies. Ricoeur's theory allows questions to be asked of both individual responsibility and the conditions of ideal communication. In other words, Ricoeur appropriates Husserlian intersubjectivity for a theory of critical agency, in which the ego is no longer the Husserlian monadic ego. Instead, it becomes responsive to the other within a model of intersubjectivity that allows the other to be independent. Rejecting the phenomenological view that the relationship between the I and the other is analogical, Ricoeur substitutes a dialogical or even dialectical relationship that retains linkages with reflexivity. In oneself as another, Ricoeur deals directly with the problematic of the other in relation to subjectivity, self, and narrative identity. Here he shows the importance of distinguishing identity as sameness, idem, from identity as selfhood, ipsi. Unlike Derrida, he does not abandon the concept of identity. Instead, he articulates its complexity in terms of its reflexivity, intersubjectivity, and recognition, ipsi, rather than its sameness, idem, through time. Ricoeur still maintains the importance of narrative identity as both a stabilizing and transformative task, Ricoeur. By distinguishing the I from both the self and selfhood, where the latter presupposes reflection rather than a timeless concept of identity, he is able to think of identity as existing outside the confines of the same, where the same is conceptualized as the certainty of the cogito self-positing. Ricoeur proposes a notion of otherness that does not exclude the self, in its reflexive modality of selfhood, but questions the notion of identity within a framework of difference. For Ricoeur, oneself is that entity which can conceive of itself reflexively as another. In other words, Ricoeur makes the other part of the positing of the subject, but in a way neither dependent on nor derived from the subject. The self cannot articulate its own identity unless it is capable of conceiving itself and placing itself in the position of the other and therefore positing itself as other. The engagement of self with the other is thus both internal and external to self and self-identity. Because the reflexive mode of the self is maintained and incorporated within the modality of otherness, subjectivity as self-reflexivity is not written off. The writing of the subject as other is a precondition of the subject's identity. Derrida fails to grasp this reflexive and intersubjective capacity of the self. The Derridian other does not include the self because it is beyond the self. The relations between the self and the other, therefore, are dissymmetrical. By writing off both the subject and the self, Derrida writes off the other as the positing of the self as other. The result is a quasi-transcendental and otherworldly construction of the other which is beyond both human and animal. It cannot answer the question of how the self relates to the other except in a messianic and post-ethical manner. There is a dialectic between self and other than self, and Ricoeur aims to explore the otherness that is constitutive of selfhood. He does so by means of an analytic hermeneutic procedure which opens up the problematic of the self in terms of a who rather than an I. To say self is not to say I, he writes. The I is posited, or is deposited. What is important is the confrontation between identity as sameness, idem, and identity as selfhood, ipsi. Unlike idem identity, ipsi identity includes otherness. Consequently, with the question who, the self returns just when the same slips away. Derrida also posits the question of the subject in terms of who, of course. But he does so in order to demonstrate the indebtedness of the subject to the other, and to construct the subject in terms of a call that answers affirmatively to the other. The I am of the subject and of the self is replaced with the answer to the call of the other as a passive reply. In Ricoeur, by contrast, the who refers to that problematic of attestation which opens up the relationship between self and other. Ricoeur offers two kinds of models of otherness. The one which derives from Levinas and is based on externality he rejects, because the injunction is primordially attestation, or the injunction risks not being heard and the self not being affected in the mode of being enjoined. The other model derives from Heidegger, who relates the otherness of the call to strange, ness, and to the nothingness of thrown being, fallen, or deteriorated, and finally reduces the otherness of conscience to the encompassing otherness of being in the world, which we centered. Around the flesh, there is a strong temptation to compare, by contrast, the otherness of the injunction to that of other people. Ricoeur rejects this model because Heideggerian attestation is either primordially injunction or runs the risk of losing all ethical and moral significance. Derrida's model of otherness shares with Levinas the ethical primacy of the other, and with Heidegger's the notion of the call. But it departs from both by maintaining the injunctive power of the other, which is achieved by separating the other from its being in the world. In rejecting these models, Ricoeur proposes a third modality of otherness, being enjoined as the structure of selfhood, which is connected with self-attestation but not reducible to it. Ricoeur's model of otherness constitutes selfhood in terms of experience of others, but makes the other irreducible to such experience. Thus otherness is never completely external to the self, nor can its irreducibility be absorbed, either by elevation or negation, into the ontology of the self-present subject. The Derridian other is a limit concept, which points in the direction of the messianic and the prophetic, hence the characterization of his philosophy as limitrophy. As such, it is aporetic in relating the subject to self and otherness. Yet one cannot underestimate the force of a thinking that moves at the limits of such aporias, constructed always as a future that has not yet come and that has not yet been thought. This is not only the strength and the radicality of Derrida's thought, but also its weakness. For by refusing to ground his thought in ontology and to make the other subject to any ontological categories, Derrida has signaled the limits of its possibilities. But he has also drawn attention to the insurmountable difficulties of overcoming those limits which the Western tradition, in becoming subjective, has placed on the problematic of irreducibility. Taylor, the other, injunction, and intersubjective recognition. Taylor aims to show the multiple sources of the modern self, and to define a concept of the self which is shaped in part by the other. Here the notion of recognition becomes important. Taylor's thesis is that our identity is partly shaped by recognition or its absence, often by the misrecognition of others. Taylor. The historico-sociological preconditions for the modern concern with recognition are modernity's assertion of the equal dignity of each and every citizen, and the individualization which typifies modern social identities. We are all under the imperative to construct an identity, and comforted by the democratic sentiment that each identity is equally worthy of respect. Modern politics thus becomes a struggle to have that identity recognized, and to shelter it from its misrecognition. These historico-political vectors occur in a philosophical context in which it is argued that even individualist identities are shaped through dialogical relations with the other, and that intersubjectivity, as described phenomenologically, is the locus in which the political struggle for recognition takes place. This is why Taylor can argue, without apparent paradox, that inwardly generated identity gives a new importance to recognition, because one's own identity crucially depends on one's dialogical relations with others. Taylor. From a Derridian standpoint, this kind of statement is manifestly paradoxical. For according to Derrida, the notion of an inwardly generated identity derives from the idea of how subjectivity is connected to self-presence. It cannot be seen as the product of a dialogical relation with others, especially not significant others. Moreover, because the Derridian other is beyond any kind of intersubjectivity, it no longer refers to concrete, significant, particular, or even generalist others. Since the relation of self to other is asymmetrical, the other takes the form of an injunction without appeal, or indeed without any kind of subjective codetermination. The patent connection here between Derrida's work and Kafka's novels is referred to by Derrida himself, who acknowledges their common inheritance. As rival models of the self-other relation, Derridian verticality is anathema to Taylorian horizontally. The other is not an overarching horizon, which relativizes the determinations of the subject and makes difference possible. On the contrary, what is envisaged is a displacement and fusion of horizons, designed to overcome the arrogance of Eurocentric constructions of the modern subject and modern culture. Epilogue. Derrida understands the metaphysical subject as a self-reflexive presence, according to which the self relates both to itself, in auto-affection, and to the other, by absorbing it within the ontology of the same. This results from the construction of being as self-presence within Western metaphysics. In the course of deconstructing presence, Derrida produces a series of meditations on non-presence, all based on the concept of the other. Deconstruction is thus an impersonal reflexive mode, in which there are neither actors nor subjects. He conceives of the other in such a way that the self comes to be constructed as answerable to the other within a relationship of asymmetry, and the later phase of his work within a relationship of violence to the other. In opening up a space for the other, Derrida emphasizes its injunctive and interrogative power. The Derridian other thus becomes the linchpin of an ethics that is not only post-subjectivist but also post-deconstructive. As the new a priori, the other points towards a transcendental limit, but does so without the negative and subjectivist aspects of Western metaphysical thought. But since these developments constitute a radical departure from subjectivism, we still need to maintain a narrative construction of the subject, a point of restance or identity of the subject, which is connected to a reflexive and interactive engagement with the other. For if the other is thought of as determining the subject's relation both to itself and to the other, and this other is a limit horizon, ungrounded within the world and a world horizon, then the only position available to the subject is submission to the demands and to the call of the other. Ever since Descartes, the self has been posited in relation to itself within self-consciousness. But it is doubtful that the self has ever been conceived of as grounded only within a subjective metaphysics of presence. In Descartes, an appeal to God ensures the ultimate validity of reality. In Kant, the Ding an sich is the unknown and unknowable residue of the real, and whereas Nietzsche appeals to a quasi-biological and trans-subjective will to power, Heidegger regards being as the ground from which both being and being there emerge. The Derridian appeal to the other follows a venerable metaphysical tradition of thinking at the limits of both the subject and the concept. Derrida's exit from that tradition is an exit that was prepared for by the tradition itself, and the turn to the subject today is always made in a post-metaphysical direction. This is why those new theories of the subject and the self which include narrativity, expressivity, reflection, and recognition also incorporate the other and make room for a right of difference, instead of surrendering it to the imperial sway of the subject. From this perspective, Derrida resembles a general who continued to fight old and successful wars, even though the important battles are being now fought elsewhere. Nevertheless, Derrida's conception of the neutralizing and generalizing other has many radical and important implications for our ethics, politics, and the law. In particular, both his emphasis on the right to difference and his notion of otherness as an injunction can serve as critical foils against utilitarian defenses of cultural diversity and neoliberal definitions of the social bond. If they do the job imperfectly, it is because Derrida's notion of the other ignores, to use Ben Habib's categories, the universality of the generalist other, and reifies the particularity of the concrete other. We need a notion of the other that takes account of Ben Habib's, Ricoeur's, and others' treatment of the concrete other. As I have argued, a workable concept of the self must be capable, as Ricoeur suggests, of that reflexivity which is required in order to conceive of the other. And it also requires that intersubjective recognition which comes from the other in the symmetrical manner outlined by Taylor. In Derrida, the other casts a long shadow over both the subject and the self, so much so that they become non-existent. In the night all cows are black. The other, however, can neither be overshadowed nor jump its own shadow, it therefore acquires a hypostasis that might relegate it to those shadows which move in the night. But in the dark there are no shadows unless the moonlight illuminates the contours of those subjects who can be both themselves and other than themselves. Since there is reflection, one needs to explore the nature of the self-relation and self-reflection. Derrida demonstrates the negative aspects of self-relation by assimilating self-reflection to the narcissistic model of auto-affection. But there is another kind of self-reflection that allows for irreducible alterity as a moment not simply of undifferentiated affirmation, but also of particularity, reflexivity, and recognition.